Welcome to my audio world, where every story comes alive. I'm so glad you're here. Get comfortable, close your eyes, and let yourself get lost in the mystery that's about to unfold. If you love a great story as much as I do, please hit that subscribe button, leave a thumbs up, and turn on notifications so you never miss a single chapter. Your support means everything to me. Now, let's get started. This audiobook contains mature content and adult themes. Part 1, Extended Project Qualification 2017 to 2018. Candidate number 4, 169. Candidate's full name, Hipper Fitzamobi. Part A, Candidate Proposal to be completed by the candidate. List the courses of study or areas to which the topic relates. English journalism, investigative journalism, criminal law, working title of Extended Project Research into the 2012 missing persons investigation of Andy Bell in Little Kilton. Present the topic to be researched in the form of statement, question, or hypothesis. A detailed report on how both print televised media and social media have become invaluable players in police investigations using Andy Bell as a case study and the implications of the press in their presentations of Sal Singh and his alleged guilt. List your initial resources. Interview with missing persons expert. Interview with a local journalist reporting on the case. Newspaper articles. Interviews with members of the community. Textbooks and articles on police procedure, psychology, and the role of media. Supervisor's comments. Pipper, as previously discussed, this is an incredibly sensitive topic to pick. A terrible crime that happened in our own town. I know you cannot be persuaded away, but the project has been accepted only on the condition that no ethical lines are crossed. I think you need to find a more focused angle for your report as you work through your research without concentrating too much on sensitive issues. And let me be clear, there is to be no contact made with either of the families involved in this case. This will be considered an ethical violation, and your project will be disqualified. And don't work too hard. Have a nice summer. Candidate Declaration. I certify that I have read and understood the regulations relating to unfair practice as set out in the notice to candidates. Signed and dated Hipper Fitzamobi. Date August 18th, 2017. Chapter 1. Pip knew where they lived. Everyone in Little Kilton knew where they lived. Their home was like the town's own haunted house. People's footsteps quickened as they walked by, and their words strangled and died in their throats. Shrieking children would gather on their walk home from school, daring one another to run up and touch the front gate. But it wasn't haunted by ghosts, just three sad people trying to live their lives as before. A house not haunted by flickering lights or spectral falling chairs, but by dark spray-painted letters of Scum Family and stone-shattered windows. Hip had always wondered why they didn't move. Not that they had to. They hadn't done anything wrong. But she didn't know how they lived like that. Hip knew a great many things. She knew that hippopotamus esquipedalophobia was the technical term for the fear of long words. She knew that babies were born without kneecaps. She knew the batim, the best quotes from Plato and Cato, and that there were more than 4,000 types of potato. But she didn't know how the Singhs found the strength to stay here in Kilton, under the weight of so many widened eyes, of the comments whispered just loud enough to be heard, of neighborly small talk, never stretching into long talk anymore. It was a particular cruelty that their house was so close to Little Kilton Grammar School, where both Andy Bell and Sal Singh had gone, where Pip would return for her final year in a few weeks, when the August pickled sun dipped into September. Pip stopped and rested her hand on the front gate, instantly braver than half the town's kids. Her eyes traced up the path to the front door. It might only look like a few feet, but there was a rumbling chasm between where she stood and over there. It was possible that this was a very bad idea. She had considered that the morning sun was hot, and she could already feel her knee pits growing sticky in her jeans. A bad idea or a bold idea? And yet history's greatest minds always advised bold over safe. Their words, good padding for even the worst ideas. Snubbing the chasm with the soles of her shoes, she walked up to the door, and pausing for just a second to check she was sure, knocked 3 times. Her tense reflection stared back at her. The long dark hair sundied a lighter brown at the tips. The pale face, despite a week just spent in the south of France. The sharp, muddy green eyes braced for impact. The door opened with the clatter of a falling chain and a double-locked click. "Hello," he said, holding the door half open, his hand folded over the side. Pip blinked to break her stare, but she couldn't help it. He looked so much like S.S. She knew from all those television reports and newspaper pictures. The S fading from her adolescent memory. Ravi had his brother's messy black sides, swept hair, thick arched eyebrows, and oaken-hued skin. "Hello?" he said again. Pips's put-on-the-spot charmer reflex kicked in too late. Her brain was busy processing that unlike S, he had a dimple in his chin just like hers, and he'd grown even taller since she last saw him. Sorry, hi." She did an awkward half-wave that she immediately regretted. Hi, Ravi," she said. You don't know me. I'm Pipper Fitzamobi. I was a couple of years below you at school before you left." "Okay. I was just wondering if I could borrow a jiffy of your time." "Well, not a jiffy. Did you know a jiffy is an actual measurement of time? It's 1/100th of a second. So, can you maybe spare a few sequential jiffies?" Oh, God, this is what happened when she was nervous or backed into a corner. She started spewing useless facts dressed up as bad jokes. And the other thing, nervous Pip turned 4 strokes more posh, abandoning middle class to grapple for a poor imitation of upper. When had she ever seriously said jiffy before? "What?" Ravi asked, looking confused. "Sorry, never mind," Pip said, recovering. "So, I'm doing my EPQ at school." "And what's EPQ?" "Extended Project Qualification. It's a project you work on independently, alongside A-levels. You can pick any topic you want." "Oh, I never got that far in school," he said. "Left as soon as I could." Well, I was wondering if you'd be willing to be interviewed for my project." "What's it about?" His dark eyebrows hugged closer to his eyes. It's about what happened 5 years ago." Ravi exhaled loudly, his lip curling up in what looked like pre-prung anger. "Why?" he said. "Because I don't think your brother did it, and I'm going to try to prove it. Production Log Entry 1, 1st of August, 2017. Interview with Ravi Singh booked in for Friday afternoon. Take prepared questions. Type up transcript of interview with Angela Johnson. The production log is intended to chart any obstacles you face in your research, your progress, and the aims of your final report. My production log will have to be a little different. I'm going to record all the research I do here, both relevant and irrelevant, because as yet, I don't really know what my final report will be. nor what will end up being relevant. I don't know what I'm aiming for. I will just have to wait and see what position I'm in at the end of my research, and what essay I can therefore bring together. This is starting to feel a little like a diary. I'm hoping it will not be the essay I proposed to Mrs. Morgan. I'm hoping it will be the truth. What really happened to Andy Bell on the 20th of April, 2012? And as my instincts tell me, if Sally Singh is not guilty, then who killed her? I don't think I will actually solve the case and discover the person who murdered Andy, but I'm not a police officer with access to a forensics lab, obviously. And I am also not deluded, but I'm hoping that my research will uncover facts and accounts that will lead to reasonable doubt about Sal's guilt and suggest that the police were mistaken in closing the case without digging further. So, my research methods will actually be interviewing those close to the case, obsessive social media stalking, and wild speculation. Don't let Mrs. Morgan see any of this. The first stage in this project, then, is to research what happened to Andrea Bell, known as Andy to everyone, and the circumstances surrounding her disappearance. This information will be taken from news articles and police press conferences from around that time. Write your references in now so you don't have to do it later. Copied and pasted from the first national news outlet to report on her disappearance. Andrea Bell, 17, was reported missing from her home in Little Kilton, Buckinghamshire, last Friday. She left home in her car, a black Peugeot 206, with her mobile phone, but did not take any clothes with her. Police say her disappearance is completely out of character. Police have been searching woodland near the family home over the weekend. Andrea, known as Andy, is described as white, 5 feet 6 inches tall, with long blonde hair. It is thought she was wearing dark jeans and a blue crop jumper on the night she went missing. After everything happened, later articles had more detail as to when Andy was last seen alive and the time window in which she is believed to have been abducted. Andy Bell was last seen alive by her younger sister Becca at around 10:30 p.m. on the 20th of April, 2012. This was corroborated by the police in a press conference on Tuesday, the 24th of April. CCTV footage taken from a security camera outside STN Bank on Little Kilton High Street confirms that Andy's car was seen driving away from her home at about 10:40 p.m. According to her parents, Jason and Dawn Bell, Andy was supposed to pick them up from a dinner party at 12:45 a.m. When Andy didn't show up or answer any of their phone calls, they started ringing her friends to see if anyone knew of her whereabouts. Jason Bell called the police to report his daughter missing at 3 a.m. Saturday morning. So whatever happened to Andy Bell that night happened between 10:40 p.m. and 12:45 a.m. Here seems a good place to type up the transcript from my telephone interviews yesterday with Angela Johnson. Phone interview with Angela Johnson from the Missing Persons Bureau. Hello. Hi. Is this Angela Johnson speaking? Yeah. Is this Pipper? Yes. Thank you so much for replying to my email. No problem. Do you mind if I record this interview so I can type it up later to use in my project? Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. I'm sorry. I've only got about 10 minutes to give you. So, what do you want to know about missing persons? Well, I was wondering if you could talk me through what happens when someone is reported missing. What's the process and the first steps taken by the police? So when someone rings 999 or 101 to report someone is missing, the police will try to get as much detail as possible so that they can identify the potential risks to the missing person and an appropriate police response can be made. Kinds of details they'll ask for in this first caller: name, age, description of the person, what clothes they were last seen wearing, circumstances of their disappearance. If going missing is out of character for this person, details of any vehicle involved. Using this information, the police will determine whether this is a high, low, or medium risk case, and what circumstances would make a case high risk. If they're vulnerable because their age or a disability, that would be high risk. If the behavior is out of character, then it's likely an indicator that they've been exposed to harm. So that would be high risk. So if the missing person is 17 years old and it is deemed out of character for her to go missing, would this be considered a high risk case? Oh, absolutely. If a minor is involved, so how would the police respond to a high risk case? Well, there would be immediate deployment of police officers to the location the person is missing from. The officer will have to acquire further details about the missing person, such as details of their friends or partners, any health conditions, their financial information in case they can be found when trying to withdraw money. They will also need a number of recent photographs of the person, and in a high risk case, they may take DNA samples in case they are needed in subsequent forensic examination. And with consent of the homeowners, the location will be searched thoroughly to see if the missing person is concealed or hiding there, and to establish whether there are any further evidential leads. That's the normal procedure. So immediately the police are looking for any clues or suggestions that the missing person has been the victim of a crime. Absolutely. If the circumstances of the disappearance are suspicious, officers are always told, if in doubt, think murder. Of course, only a very small percentage of missing person cases turn into homicide cases, but officers are instructed to document evidence early on as though they were investigating a homicide. And after the initial home address search, what happens if nothing significant turns up? They will expand the search to the immediate area. They might request telephone information. They'll question friends, neighbors, anyone who might have relevant information. If it is a young person, a teenager who's missing, a reporting parent cannot be assumed to know all of their child's friends and acquaintances. Their peers are a good port of call to establish other important contacts, any secret boyfriends, that sort of thing. And press strategy is usually discussed because appeals for information in the media can be very useful in these situations. So if it's a 17-year-old girl who's gone missing, the police would have contacted her friends and boyfriend quite early on. Yes, of course. Inquiries will be made, because if the missing person has run away, they're likely to be hiding out with a person close to them. And at what point in a missing person's case do police accept they are looking for a body? Well, time-wise, it's not, "Oh, Pipper, I have to go. Sorry, I've been called into my meeting." "Oh, okay, thanks so much for taking the time to talk to me. And if you have any more questions, just pop me an email, and I'll get to them when I can. Will do. Thanks again. Bye." I found these statistics online. 80% of missing people are found in the first 24 hours. 97% are found in the first week. 99% of cases are resolved in the first year. That leaves just 1%. 1% of people who disappear are never found. But there's another figure to consider. Just 0.25% of all missing person cases have a fatal outcome. And where does this leave Andy Bell? Floating incessantly, somewhere between 1% and 0.25%, fractionally increasing and decreasing in tiny decimal breaths. But by now, most people accept that she's dead, even though her body has never been recovered. And why is that? Sal Singh is why. Chapter 2. Hip's hands strayed from the keyboard, her index fingers hovering over the W and H as she strained to listen to the commotion downstairs. A crash, heavy footsteps, skidding claws, and unrestrained boyish giggles. In the next second, it all becomes clear. Joshua, why is the dog wearing one of my shirts? Came Victor's buoyant shout, the sound floating up through Pip's carpet. Pip snort laughed as she clicked save on her production log and closed the lid of her laptop. It was a time-honored daily crescendo from the moment her dad returned from work. He was never quiet. His whispers could be heard across the room. His whooping knee-slap laugh so loud it actually made people flinch. And every year, without fail, Pip woke to the sound of him tiptoeing the upstairs corridor to deliver Santa stockings on Christmas Eve. Her stepdad was the living adversary of subtlety. Downstairs, Pip found the scene mid-production. Joshua was running from room to room, from the kitchen to the hallway and into the living room on repeat, cackling as he went. Close behind was Barney, the golden retriever, wearing Pip's dad's loudest shirt, the blindingly green patented one he'd bought during their last trip to Nigeria. The dog skidded elatedly across the polished oak in the hall, excitement whistling through his teeth. And ringing up the rear was Victor, in his gray Hugo Boss three-piece suit, charging all 6½ feet of himself after the dog and the boy. His laugh in wild climbing scale bursts, their very own Aobi homemade Scooby-Doo montage. "Oh my God, I was trying to do homework," Pip said, smiling as she jumped back to avoid being mowed down by the convoy. Barney stopped for a moment to head-butt her shin, and then scar it off to jump on Dad and Josh as they collapsed together on the sofa. "Hello, Pickle," Victor said, patting the sofa beside him. "Hi, Dad. You were so quiet I didn't even know you were home." "My Pipsicle. You are too clever to recycle a joke." She sat down next to them, Josh and her dad's worn-out breaths making the sofa cushions swell and sink against the backs of her legs. Josh started excavating in his right nostril, and Dad batted his hand away. "How are your days, then?" he asked, setting Josh off on a graphic spiel about the football games he'd played earlier. Pip zoned out. She'd already heard it all in the car. When she picked Josh up from the club, she'd only been half listening, distracted by the way the replacement coach had stared bewilderingly at her lily-white skin when she'd pointed out which of the 9-year-olds was hers, and said, "I'm Josh's sister." She should have been used to it by now, the lingering looks, while people tried to work out the logistics of her family, the numbers and hedged words scribbled across their family tree. The giant Nigerian man was quite evidently her stepfather, and Joshua her half-brother. But Pip didn't like using those words, those cold technicalities. The people you love weren't algebra to be calculated, subtracted, or held at arm's length across a decimal point. Victor and Josh weren't just 3/8 hers, not just 40% family. They were fully hers. Her dad and her annoying little brother, her real father, the man that lent the fits to her name, died in a car accident when she was 10 months old. And though Pip sometimes nodded and smiled when her mom would ask whether she remembered the way her father hummed while he brushed his teeth, or how he'd laugh when Pip's second spoken word was poo, she didn't remember him. But sometimes remembering isn't for yourself. Sometimes you do it just to make someone else smile. Those lies were allowed. "And how's the project going, Pip?" Victor turned to her as he unbuttoned the shirt from the dog. "It's okay," she said. "I'm just looking at the background and typing up at the moment. I did go to see Ravi Singh this morning." "Oh, and he was busy, but he said I could go back on Friday." "I wouldn't," Josh said in a cautionary tone. "That's because you're a judgmental prepubescent boy who still thinks little people live inside traffic lights." Pip looked at him. "The Singhs haven't done anything wrong." Her dad stepped in. "Joshua, try to imagine if everyone judged you because of something your sister had done." All Pipper does is homework. Pip executed a perfect arm swing cushion lob into Josh's face. Victor held the boy's arms down as he squirmed to retaliate, tickling his ribs. "Why is Mom not back yet?" asked Pip, teasing the restrained Josh by floating her fluffy socked foot near his face. "She was going straight from work to Boozy Mom's book club," Dad said. "Meaning we can have pizza for dinner?" Pip asked. And suddenly, the friendly fire was forgotten, and she and Josh were in the same battalion again. He jumped up and hooked his arm through hers, looking imploringly at their dad. "Of course," Victor said, patting his backside with a grin. "How else am I to keep growing this junk in my trunk?" "Dads," Pip groaned, admonishing her past self, forever teaching him that phrase. Production Log Entry 2, 2nd of August, 2017. What happened next in the Andy Bell case is quite confusing to glean from the newspaper reports. There are gaps I will have to fill in with guesswork and rumors until the picture becomes clearer from any later interviews. Hopefully Ravi and Naomi, who was one of S's best friends, can assist with this. Using what Angela said, presumably after taking statements from the Bell family and thoroughly searching their residence, the police asked for details of Andy's friends. From some seriously historical Facebook stalking, it looks like Andy's best friends were two girls called Chloe Birch and Emma Hutton. I mean, here's my evidence. Comments from Emma Hutton, Chloe Birch, and Andy Bell on Andy Bell's Facebook post, dated 7th of April, 2012. Oh my God, Andy, you are literally incred. So BFFS. I wish I didn't have to be in pics with you. Give me your face. No thanks. Andy, can we take a nice one of the three of us at the next calamity? Need new profile. Smiley face. This post is from 2 weeks before Andy disappeared. It looks like neither Chloe nor Emma live in Little Kilton anymore. Maybe private message them and see if they'll do a phone interview. Chloe and Emma did a lot on that first weekend, 21st and 22nd, to help spread the Tempamis Valley Police's Twitter campaign. #FindAndy. I don't think it's too big of a leap to assume that the police contacted Chloe and Emma either on the Friday night or on the Saturday morning. What they said to the police, I don't know. Hopefully I can find out. We do know that police spoke to Andy's boyfriend at the time. His name was Sal S. Singh, and he was attending his final year at Kilton Grammar alongside Andy. At some point on the Saturday, the police contacted SDI. Richard Hawkins confirmed that officers had questioned Sally Singh on Saturday the 21st of April. They questioned him as to his whereabouts for the previous night, particularly the period of time in which it is believed Andy went missing. That night, Sal had been hanging out at his friend Max Hastings' house. He was with his 4 best friends, Naomi Ward, Jake Lawrence, Millie Simpson, and Max. Again, I need to check this with Naomi next week, but I think Sal told the police that he left Max's house at around 12:15 a.m. He walked home, and his father, Mohan Singh, confirmed that S returned home at approximately 12:50 a.m. Note the distance between Max's house, Tudor Lane, and Sal's Grove Place takes about 30 minutes to walk, says Google. The police confirmed Sal's alibi with his 4 friends over the weekend. Missing posters went up. House-to-house inquiries started on the Sunday. On the Monday, 100 volunteers helped the police carry out searches in the local woodland. I've seen the news footage. A whole ant line of people in the woods calling her name. Later in the day, forensic teams were spotted going into the Bell residence. And on the Tuesday, everything changed. I think chronologically is the best way to consider the events of that day and those that followed, even though we, as a town, learned the details out of order and jumbled. Mid-M morning, Naomi Ward, Max Hastings, Jake Lawrence, and Millie Simpson contacted the police from school and confessed to providing false information. They said that S had asked them to lie and that he actually left Max's house at around 10:30 p.m. on the night Andy disappeared. I don't know for sure what the correct police procedure would have been, but I'm guessing that at that point, S became the number 1 suspect, but they couldn't find him. S wasn't at school, and he wasn't at home. He wasn't answering his phone. It later transpired, however, that S had sent a text to his father that morning, though he was ignoring all other calls. The press would refer to this as a confession text. That Tuesday evening, one of the police teams searching for Andy found a body in the woods. It was S. He had killed himself. The press never reported the method by which Sal committed suicide, but by the power of high school rumor, I know, as did every other student at Kilton at the time. S walked into the woods near his home, took a load of sleeping pills, and placed a plastic bag over his head, secured by an elastic band around his neck. He suffocated while unconscious. At the police press conference later that night, no mention of S was made. The police only revealed that bit of information about CCTV imaging, placing Andy as driving away from her home at 10:40 p.m. On the Wednesday, Andy's car was found parked on a small residential road, Roma Close. It wasn't until the following Monday that a police spokeswoman revealed the following. I have an update on the Andy Bell investigation. As a result of recent intelligence and forensic information, we have strong reason to suspect that a young man named Sally Singh, aged 18, was involved in Andy's abduction and murder. The evidence would have been sufficient to arrest and charge the suspect had he not died before proceedings could be initiated. Police are not looking for anyone else in relation to Andy's disappearance at this time, but our search for Andy will continue unabated. Our thoughts go out to the Bell family and our deepest sympathies for the devastation this update has caused them. Their sufficient evidence was as follows. They found Andy's mobile phone on Sal's body. Forensic tests found traces of Andy's blood under the fingernails of his right, middle, and index fingers. Andy's blood was also discovered in the boot of her abandoned car. Sal's fingerprints were found around the dashboard and steering wheel alongside prints from Andy and the rest of the Bell family. The evidence, they said, would have been enough to charge S, and police would have hoped to secure a conviction in court, but S was dead. So there was no trial and no guilty conviction. No defense, either. In the following weeks, there were more searches of the woodland areas in and around Little Kilton. Searches using cadaver dogs, police divers in the river Kilbourne, but Andy's body was never found. The Andy Bell missing persons case was administratively closed in the middle of June 2012. A case may be administratively closed only if the supporting documentation contains sufficient evidence to charge had the offender not died before the investigation could be completed. The case may be reopened whenever new evidence or leads develop. Off to the cinema in 15 minutes. Another superhero film that Josh has emotionally blackmailed us to see. But there's just one final part to the background of the Andy Bell Saling case, and I'm on a roll. 18 months after Andy Bell's case was administratively closed, the police filed a report to the local coroner. In cases like this, it is up to the coroner to decide whether further investigation into the death is required based on their belief that the person is likely to be dead and that sufficient time has elapsed. The coroner will then apply to the Secretary of State for Justice under the Coroners Act, 1988, Section 15, for an inquest with no body. Where there is no body, an inquest will rely mostly on evidence provided by the police and whether the senior officers of the investigation believe the missing person is dead. An inquest is a legal inquiry into the medical cause and circumstances of death. It cannot blame individuals for the death or establish criminal liability on the part of any named individual. At the end of the inquest, January 2014, the coroner returned a verdict of unlawful killing, and Andy Bell's death certificate was issued. An unlawful killing verdict literally means the person was killed by an unlawful act, by someone, or more specifically. Death by murder, manslaughter, infanticide, or death by dangerous driving. This is where everything ends. Andy Bell has been legally declared dead, despite her body never having been found. Given the circumstances, we can presume that the unlawful killing verdict refers to murder. After Andy's inquest, a statement from the Crown Prosecution Service said the case against Sally Singh would have been based on circumstantial and forensic evidence. It is not for the CPS to state whether Sally Singh killed Andy Bell or not. That would have been a jury's job to decide. So even though there has never been a trial, even though no head juror has ever stood up, sweaty palmed and adrenaline pumped, and declared, "We, the jury, find the defendant guilty." Even though S never had the chance to defend himself, he is guilty. Not in the legal sense, but in all the other ways that truly matter. When you ask people in town what happened to Andy Bell, they'll tell you without hesitation. She was murdered by Sally Singh. No. Allegedly? No, might have. No, probably. No. Most likely he did it. They say Sal Singh killed Andy. But I'm just not so sure. Next log, possibly look at what the prosecution's case against S might have looked like if it went to court. Then start pecking away and putting holes in it. Chapter 3. It was an emergency. The text said an SOS emergency. Hip knew immediately that could only mean one thing. She grabbed the car keys, yelled a pre-unctor goodbye to Mom and Josh, and rushed out of the front door. She stopped by the shop on her way to buy a king-sized chocolate bar to help mend Lauren's king-sized broken heart. When she pulled up outside Lauren's house, she saw that Kara had had the exact same idea. Yet Kara's post-breakup first aid kit was more extensive than Pip's. She had also brought a box of tissues, crisps and dip, and a rainbow array of face mask packets. "Ready for this?" Pip asked Kara hip bumping her in greeting. Yep, well prepared for the tears. She held up the tissues, the corner of the box snagging on her curly ash-blonde hair. Pip untangled it for her, and then pressed the doorbell, both of them wincing at the scratchy mechanical song. Lauren's mom answered the door. Oh, the cavalry are here. She smiled. She's upstairs in her room. They found Lauren fully submerged in a duvet fort on the bed. The only sign of her existence was a spalley of ginger hair poking out of the bottom. It took a full minute of coaxing and chocolate bait to get her to surface. Firstly, Kara said, prizing Lauren's phone from her fingers, you're banned from looking at this for the next 24 hours. He did it by text. Lauren wailed, blowing her nose as an entire snot swamp was cannon shot into the woefully thin tissue. Boys are dicks. Thank God I don't have to deal with that, Kara said, putting her arm around Lauren and resting her sharp chin on her shoulder. Loss, you could do so much better than him. Yeah. Pip broke Lauren off another line of chocolate. Plus, Tom always says specifically when he means specifically. Kara clicked eagerly and pointed at Pip in agreement. Massive red flag, that was. I specifically think you're better off without him, said Pip. I Atlantically think so, too, added Kara. Lauren gave a wet snort of laughter, and Kara winked at Pip. An unspoken victory. They knew that working together, it wouldn't take them long to get Lauren laughing again. Thanks for coming, guys, Lauren said tearfully. I didn't know if you would. I've probably neglected you for half a year to hang out with Tom. And now I'll be third, wheeling two best friends. You're talking crap, Kara said. We are all best friends, aren't we? Yeah, Pip nodded. Us and those three boys we deign to share in our delightful company. The others laughed. The boys, Ant, Zach, and Connor, were all currently away on summer holidays. But of her friends, Pip had known Kara the longest. And yes, they were closer. An unsaid thing. They'd been inseparable ever since 6-year-old Kara had hugged a small, friendless Pip and asked, Do you like bunnies too? They were each other's crutch to lean on when life got too much to carry alone. Pip, though only 10 at the time, had helped support Kara through her mom's diagnosis and death. And she'd been her constant 2 years ago, as a steady smile and a phone call, into the small hours when Kara came out. Kara's wasn't the face of a best friend. It was the face of a sister. It was home. Carr's family were Pip's second. Elliot, or Mr. Ward, as she had to call him at school, was her history teacher, as well as tertiary father figure behind Victor and the ghost of her first dad. Pip was at the Ward house so often she had her own named mug and pair of slippers to match Kara's and her big sister, Naomi's. Right, Kara lunged for the TV remote. Rom-coms or films where boys get violently murdered. It took roughly 1.5 soppy films from the Netflix backlog for Lauren to wade through denial and extend a cautionary toe towards the acceptance stage. I should get a haircut, she said. That's what you're supposed to do. I've always said you'd look good with short hair, said Kara. And do you think I should get my nose pierced? Oh, yeah. Kara nodded. I don't see the logic in putting a nose hole in your nose hole, said Pip. Another fabulous Pip quotation for the books. Kara feigned writing it down in midair. What was the one that cracked me up the other day? The sausage one. Pip sighed. Oh, yeah. Kara snorted. So, Lo, I was asking Pip which pajamas she wanted to wear, and she just casually says, It's sausage to me. And then didn't realize Why, that might be a strange answer to my question. It's not that strange, said Pip. My grandparents from my first dad are German. It's sausage, to me, is an everyday German saying. It just means I don't care. Or, you've got a sausage fixation. Lauren laughed. Says the daughter of a porn star. Pip quipped. Oh my God. How many times? He only did one nude photo shoot in the 80s. That's it. So on the boys from this decade, Kara said, prodding Pip on the shoulder. Did you go and see Ravi Singh yet? Questionable segue. And yes, but I'm going back to interview him tomorrow. I can't believe you've already started your EPQ, Lauren said with a mock dying swan dive back onto the bed. I want to change my title already. Famines are too depressing. I imagine you'll be wanting to interview Naomi sometime soon. Kara looked pointedly at Pip. Certainly. Can you please warn her I may be coming around next week with my voice recorder app and a pencil? Yeah, Kara said, then hesitated. She'll agree to it and everything, but can you go easy on her? She still gets really upset about it sometimes. I mean, he was one of her best friends. In fact, probably her best friend? Yeah, of course. Pip smiled. What do you think I'm going to do? Pin her down and beat responses out of her. Is that your tactic for Rabbi tomorrow? I think not. Lauren sat up then, with a snot-sucking sniff so loud it made Kara visibly flinch. Are you going to his house then? She asked. Yeah. Oh, but what are people going to think if they see you going into Ravi Singh's house? It's sausage to me. Production log entry 3, 3rd of August, 2017. I'm biased. Of course I am. Every time I reread the details from the last 2 logs, I can't help but hosting imaginary courtroom dramas in my head. I'm a swaggering defense attorney, jumping up to object. I shuffle my notes and wink at S when the prosecution falls into my trap. I run up and slap the judge's bench, yelling, Your Honor, he didn't do it, because for reasons I don't even quite know how to explain to myself, I want Saul Singh to be innocent. Reasons carried with me since I was 12 years old. Inconsistencies that have nagged at me these past 5 years, but I do have to be aware of confirmation bias. So, I thought it would be a good idea to interview someone who is utterly convinced of S's guilt. Stanley Forbes, a journalist at the Kilton Mail, just responded to my email saying I could ring any time today. He covered a lot of the Andy Bell case in the local press and was even present at the coroner's inquest. To be honest, I think he's a crappy journalist, and I'm pretty sure the Singhs could sue him for defamation and Lyle about a dozen times over. Oh boy. Phone interview with Stanley Forbes from the Kilton Mail newspaper. Yeah. Hi, Stanley. This is Pipper. We were emailing earlier. Yep. I know you wanted to pick my brains about the Andy Bell Singh case, right? Yes, that's right. Well, shoot. Okay. Thanks. So, firstly, you attended Andy's coroner inquest, didn't you? Sure did, kid. As the national press didn't elaborate much further than reporting the verdict in the CPS's later statement, I was wondering if you could tell me what kind of evidence was presented to the coroner by the police. A whole bunch of stuff, right? Could you tell me some of the specific points they made? So, the main investigator on Andy's case outlined the details of her disappearance, the times, and so on. And then he moved on to the evidence that linked Syl to her murder. They made a big deal about the blood in the boot of her car. They said this suggested that she was murdered somewhere, and her body was put in the boot to be transported to wherever she was disposed of. In the closing remarks, the coroner said something like, It seems clear that Andy was the victim of a sexually motivated murder, and considerable efforts were made to dispose of her body. And did D.I. Richard Hawkins or any other officer provide a timeline of what they believed were the events of that night and how S allegedly killed her? Yeah, I do kind of remember that. Andy left home in her car, and at some point on Sill's walk home, he intercepted her. With either him or her driving, he took her to a secluded place and murdered her. He hid her body in the boot and then drove somewhere to hide or dispose of her body, mind you. Well enough so that hasn't been found in 5 years. Must have been a pretty big hole. And then he ditched the car on that road where it was found, Roma Close, I think it was, and he walked home. So, because of the blood in the boot, the police believed that Andy was killed somewhere and then hidden in a different location. Yep. Okay, in a lot of your articles about the case, you refer to S as a killer, a murderer, and even a monster. You are aware that without a conviction, you are supposed to use the word allegedly when reporting crime stories. Not sure I need a child to tell me how to do my job. Anyway, it's obvious that he did it, and everyone knows it. He killed her, and the guilt drove him to suicide. Okay. So, for what reasons are you convinced of Sal's guilt? Almost too many to list. Evidence aside, he was the boyfriend, right? And he's always the boyfriend, or the ex-boyfriend. Not only that, Sill was Indian. S was actually born and raised in Britain, though it is notable that you refer to him as Indian in all of your articles. Well, the same thing, he was of Indian heritage. And why is that relevant? I'm not like an expert or anything, but they have different ways of life to us, don't they? They don't treat women quite like we do. Their women are like their possessions. So I'm guessing maybe Andy decided she didn't want to be with him or something, and he killed her in a rage because in his eyes she belonged to him. Wow. You honestly, Stanley, I'm pretty surprised you haven't been sued for defamation. That's because everyone knows what I'm saying is true. Actually, I don't. I think it's very irresponsible to label someone a murderer without using suspected or allegedly when there's been no trial or conviction or calling Sal a monster. Speaking of word use, it's interesting to compare your recent reporting of the slow strangler. He murdered 5 people and pleaded guilty in court. Yet in your headline, you referred to him as a lovesick young man. Is that because he's white? That's got nothing to do with Sill's case. I just call it how it is. You need to chill. He's dead. Why does it matter if people call him a murderer? It can't hurt him because his family aren't dead. It's starting to sound like you actually think he's innocent against all the expertise of senior police officers. I just think there are certain gaps and inconsistencies in the supposed case against Sam. Yeah, maybe if the kid hadn't offed himself before getting arrested, we would have been able to fill the gaps. Well, that was insensitive. Well, it was insensitive of him to kill his pretty blonde girlfriend and hide her remains allegedly. You want more proof that that kid was a killer fangirl? We weren't allowed to print it, but my source in the police said they found a death threat note in Andy's school locker. He threatened her, and then he did it. Do you really still think he can be innocent? Yes, I do. And I think you're a racist, intolerant, mindless bottom feeder. Yeah. So I don't think Stanley and I are going to be best friends. However, his interview has given me 2 bits of information I didn't have before. The first is that police believe Andy was killed somewhere before being put in the boot of her car and driven to a second location to be disposed of. The second bit of intel Lovely Stanley gave me is this death threat. I have not seen it mentioned in any articles or in any of the police statements. There must be a reason. Maybe the police didn't think it was relevant, or maybe they couldn't prove it was linked to S, or maybe Stanley made it up. In any case, it's worth remembering when I interview Andy's friends later on. So, now that I sort of know what the police's version of events were for that night, and what the prosecution's case might have looked like, it's time for a murder map to be labeled additional material number 1 after dinner, because Mom's going to call up in about 3-2. Yeah, my map is so professional looking, but it does help to visualize the police's version of events. I had to make a couple of assumptions when creating it. The first is that there are several ways to walk from Max's to Sal's. I picked the one that heads back through the high street because Google said it was the quickest, and I'm presuming most people prefer to walk on well-lit streets at night. It also provides a good intercept point somewhere along Wall Road where Andy potentially pulled over and S got in the car. Thinking like a detective, there are actually some quiet residential roads and a farm on Wyville Road. These quiet, secluded places circled could potentially be the site of the murder, according to the police's narrative. I didn't bother guessing where Andy's body was disposed of because, like the rest of the world, I have no clue at all where that is. But given that it takes about 18 minutes to walk from where the car was dumped on Roma Close back to Sal's house in Grove Place, I have to presume he'd have been back in the vicinity of Wyville Road around 12:20 a.m. So if the Andy and S intercept happened at around 10:45 p.m., this would have given S 1 hour and 35 minutes to murder her and hide the body. I mean, time-wise, that seems perfectly reasonable to me. It's possible. But there are already a dozen why and how questions elbowing their way in. Andy and S both leave where they are at around 10:30 p.m. So, they must have planned to meet up, right? It seems too coincidental for them not to have communicated and planned it. The thing is, the police have never once mentioned a phone call or any texts between Andy and S that would account as a meet-up arrangement. And if they planned this together at school, for example, where there would be no record of the conversation, why didn't they just agree that Andy would pick Sal up from Max's house? It seems weird to me. I'm rambling. It's 2 a.m., and I just ate half a Toulon. That's why Chapter 4. There was a song in her, a sickly beat, troubling the skin on her wrists and neck, a crackling chord as she cleared her throat, and the jagged trill of her breath. Next, the terrible realization that once she noticed her breathing, she couldn't, for the life of her, unnotice it. She stood before the front door and willed it open. Every second grew syrupy and thick as the door stared her down, the minutes unrolling themselves into forever. How long had it been since she knocked? When Pip could stand it no longer, she picked the sweating Tupperware of fresh muffins out from under her arm and turned to walk away. The ghost house was closed to visitors today, and the disappointment burned. Only a few steps away, she heard the sound of scraping and clicking, and turned back to see Ravi sing in the doorway, his hair ruffled and his face drawing tight in confusion. "Oh," Pip said in a high-pitched voice that wasn't her own. "Sorry, I thought you'd told me to come back Friday. Today's Friday." Yeah, I did, Ravi said, scratching his head with his eyes, somewhere around Pip's ankles. But honestly, though, I thought you were just taking the piss. A prank. I wasn't expecting you to actually come back. That's, unfortunate. Pip tried her best to not look hurt. No prank, I promise. I'm serious. Yeah, you seem like the serious type. The back of his head must have been exceptionally itchy. Or maybe Ravi Singh's itchy head was the equivalent of Pip's useless facts. Armor and shield when the knight inside was squirming. I'm irrationally serious. Pip smiled, holding the Tupperware box out to him. And I made muffins, like bribery muffins. That's what the recipe said. Yeah. Ravi's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile. Pip only then appreciated how hard his life must be in this town. The specter of his dead brother reflected in his own face. It was no wonder smiling was hard for him. So I can come in, Pip said, tucking up her bottom lip and overstretching her eyes in her best pleading expression. The one her dad said made her look constipated. Yes, fine, he said after an almost devastating pause. Only if you stop making that face. He stepped back to let her in the house. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Pip said quickly, and tripped over the front step in her eagerness. Raising an eyebrow, Ravi shut the door and asked if she'd like a cup of tea. Yes, please. Pip stood awkwardly in the hallway, trying to take up as little space as possible. Black, please. I've never trusted someone who takes their tea black. He gestured for her to follow him through to the kitchen. The room was wide and exceptionally bright. The outside wall was one giant panel of sliding glass doors that opened into a long garden, exploding with the blush of summer and fairy tale winding vines. How do you take it, then? Pip asked, resting her rucksack down on one of the dining chairs. Milk till it's white, and 3 sugars, he said over the sputtering inferno sounds of the kettle. 3 sugars? 3. I know. Clearly, I'm not sweet enough already. Dip watched Rabbi clatter around the kitchen, the boiling kettle, excusing the silence between them. He dug through an almost empty jar of tea bags, tapping his fingers on the side as he went about pouring and sugaring and milking. The nervous energy was contagious, and Pip's heart quickened to match his tapping fingers. He brought the 2 mugs over, holding Pip's by the scorching base so she could take it by the handle. Her mug was adorned with a cartoon smile and the caption, "When's the best time to visit the dentist?" Toth Hurdy. Your parents aren't in? She asked, setting the mug down on the table. Nope. He took a sip, and Pip noted thankfully that he wasn't a slurper. And if they were, you wouldn't be. We try not to talk about S too much. It upsets Mom. It upsets everyone. Actually, I can't even imagine, Pip said quietly. It didn't matter that 5 years had passed. This was still raw for Ravi. It was written all over his face. It's not just that he's gone. It's that, well, we're not allowed to grieve for him because of what happened. And if I were to say I miss my brother, it makes me some kind of monster. I don't think it does. Me neither. But I'm guessing you and I are in the minority there. Pip took a sip of her tea to fill the silence, but it was far too hot, and her eyes prickled and filled. Crying already? We haven't even got to the sad parts. Ravi's right eyebrow peeked up on his forehead. Ta, hot, Pip gasped, her tongue feeling fluffy and scorched. Let it cool down for a jiffy, or, 1/100th of a second. Hey, you remembered? How could I possibly forget that introduction of yours? So what questions did you want to ask me? Pip looked down at the phone in her lap and said, Firstly, do you mind if I record us so I can type it up accurately later? Sounds like a fun Friday night. I'll take that as you don't mind. Hip opened the zip on her metallic brass-cold rucksack and pulled out her bundle of notes. What are those? He pointed. Pre-prepared questions. She shuffled the papers to straighten the stack. Oh, wow. You're really into this, aren't you? He looked at her with an expression that quivered somewhere between quizzical and skeptical. Yep. Should I be nervous? Not yet, said Pip, fixing him with one last look before pressing the red record button. Production log entry 4, 4th of August, 2017. Interview with Ravi Singh. So, how old are you? Why? Just trying to get all the facts straight. Okay, Sergeant. I just turned 20. Oh my God. My laugh is atrocious on audio. I'm never laughing again. And S was 3 years older than you? Yes. Do you remember your brother acting strangely on Friday the 20th of April, 2012? Wow. Straight in there. No, not at all. We had an early dinner at like 7 before my dad dropped him at Max's, and he was just chatting along like normal cell. If he was secretly planning a murder, it wasn't at all obvious to us. He was chirpy, I'd say, was a good description. And what about when he returned from Max's? I'd already gone up to bed, but the next morning, I remember him being in a really good mood. S was always a morning person. He got up and made breakfast for us all, and it wasn't until just after that he got a phone call from one of Andy's friends. That's when we all found out she was missing. From that point, obviously, he wasn't chirpy anymore. He was worried. So neither Andy's parents nor the police rang him during Friday night. Not that I know of. Andy's parents didn't really know S. He'd never met them or been to their house. Andy usually came around here, or they hung out at school or parties. How long had they been together? Since just before Christmas. The year before. So about 4 months. S did have a couple of missed calls from one of Andy's best friends at like 2 a.m. that night. His phone was on silent, though, so he slept through them. So, what else happened on that Saturday? Well, after finding out Andy was missing, S literally sat on the phone, calling her every few minutes. It went to voicemail each time, but he figured if she'd pick up for anyone, it would be him. Wait, so S was calling Andy's phone? Yeah, like 1,000,000 times throughout that weekend. And on the Monday, too. Doesn't sound like the kind of thing you'd do if you knew you'd murdered the person and they would never pick up, especially if he had a phone hidden somewhere on him or in his room. An even better point. So, what else happened that day? My parents told him not to go to Andy's house because the police would be busy searching it. So, we just sat at home trying to call her. I asked him if he had any idea where she'd be, and he was stumped. He said something else I always remembered. He said that everything Andy did was deliberate, and maybe she'd run off on purpose to punish someone. Obviously, by the end of the weekend, he realized that probably wasn't the case. Who would Andy be wanting to punish him? I don't know. I didn't push it. I didn't know her well. She only came around a handful of times. I presume that someone S was talking about was Andy's dad, Jason Bell. Why? I just overheard some stuff when she was here. I figured she didn't have the best relationship with her dad. I can't remember anything specifically. PH. He says specifically, not specifically. Specifics are what we need. So, when did the police contact us? It was that Saturday afternoon. They called him and asked if they could come over for a chat. They arrived at like 3 or 4-ish. Me and my parents came into the kitchen to give them a bit of space. So, we didn't hear any of it, really. And did S tell you what they asked him a bit? He was a little freaked out. They recorded it, and the police recorded it. Is that normal? I don't know. You're the sergeant. They said it was routine, and just asked him questions about where he was that night, who he was with, and about his and Andy's relationship. And what was their relationship like? I'm his brother. I didn't really see that much of it. But, yeah, S liked her a lot. I mean, he seemed pretty chuffed. He was with the prettiest, most popular girl in the year. Andy always seemed to bring drama, though. What kind of drama? I don't know. I think she was just one of those people who thrives on it. Did your parents like her? Yeah, my parents were cool with her. She never gave them a reason not to be. And so, what else happened? After the police interviewed him, um, his friends came round in the evening, had to check if he was okay. And is that when he asked his friends to lie to the police and give him an alibi? I guess so. Why do you think he did that? I mean, I don't know. Maybe he was rattled after the police interview. Maybe he was scared he would be a suspect, so he tried to cover himself. I don't know. Presuming S's innocence. Do you have any idea where he could have been between leaving Max's at 10:30 and getting home at 12:50? No, because he also told us that he started walking home from Max's at like 12:15. I guess maybe he was alone somewhere, so he knew that if he told the truth, he'd have no alibi. It looks bad, doesn't it? I mean, lying to the police and asking his friends to as well does look bad for S. But it's not absolute proof that he had anything to do with Andy's death. So, what happened on the Sunday then? On the Sunday afternoon, me, S, and his friends volunteered to help up some missing posters, handing them out to people in town. On the Monday, I didn't see much of him at school, but it must have been pretty hard for him because all anyone was talking about was Andy's disappearance. I remember. Police were about 2. I saw them looking through Andy's locker. Yeah. So, that night he was a little down. He was quiet, but he was worried. That's what you'd expect. His girlfriend was missing. And the next day, you don't have to talk about the next day if you don't want to. It's okay. We walked into school together, and I went off to registration, leaving S behind in the car park. He wanted to sit outside for a minute. That was the last time I ever saw him. And all I said was, "See you later." I knew police were at the school. Rumor was that they were talking to Sal's friends. And it wasn't until Tybish that I saw my mom had been trying to ring me. So I went home, and my parents told me that the police really needed to speak to S, and had I seen him. I think officers had been searching his bedroom. I tried calling S too, but it just rang out. My dad showed me this text he got the last time they'd heard from S. Do you remember what it said? Yeah, it said it was me. I did it. I'm so sorry. And it was later that evening when the police came back. My parents went to answer the door, and I stayed in here listening. When they said they'd found a body in the woods, I was so sure for a second that it was Andy they were talking about. And I don't want to be insensitive, but the sleeping pills? Yeah, they were Dad's. He was taking phenobarbitals for his insomnia. He blamed himself afterwards. Doesn't take anything anymore. He just doesn't sleep much. And had you ever before thought that S could be suicidal? Never. Not once. S was literally the happiest person there was. He was always laughing and messing around. It's cheesy, but he was the kind of person that lit up a room when he walked into it. He was the best at everything he ever did. He was my parents' golden child, their straight A student. Now they're left with just me. And, sorry, but the biggest question then, do you think S killed Andy? No, I don't. I can't think that. It just doesn't make sense to me. Was one of the nicest people on the planet, you know? He never lost his temper. Ever. No matter how much I wound him up. He was never one of those boys that got in fights. He was the greatest big brother anyone could have, and he always came to my rescue when I needed it. He was the best person I ever knew. So, I have to say no, but then I don't know. The police seemed so sure, and the evidence, yeah, I know it looks bad for S, but I still can't believe he had it in him to do that. I understand. I think those are all the questions I need to ask for now. So, Peppa, you can call me Pip. Pip, then. You said this is for a school project. It is. But why? Why did you choose this? Okay. Maybe you don't believe S did it, but why would you want to prove it? What's it to you? No one else in this town has trouble believing my brother was a monster. They've all moved on. My best friend Kara, she's Naomi Ward's sister. Oh, Naomi. Well, she was always nice to me. Always over at our house following S around like a puppy. She was 100% in love with him. Oh, really? I always thought so. The way she laughed at everything he said, even the unfunny stuff. I don't think he felt the same way back, though. So, you're doing this for Naomi? I still don't get it. No, it's not that. What I meant was, I knew S. You did? Yeah. He was often over at the W's house when I was, too. One time, he let us watch a 15 film with them, even though Kara and I were only 12. It was a comedy, and I can still remember how much I laughed. Laughed until it hurt, even when I didn't quite get it because S's laugh was so contagious. High and giggly. Yeah, and when I was 10, he accidentally taught me my first swear word. By the way. And another time, he taught me how to flip pancakes because I was useless at it, but too stubborn to let someone do it for me. He was a good teacher. And when I was in my first year at school, these two boys were picking on me because my dad is Nigerian. And Sal saw he came over and just said very calmly, "When you two get expelled for bullying, the next grammar school is half an hour away, if you even get in. Starting from scratch at a completely new school. Think about it. They never picked on me again." And afterwards, Sal sat with me and gave me his Kit Kat to cheer me up. Since then, never mind. Hey, come on, share. I'll let you have your interview, even though your bribery muffins taste like cheese. Since then, he's always been a hero to me. I just can't believe he did it. Production log entry 8th of August, 2017. I've just spent 2 hours researching this. I think I can send a request to the Tempames Valley Police for a copy of Sal's police interview under the Freedom of Information Act. There are certain exemptions to disclosing information under the FOIA, like if the requested material relates to an ongoing investigation, or if it would infringe on data protection laws by divulging personal information about living people. But Sal is dead, so surely they'd have no reason to withhold his interview. I may as well see if I can access other police records from the Andy Bell investigation, too. On another note, I can't get these things Ravi said about Jason Bell out of my head. That S first thought Andy had run away to punish someone, and that her relationship with her father was strained. Jason and Dawn Bell got divorced not long after Andy's death certificate was issued. This is common Little Kilton knowledge, but I corroborated it with a quick Facebook investigation. Jason moved away and is now living in a town about 15 minutes from here. It wasn't long after their divorce that he starts appearing in pictures with a pretty blonde lady who looks a little too young for him. It appears they are married now. I've been on YouTube watching hours and hours of footage from the early press conferences after Andy went missing. I can't believe I never noticed it before. But there's something a bit off about Jason. The way he squeezes his wife's arm, just a little too hard, when she starts crying about Andy. The way he shifts his shoulder in front of her so he can push her back from the microphone when he decides she's said enough. The voice breaks that sound a little forced when he says, "Andy, we love you so much, and please come home. You won't be in trouble." The way Becca, Andy's sister, shrinks under his gaze. I know this isn't very objective detective of me, but there's something in his eyes, a coldness that concerns me. And then I noticed the big thing on the Monday, 23rd April evening press conference. Jason Bell says this: "We just want our girl back. We are completely broken and don't know what to do with ourselves. If you know where she is, please tell her to call home so we know she's safe. Andy was such a huge presence in our home. It's too quiet without her." Yeah, he said was. Was past tense. This was before any of the Sal stuff had happened. Everyone thought Andy was still alive at this point, but Jason Bell said was. Was this just an innocent mistake? Or was he using the past tense because he already knew his daughter was dead? Did Jason Bell slip up? From what I can tell, Jason and Dawn were at a dinner party that night, and Andy was supposed to pick them up. Could he have left the party at some point? And if not, even if he has a solid alibi, that doesn't mean he can't somehow be involved in Andy's disappearance. If I'm creating a persons of interest list, I think Jason Bell is going to have to be the first entry. Chapter 5. Something felt a little off, like the air in the room was stale, and slowly thickening and thickening until she was breathing it down in giant gelatinous clots. In all her years of knowing Naomi, it had never felt quite like this. Pip gave Naomi a reassuring smile and made a passing joke about the amount of Barney dog fluff attached to her leggings. Naomi smiled weakly, running her hands through her flicky ombre blonde hair. They were sitting in Elliot Ward's study, Pip on the swiving desk chair, and Naomi across from her, in the ox blood leather armchair. Naomi wasn't looking at Pip. She was staring instead at the 3 paintings on the far wall. 3 giant canvases of the family immortalized forever, in rainbow-tinted strokes. Her parents walking in the autumn woods. Elliot drinking from a steaming mug, and a young Naomi and Kara on a swing. Their mom had painted them when she was dying, a final mark upon the world. Hip knew how important these paintings were to the Wards. Now they looked to them in their happiest and saddest times, though she remembered there used to be a couple more displayed in here too. Maybe Elliot was keeping them in storage to give the girls when they grow up and moved out. Pip knew Naomi had been going to therapy since her mom died 7 years ago, and that she had managed to wade through her anxiety neck just above the water to graduate from university. But a few months ago, she had a panic attack at her new job in London, and quit to move back in with her dad and sister. Naomi was fragile, and Pip was trying her hardest not to tread on any cracks. In the corner of her eye, she could see the ever-scrolling timer on her voice recorder app. "So, can you tell me what you were doing at Max's that night?" she said gently. Naomi shifted, eyes moving down to circle her knees. We were just like drinking, talking, playing some Xbox, nothing too exciting, and taking pictures. There are a few on Facebook from that night. Yeah, taking silly pictures. Just messing around, really," Naomi said. "There aren't any pictures of S from that night, though." "No." "Well, I guess he left before we started taking them." "And was S acting strangely before he left?" said Pip. No, I don't think he was, really." "Did he talk about Andy at all?" Yeah, maybe a bit." Naomi shuffled in her seat, and the leather made a loud rumbling sound as she unstuck herself from it. Something Pip's little brother would have found very funny, and under other circumstances, she might have too. "What did he say about her?" Pip asked. Naomi paused for a moment, picking at a ripped cuticle by her thumb. I think maybe they were having a disagreement. Said he wasn't going to talk to her for a bit." "Why?" "I don't remember specifically, but she was a bit of a nightmare. She was always trying to pick fights with S over the smallest things. S preferred to give her the silent treatment rather than argue." "What kind of things were these fights about?" "Like the stupidest things, like him not texting her back quick enough. Things like that. I never said it to him, but I always thought Andy was trouble. If I had said something, I don't know. Maybe everything would have turned out differently." Looking at Naomi's downcast face, at the telling tremble of her upper lip, Pip knew she needed to bring them up from this particular rabbit hole before Naomi closed up entirely. Had Sal said at any point in the evening that he would be leaving early? No, he didn't. "And what time did he leave Max's?" "We're pretty sure it was close to 10:30. "And did he say anything before he left?" Naomi shuffled and closed her eyes for a moment. The lids pressed so tightly that Pip could see them vibrating even from across the room. "Yeah," she said. "He just said that he wasn't really feeling it and was going to walk home and get an early night." "And what time did you leave Max's?" "I didn't. Me and Millie stayed over in the spare room. Dad came and got me in the morning." "What time did you go up to bed?" I think it was a bit before 12. Not sure, really." There was a sudden triad of knocks on the study door, and Kara poked her head in, squeaking when her messy top knot got caught on the frame. "Bugger off." "I'm recording," Pip said. "Sorry, emergency." "2 secs," Kara said, lingering as a floating head. "Nay, where the hell have all those jammy Dodger biscuits gone?" "I don't know. I literally saw Dad unpack a full packet yesterday." "Where have they gone?" "I don't know. Ask him. He's not back yet." "Kara," Pip said, raising her eyebrows. "Yep." "Sorry, buggering off," she said, unhooking her hair and closing the door behind her again. Okay," Pip said, trying to recover their lost tangent. "So, when did you first hear that Andy was missing?" "I think S texted me Saturday, maybe late morningish." "And what were your initial thoughts about where she might be?" "I don't know." Naomi shrugged. Pip wasn't sure she'd ever seen her shrug before. Andy was the kind of girl who knew lots of people. "I guess I thought she was hanging with some other friends we didn't know, not wanting to be found." Pip took a preparatory deep breath, glancing at her notes. She needed to handle the next question carefully. "Can you tell me about when S asked you to lie to the police about what time he left Max's?" Naomi tried to speak, but she couldn't seem to find the words. A strange underwater silence mushroomed in the small space. Hip's ears rang with the weight of it. Naomi said finally, her voice breaking a little. We went around on Saturday evening to see how he was doing, and we were talking about what happened, and Sal said he was nervous because the police had already been asking him questions, and because he was her boyfriend, he thought he was going to be a target. So he just said, "Did we mind saying he left Max's a little later than he did? Like 12-ish, so the police would stop looking at him and actually concentrate on finding Andy." It didn't seem wrong to me at the time. I just thought he was trying to be sensible and help get Andy back quicker. And did he tell you where he was between 10:30 and 12:50? I can't remember. No, maybe he didn't. Didn't you ask? Didn't you want to know? I can't really remember, Pip. Sorry, she sniffed. That's okay. Pip realized she'd leant right forward with her last question. She shuffled her notes and sat back again. So, the police called you on the Sunday, didn't they? And you told them that S left Max's at 12:15. Yeah. So, why did you four change your mind and decide to tell the police on Tuesday about Sal's false alibi? Are you? I think it's because we'd had some time to think about it, and we knew we could get in trouble for lying. None of us thought S was involved in what happened to Andy, so we didn't see the problem in telling the police the truth. Had you discussed with the other three that that's what you were going to do? Yeah, we called each other that Monday night and agreed. But you didn't tell S that you were going to talk to the police. She said, her hands racing through her hair again. No, we didn't want him to be upset with us. Okay, last question. Pip watched as Naomi's face ironed out with evident relief. Do you think S killed Andy that night? Not the S I knew, she said. He was the best, the nicest person, always cheeky and making people laugh. Andy was so nice to Andy, too, even though she maybe didn't deserve it. So, I don't know what happened or if he did it, but I don't want to believe he did. Okay, done. Pip smiled, pressing the stop button on her phone. Thanks so much for doing that, Naomi. I know it's not easy. That's okay. She nodded and stood up from the chair, the leather squeaking against her legs. Wait, one more thing. Pip said, Are Max, Jake, and Millie around to be interviewed? Oh, Millie's off the grid traveling around Australia, and Jake's living with his girlfriend down in Devon. They just had a baby. Max is in Kilton, though. He just finished his master's and is back applying for jobs like me. Do you think he'd mind giving me a short interview? Hip said, I'll give you his number, and you can ask him. Naomi held the study door open for her. In the kitchen, they found Kara trying to fit 2 pieces of toast in her mouth simultaneously, and had just returned Elliot in an eyesore pastel yellow shirt wiping down the kitchen surfaces. He turned when he heard them come in, the ceiling lights picking up small wisps of gray in his brown hair and flashing across his thick-rimmed glasses. You done, girls? He smiled kindly. Excellent timing. I've just popped the kettle on. Production log entry 7, 12th of August, 2017. Just got back from Max Hastings's house. It feels strange being there, like walking through some kind of crime scene reconstruction. It looks just the same as it does in those Facebook photos Naomi and Co. took of that fateful night 5 years ago. The night that forever changed this town. Max still looks the same, too. Tall, blonde, floppy hair, mouth slightly too wide for his angular face, somewhat pretentious. He said he remembered me, though, which was nice. After speaking to him, I don't know. I can't help but think something's going on here. Either one of S's friends is misremembering about that night, or one of them is lying. But why? Interview with Max Hastings. All right, recording. So Max, you're 23, right? Wrong. Actually, I'm 25 in about a month. Oh yeah. When I was 7, I had leukemia and missed lots of school, so I got held back a year. I know. I'm a miracle boy. I had no idea. You can have my autograph later. Okay. So, jumping straight in, can you describe what Sal and Andy's relationship was like? It was fine. It wasn't like the romance of the century or anything, but they both thought the other was good-looking, so I guess it worked. There wasn't more depth to it. Don't know. I never really paid attention to high school romances. So, how did their relationship start? They just got drunk and hooked up at a party at Christmas. It carried on from there. Was that what are they called? Oh, a calamity party. Holy. I forgot we used to call our house parties calamities. You know about those? Yeah, people at school still throw them. Tradition, apparently. Legend is that you were the originator? What? Kids are still throwing messy house parties and calling them calamities. That's so cool. I feel like a god. Do they still do the next host triathlon bit? I've never been. Anyway, did you know Andy before she started a relationship with S? Yeah. Bit from school and calamities. We sometimes spoke. Yeah. But we weren't ever like friends. I didn't really know her. Like an acquaintance. Okay. So, on Friday the 20th of April, when everyone was at your house, do you remember if S was acting strangely? Not really. Maybe a little quiet, if anything. Did you wonder why at the time? Nope. I was pretty drunk. And that night, did S talk about Andy at all? No. He didn't mention her once. He didn't say they were having a disagreement at the time, or no, he just didn't bring her up. How well do you remember that night? I remember all of it. Spent most of it playing Jake and Millie on Call of Duty. I remember because Millie was going on about equality and stuff, and then she didn't win once. This was after S left. Yeah, he left really early. Where was Naomi when you were playing video games? Mia missing. She wasn't there. No. She went upstairs for a while by herself. Doing what? I don't know. Taking a nap. Taking a dump. Knows. For how long? I don't remember. Okay. And when S left, what did he say? He didn't really. He just slipped out quietly. I didn't really notice him going at the time. So, the next this evening, after you'd all learned that Andy was missing, you went round to see S? Yeah, 'cause we figured he would be pretty bummed out. And how did he ask you all to lie and give him an alibi? He just came out and said it. Said it was looking bad for him and asked if we could help out and just change the times a bit. It wasn't a biggie. He didn't phrase it like, give me an alibi. That's not how it was. It was just a favor for a friend. Do you think S killed Andy? He had to have done it, didn't he? I mean, if you're asking if I thought my friend was capable of murder, the answer would be no way. He was like this sweet little agony aunt. But he did it because, the blood and stuff. And the only way that S would ever kill himself, I think, is if he'd done something really bad. So, it all fits, unfortunately. Okay, thanks. Those are all my questions. There are some inconsistencies between their two versions of events. Naomi said that S did talk about Andy and told all his friends they were having a disagreement. Max says he didn't mention her once. Naomi says S told everyone that he was heading home early because he wasn't feeling it. Max says he slipped out quietly. Of course, I am asking them to remember a night over 5 years ago. Certain lapses in memory are to be expected. But then there's this thing Max said that Naomi was MIA. Though he didn't remember how long Naomi was gone for. He had just before indicated that he spent most of the night with Millie and Jake. And for that particular activity, Naomi wasn't there. Let's just say, I can infer that she was upstairs for at least an hour. But why? Why would she be upstairs, alone at Max's house, instead of with her friends? Unless Max just accidentally told me that Naomi left the house for a period of time that night, and he's trying to cover for her. I can't believe I'm actually going to type this, but I'm starting to suspect that Naomi could have had something to do with Andy. I've known her 11 years. I've lived almost my whole life looking up to her as a big sister, so I might learn how to be one too. Naomi is kind, the sort of person who'd give you an encouraging smile when you're mid-story and everyone else has stopped listening. She's mild-tempered. She's delicate, calm. But could she be unstable? Is it in her to be violent? I don't know. I'm getting ahead of myself. But there's also what Ravi said, that he thought Naomi was in love with his brother. It's pretty clear from her answers, too, that she didn't particularly like Andy in her interview. It was just so awkward, so tense. I know I was asking her to relive some bad memories, but the same goes for Max. And his was a breeze. Then again, was Max's interview too easy? Was he just a bit too aloof? I don't know what to think, but I can't help it. My imagination just threw off its leash and stuck its middle finger up at me. I'm now picturing a scene. Naomi kills Andy in a jealous rage. S stumbles across the scene confounded and distraught. His best friend has killed his girlfriend, but he still cares for Naomi. So, he helps her dispose of Andy's body, and they agree to never speak of it. But he can't hide from the terrible guilt of what he helped conceal. The only escape he can think of is death. Or maybe I'm making something out of a nothing. Most likely. Either way, I think she has to go on the list. I need a break. Persons of interest. Jason Bell, Naomi Ward. Chapter 6. Okay, so now we just need frozen peas, tomatoes, and thread, Pip's mom said, holding the shopping list out at arm's length so she could decipher Victor's scribbles. That says bread, said Pip. Oh, yes, you're right, Leanne giggled. That could have made for some interesting sandwiches this week. Glasses. Hip pulled a packaged loaf off the shelf and chucked it in the basket. Nope, I'm not admitting defeat yet. Glasses make me look old, Leanne said, opening the freezer section. That's okay. You are old, said Pip, for which she received a cold whack on the arm with a bag of frozen peas. As she dramatically feigned her demise to the fatal pea wound, she caught sight of him watching her, dressed in a white t-shirt and jeans, laughing quietly into the back of his hand. Ravi, she said, crossing the aisle over to him. Hi. Hi. He smiled, scratching the back of his head just as she thought he might. I've never seen you in here before. Here was Little Kilton's only supermarket, pocket-sized and tucked in by the train station. Yeah, we usually shop out of town, he said. But milk emergency. He held up a Vatis bottle of Semikin Med. Well, if only you had your tea black. I'll never cross to the dark side, he said, looking up as Pip's mom came over with her filled basket. He smiled at her. Oh, Mom, this is Ravi, Pip said. Ravi? My mom, Leanne. Nice to meet you, Ravi said, hugging the milk to his chest and stretching out his right hand. You too, Leanne said, shaking his offered palm. Actually, we've met before. I was the agent who sold your parents' house to them. Gosh, it must be 15 years ago. I remember you were about 5 at the time, and always wore a Pikachu onesie with a tutu. Ravi's cheeks glowed. Pip held in her nose, laugh until she saw that he was smiling. Can you believe that trend never caught on? He chuckled. Yeah, well, Bangoff's work was unappreciated in his own time as well, Pip said, as they all wandered over to the till. You go on ahead of us, Leanne said, gesturing to Ravi. We'll take much longer. Oh, really? Thanks. Ravi strode up to the till and gave the woman working there one of his perfect smiles. He placed the milk down and said, Just that, please. Pip watched the woman and saw the creases crawl through her skin as her face folded with disgust. She scanned the milk, staring at Ravi with cold and noxious eyes. Fortunate, really, that looks couldn't actually kill. Ravi was looking down at his feet like he hadn't noticed, but Pip knew he had. Something hot and primal stirred in Pip's gut, something that, in its infant stages, felt like nausea, but it kept swelling and boiling until it even reached her ears. 1148, the lady spat. Ravi pulled out a 5-pound note, but when he tried to give her the money, she shuddered and withdrew her hand sharply. The note fell in an autoautomal glide to the floor, and Pip ignited. Hey, she said loudly, marching over to stand beside Ravi. Do you have a problem? Pip, don't, Ravi said quietly. Excuse me, Leslie? Pip read out snidely from her name tag. I asked if you had a problem. Yeah. The woman said, I don't want him touching me. I think it's safe to say he doesn't want you touching him either, Leslie. Stupidity might be catching. I'm going to call my manager. Yeah, you do that. I'll give them a sneak peek of the complaint emails. I'll drown your head office in. Ravi put the 5-pound note down on the counter, picked up his milk, and strode silently towards the exit. Ravi Pip called, but he ignored her. Whoa! Pip's mom stepped forward now, hands up in the surrender position, as she came to stand between Pip and the reeling Leslie. Pip turned on her heels, trainers screaming against the over-polished floor. Just before she reached the door, she called back, Oh, but, Leslie, you should really see someone about getting that you removed from your face. Outside, she could see Ravi 30 feet away, pacing quickly down the hill. Pip, who didn't run for anything, ran to catch him. Are you okay? She said, stepping in front of him. Nope, he carried on round her, the giant milk bottle sloshing at his side. Did I do something wrong? Ravi turned, dark eyes flashing. He said, Look, I don't need some kid I hardly know fighting my battles for me. I'm not your problem, Peppa. Don't try to make me your problem. You're only going to make things worse. He kept walking, and Pip watched him go, until the shade from the cafe awning dimmed and took him away. Standing there breathing hard, she felt the rage retreat back into her gut, where it slowly simmered out. She was hollow when it left her. Production Log Entry 8, 18th of August, 2017. Let it never be said that Hippa Fitzamobi is not an opportunistic interviewer. I was at Kara's house again today with Lauren. The boys joined us later too, though they insisted the football be on in the background. Kara's dad, Elliot, was chattering on about something when I remembered. He knew S pretty well, not just as his daughter's friend, but as Sal's teacher. I've already got character assessments from S's friends and brother, his generational peers, I might say. But I thought maybe Kara's dad would have some further adult insights. Elliot agreed to it. I didn't give him much choice. Interview with Elliot Ward. So, for how many years had you taught Sal? Let's see. I started teaching at Kilton Grammar in 2009. Salil was in one of the first GCSE classes I took, so almost 3 full years, I think. Yeah. So S took history for GCSE and A level. Oh, not only that, S was hoping to study history at Oxford. I don't know if you remember, Pip, but before I started teaching at the school, I was an associate professor at Oxford. I taught history. I moved jobs so I could be around to take care of Isabel when she was sick. Oh, yeah. So actually, in the autumn term of that year, before everything happened, I spent a lot of time with Saul. I helped him with his personal statement before he sent his uni applications off. When he got his interview at Oxford, I helped him prepare for it, both in school and outside. He was such a bright kid. Brilliant. He got his offer from them, too. When Naomi told me, I bought him a card and some chocolate. So, S was very intelligent. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Very, very smart young man. It's such a tragedy what happened in the end. Such a waste of 2 young lives. S would have got a stars across the board. No question. Did you have a class with S on that Monday after Andy disappeared? Gosh, I think so, actually. Yes, because I remember talking to him after and asking if he was okay about everything. So yes, I must have done. And did you notice him acting strangely at all? Well, it depends on your definition of strange. The whole school was acting strangely that day. One of our students was missing, and it was all over the news. I suppose I remember him seeming quiet, maybe a bit tearful about the whole thing. Definitely seemed worried. Worried for Andy? Yes, possibly. And what about on the Tuesday, the day he killed himself? Do you remember seeing him at school that morning at any point? No, I didn't, because on that day I had to call him sick. I had a bug. So I dropped the girls off in the morning and had a day at home. I didn't know until the school rang me in the afternoon about this whole Naomi S. alibi thing, and that the police had interviewed them at school. So the last time I saw S would have been that Monday lesson time. And do you think S killed Andy? I mean, I can understand how easy it is to convince yourself he didn't. He was such a lovely kid. But considering the evidence, I don't see how he couldn't have done it. So, as wrong as it feels, I guess I think he must have. There's no other explanation. And what about Andy Bell? Did you teach her too? No. Yes, she was in the same GCSE history class as S, so I had her that year, but she didn't study history any further, so I'm afraid I didn't really know her that well. Okay, thanks. You can go back to peeling potatoes now. Thanks for your permission. Ravi hadn't mentioned that S had an offer from Oxford University. There might be more. He hasn't told me about S, but I'm not sure Ravi will ever speak to me again. Not after what happened a couple of days ago. I didn't mean to hurt him. I was trying to help. Maybe I should go around and apologize. He'll probably just slam the door on me. But anyway, I can't let that distract me. Not again. If S was so intelligent and Oxford bound, then why was the evidence that linked him to Andy's murder so obvious? So what if he didn't have an alibi for the time of Andy's disappearance? He was clever enough to have got away with it. That much is clear now. P.S. We were playing Monopoly with Naomi, and maybe I overreacted before. She's still on the persons of interest list, but a murderer. There's just no way. She refuses to put houses down on the board, even when she has the 2 dark blues, because she thinks it's too mean. I hotel up as soon as I can and laugh when others roll into my death trap. Even I have more of a killer's instinct than Naomi. Chapter 7. The next day, Pip was doing one final read-through of her information request to the Tempames Valley Police. Her room was sweltering and stagnant, the sun trapped and sulking in there with her, even though she'd pushed open the window to let it out. She heard distant knocking downstairs as she verbally approved her own email. Yep, good, and pressed the send button. The small click that began her 20-working-day wait. Hip hated waiting, and it was a Saturday, so she had to wait for the wait to begin. Hips came Victor's shout from downstairs. Front door for you. With each step down the stairs, the air became a little fresher. From her bedroom's first ring of hell heat into quite bearable warmth, she took the turn after the stairs as a sock skid across the oak, but stopped in her tracks when she saw Ravi sing outside the front door. He was being talked at enthusiastically by her dad. All the heat returned to her face. Hi, Pip said, walking towards them. But the fast tap-tap of claws on wood grew behind her as Barney barged past and got there first, launching his muzzle into Ravi's groin. No, Barney! Down! Pip shouted, rushing forward. Sorry, he's a bit friendly. That's no way to talk about your father, said Victor. Pip raised her eyebrows at him. Got it, got it, got it, he said, walking away and into the kitchen. Ravi bent down to stroke Barney, and Pip's ankles were fanned with the dog-tail breeze. How do you know where I live? Pip asked. I asked in the estate agents your mom works in. He straightened up. Seriously, your house is a palace. Well, the strange man who opened the door to you is a hotshot corporate lawyer, not a king. Only some days, she said. Pip noticed Ravi looking down, and though his lips twitched, trying to contain it, he broke into a big smile. That's when she remembered what she was wearing. Baggy denim dungarees over a white t-shirt with the words, "Talk nerdy to me," emblazed across her chest. So, what brings you here? She said. Her stomach lurched, and only then did she realize she was nervous. I'm here because I wanted to say sorry. He looked at her with his big, downturned eyes, his brows bunching over them. I got angry and said some things I shouldn't have. I don't really think you're just some kid. Sorry, it's okay, Hip said. I'm sorry, too. I didn't mean to step in and fight your battles for you. I just wanted to help. Just wanted her to know that what she did wasn't okay. But sometimes my mouth starts saying words without checking them with my brain first. Oh, I don't know about that. He said that, while our comment was pretty inspired. You heard? Feisty Pip was pretty loud. I've been told other kinds of Pip are pretty loud, too. School quiz Pip and grammar police Pip among them. So, are we okay? We're okay. He smiled and looked down at the dog again. Me and your human are okay. I was actually just about to head out on a dog walk. Do you want to come with? Yeah, sure, he said, ruffling Barney's ears. How could I say no to that handsome face? Hip almost said. Oh, please. You'll make me blush. But she bit it back. Okay, I'll just grab my shoes. Barney, stay. Pip scooted into the kitchen. The back door was open, and she could see her parents pottering around the flowers, and Josh, of course, playing with his football. I'm taking Barnes. See you in a bit. She called outside, and her mom waved a gardening-gloved hand to let her know she'd heard. Hip slipped on her, not allowed to be left in the kitchen. Trainers that were left in the kitchen, and grabbed the dog lead on her way back to the front door. Right, let's go, she said, clipping the lead to Barney's collar and shutting the front door behind them. At the end of her drive, they crossed the road and into the woods opposite. The stippled shade felt nice on Pip's hot face. She let Barney off the lead, and he was gone in a golden flash. I always wanted a dog. Ravi grinned as Barney circled back to hurry them on. He paused, his jaw moving as he chewed on some silent thought. S was allergic, though. That's why we'd never. Oh, she wasn't quite sure what else to say. There's this dog at the pub I work at, the owner's dog. She's a slobbery Great Dane called Peanut. I sometimes accidentally drop leftovers for her. Don't tell. I encourage accidental droppage, she said. Which pub do you work at? The Georgian Dragon, over in Amersham. It's not what I want to do forever. Just saving up so I can get myself as far away from Little Kilton as I can. Hip felt an unutterable sadness for him. Then rising up her tightened throat. What do you want to do forever? He shrugged. I used to want to be a lawyer. Used to? She nudged him. I think you could be great at that. H, not when the only GCSEs I got. Spell out the word dude. He said it like a joke, but she knew it wasn't. They both knew how awful school had been for Ravi after Andy and S died. Pip had even witnessed some of the worst of the bullying. His locker painted in red, dripping letters. Like brother. And that snowy morning when 8 older boys had pinned him down and upturned 4 full bins over his head. She would never forget the look on 16-year-old Ravi's face. Never. That's when, with the clarity of cold slush pooling in her stomach, Hip realized where they were. Oh my God, she gasped, covering her face with her hands. I'm so sorry. I didn't even think. I completely forgot. These are the woods where they found S. That's okay, he cut her off. Really? You can't help it that these happen to be the woods outside your house. Plus, there's nowhere in Kilton that doesn't remind me of him. Pip watched for a while as Barney dropped a stick at Ravi's feet, and Ravi raised his arm in mock throws, sending the dog backwards and forwards and back until he finally let go. They didn't speak for a while, but the silence wasn't uncomfortable. It was charged with the offcuts of whatever thoughts they were working on alone. And as it turned out, both their minds had wandered to the same place. I was wary of you when you first knocked on my door, Ravi said. But you really don't think S did it, do you? I just can't believe it, she said, stepping over an old fallen tree. My brain hasn't been able to leave it alone. So when this project thing came up at school, I jumped at the excuse to re-examine the case. It is the perfect excuse to hide behind, he said, nodding. I didn't have anything like that. What do you mean? She turned to him, fiddling with the lead around her neck. I tried to do what you were doing 3 years ago. My parents told me to leave it alone, but I was only going to make things harder for myself. But I just couldn't accept it. You tried to investigate. He gave her a mock salute, then barking, Yes, Sergeant, like he couldn't let himself be vulnerable, couldn't let himself be serious long enough to expose a horror in his armor. But I didn't get anywhere. He carried on. I couldn't. I called Naomi Ward when she was at university, but she just cried and said she couldn't talk about it with me. Max Hastings and Jake Lawrence never replied to my messages. I tried contacting Andy's best friends, but they hung up as soon as I said who I was. Murderer's brother isn't the best intro. And of course Andy's family were out of the question. I was too close to the case. I knew it. I looked too much like my brother, too much like the murderer. And I didn't have the excuse of a school project to fall back on. I'm sorry, Hip said, wordless and embarrassed by the unfairness of it. Don't be. He nudged her. It's good to not be alone in this for once. Go on. I want to hear your theories. He picked up Barney's stick, now foamy with dribble, and threw it into the trees. Pip hesitated. Go on. He smiled into his eyes, one eyebrow cocked. Was he testing her? Okay, I have 4 working theories. She said the first time she'd actually given voice to them. Obviously, the path of least resistance is the accepted narrative of what happened. That S killed her, and his guilt or fear of being caught led him to take his own life. The police would argue that the only reasons there are gaps in the case are because Andy's body hasn't been recovered and S isn't alive to tell us how it happened. But my first theory, she said, holding up one finger, making sure it wasn't the swear one, is that a third party killed Andy Bell. But S was somehow involved or implicated, such as an accessory after the fact. Again, his guilt leads him to suicide, and the evidence found on him implicates him as the perpetrator, even though he isn't the one who killed her. The actual killer is still at large. Yeah, I thought of that too. I still don't like it. Next, theory number 2. She said a third party killed Andy, and S had no involvement or awareness at all. His suicide days later wasn't motivated by a murderer's guilt, but maybe a multitude of factors, including the stress of his girlfriend's disappearance. The evidence found on him, the blood and the phone, have an entirely innocent explanation and are unrelated to her murder. Ravi nodded thoughtfully. I still don't think S would do that, but okay. Theory 3? Theory 3. Pip swallowed, her throat feeling dry and sticky. Andy is murdered by a third party on the Friday. The killer knows that S, as Andy's boyfriend, would make for the perfect suspect, especially as S seems to have no alibi for over 2 hours that night. The killer murders S and makes it look like a suicide. They plant the blood and the phone on his body to make him look guilty. It works just as they planned it. Ravi stopped walking for a moment. You think it's possible that Saul was actually murdered? She knew, looking into his sharpened eyes, that this was the answer he'd been looking for. I think it's a theoretical possibility. Pip nodded. Theory 4 is the most far-fetched of the lot. She took a large breath and did it in one. No one killed Andy Bell, because she isn't dead. She faked her disappearance, and then lured S out into the woods, murdered him, and dressed it up as a suicide. She planted her own phone and blood on him, so that everyone believed she was dead. Why would she do this? Maybe she needed to disappear for some reason. Maybe she feared for her life and needed to make it look like she was already dead. Maybe she had an accomplice. They were quiet again, while Pip caught her breath, and Ravi ticked over her answers. His upper lip puffed out in concentration. They had come to the end of their circuit around the woods. The bright sun-stroked road was visible through the trees ahead. She called Barney over and put him on the lead. They crossed the road and wandered over to Pip's front door. There was an awkward moment of silence, and Pip wasn't sure whether she should invite him inside or not. He seemed to be waiting for something. So, Ravi said, scratching his head with one hand, the dogs with the other. The reason I came over is I want to make a deal with you. A deal? Yeah. I want in on this, he said, a small tremor in his voice. I never had a chance, but you actually might. You're an outsider to the case. You have this school project excuse to open doors. People might actually talk to you. You might be my chance to find out what really happened. I've waited so long for a chance. Her face felt full and hot again, the shaking edge in his voice making something tug inside her chest. He was really trusting her to help. She'd never have thought this would happen at the start of the project. Partners with Ravi Singh. I can agree to that. She smiled, holding out her hand. "Deal," he said, taking her hand in his warm, clammy one, although he forgot to shake it. "Okay, I've got something for you." He reached into his back pocket and pulled out an old iPhone cradled in his palm. I've actually already got one, thanks." Pip said. "It's Saul's phone. Chapter 8. "What do you mean?" Hip stared at him, open-mouthed. Ravi answered by holding up the phone and shaking it gently. "That's Sal's." Pip said, "How do you have it?" "The police released it to us a few months after they closed Andy's investigation." A cautious electricity sparked up the back of Pip's neck. "Can I?" she said. "Can I look at it?" "Of course," he laughed. "That's why I brought it round you, plunker." Unchecked, the excitement charged through her, nimble and dizzying. "Holy pepperoni," she said, flustered and hurrying to unlock the door. "Let's go and look at it at my workstation." She and Barney bolted over the threshold, but a third set of feet didn't follow. She spun back round. "What's funny?" she said. "Come on." "Sorry, you're just very entertaining when you're extra serious." "Quick," she said, beckoning him through the hallway and the stairs. "Don't drop it." "I'm not going to drop it." Pip jogged up the stairs, Ravi following far too slowly behind. Before he got there, she did a hasty check of her bedroom for potential embarrassment. She dived for a pile of just laundered bras by her chair, scooped them up, and shoved them in a drawer, slamming it shut just as Ravi walked in. She pointed him to her desk chair, too flappy to sit herself. "Workst?" he asked. "Yep," she said. "While some people might work in their bedrooms, I sleep in my workstation. It's very different." "Here you go, then. I charged it last night." He handed her the phone, and she took it in her cupped palms with as much deliberate dexterity and care as she did yearly when unwrapping her first father's German market Christmas bless. "Have you looked through it before?" she asked, sliding to unlock more carefully than she'd ever unlocked her own phones, even at their newest. "Yeah, of course," obsessively. "But go ahead, Sergeant. Where would you look first?" "Call log," she said, tapping the green phone button. She looked through the missed call list first. There were dozens from the 24th of April, the Tuesday he had died. Calls from Dad, Mom, Ravi, Naomi, Jake, and unsaved numbers that must have been the police trying to locate him. Pip scrolled back further to the date of Andy's disappearance. S had 2 missed calls that day. One was from Maxie Boy at 7:19 p.m. Probably, "When are you coming over?" Call from Max. The other missed call she read with a skipped heartbeat was from Andy Hart at 8:54 p.m. "Andy rang him that night," Hip said to herself and Ravi. "Just before 9. Ravi nodded. S didn't pick up, though. Hip-Hop Victor's jokey, but serious voice sailed up the stairs. "No boys in bedrooms." Hip felt her cheeks flood with heat. She turned so Ravi couldn't see and yelled back, "We're working on my EPQ. My door is open." "Okay, that will do," came the reply. She glimpsed back at Ravi and saw he was chuckling at her again. "Stop finding my life amusing," she said, looking back at the phone. She went through S's outgoing calls next. Andy's name repeated over and over again in long streams. It was broken up in places with the odd call to home, or Dad, and one to Naomi on Saturday. It took a few moments to count all the Andys from 10:30 a.m. on the Saturday until 7:20 a.m. on the Tuesday. S called her 112 times. Each call lasted 2 or 3 seconds straight to voicemail. "He called her over 100 times," Ravi said, reading her face. "Why would he ring her so many times if he'd supposedly killed her and had her phone hidden somewhere? Said Pip. I contacted the police years ago and asked them that very question. Ravi said, The officer told me it was clear that S was making a conscious effort to look innocent by ringing the victim's phone so many times. But, Pip countered, if they thought he was making an effort to appear innocent and evade capture, why didn't he dispose of Andy's phone? He could have put it in the same place as her body, and it never would have connected him to her death. If he was trying to not get caught, why would he keep the one biggest bit of evidence and then feel desperate enough to end his life with this vital evidence on him? Ravi shot 2 clicking gun hands at her. The policeman couldn't answer that either. Did you look at the last texts Andy and S sent each other? She asked. Yeah, have a look. Don't worry, they aren't sexy or anything. Pip exited onto the home screen and opened the Messages app. She clicked on the Andy tab, feeling like a time-hopping trespasser. S had sent 2 texts to Andy after she disappeared. The first on the Sunday morning. Andy, just come home. Everyone's worried. And on Monday afternoon, please just ring someone so we know you're safe. The message preceding them was sent on the Friday she went missing. At 9:01 p.m., S texted her, I'm not talking to you till you stopped. Hip showed Ravi the message she just read. He said that just after ignoring her call that night. Do you know what they could have been fighting about? What did S want Andy to stop? No idea. Can I just type this out in my research? She said, reaching over him for her laptop. She parked herself on her bed and typed out the text. Grammar mistakes and all. Now you need to look at the last text he sent my dad, Ravi said. The one they said is his confession. Pip flicked over to it. At 10:17 a.m. on his final Tuesday morning, S said to his father, It was me. I did it. I'm so sorry. Hip's eyes flicked over it several times, picking up a little more each read through. The pixelated building blocks of each letter were a riddle, the kind you could only solve if you stopped looking and started seeing. You see it too, don't you? Ravi was watching her. The grammar, Pip said, looking for the agreement in Ravi's eyes. Saul was the cleverest person I knew, he said, but he texted like an illiterate, always in a rush. No punctuation, no capital letters. He must have had autocorrect turned off, Hip said, and yet in this last text we have 3 full stops and an apostrophe, even though it's all in lower case. And what does that make you think? Asked Ravi. My mind doesn't make small jumps, Ravi, she said. Mine takes Everest-sized leaps. It makes me think that someone else wrote that text. Someone who added in the punctuation themselves, because that's how they were used to writing in texts. Maybe they checked quickly and thought it looked enough like S, because it was all lowercase. That's what I thought too when we first got it back. The police just sent me away. My parents didn't want to hear it either. He sighed. I think they're terrified of false hope. I am too, if I'm honest. Pitt scoured through the rest of the phone. S hadn't taken any photos on the night in question, and none since Andy disappeared. She checked in the deleted folder to be sure. The reminders were all about essays he had to hand in, and one about buying his mom's birthday present. There's something interesting in the notes, Ravi said, rolling over on the chair and opening the app for her. The notes were all quite old. Sal's home Wi-Fi password, a listed ABS workout, a page of work experience placements he could apply to. But there was just one later note written on Wednesday, the 18th of April, 2012. Pip clicked into it. There was one thing typed on the page. RO 9K KJ car number plate. Wright said, "Looks," it wrote that down in his notes. 2 days before Andy went missing. "Do you recognize it?" Ravi shook his head. "I tried to Google it. See if I could find the owner, but no luck typed it up in her log anyway, in the exact time the note was last edited." "That's everything," Ravi said. "That's all I could find." Hip gave the phone one last wistful look before handing it back. "You seemed disappointed," he said. "I just hoped there'd be something more substantial we could chase up. Inconsistent grammar and lots of phone calls to Andy certainly make him appear innocent. But they don't actually open any leads to pursue." "Not yet," he said, "but you needed to see it." "Have you got anything to show me?" It paused. Yes, she did. But one of those things was Naomi's possible involvement. Her protective instinct flared up, grabbing hold of her tongue. But if they were going to be partners, they had to be Alan. She knew that. She opened up her production log documents, scrolled to the top, and handed the laptop to Ravi. "This is everything so far," she said. He read through it quietly and then handed the computer back, a thoughtful look on his face. "Okay, so the Sal alibi route is a dead end. He said after he left Max's at 10:30, I think he was alone, because that explains why he panicked and asked his friends to lie for him. He could have just stopped on a bench on his walk home and played Angry Birds or something." "I agree," said Pip. "He was most likely alone, and therefore has no alibi. It's the only thing that makes sense. So that line of inquiry is lost. I think the next step should be to find out as much as we can about Andy's life, and in the process, identify anyone who might have had motive to kill her. Read my mind, SGE," he said. "Maybe you should start with Andy's best friends, Emma Hutton and Chloe Birch. They might actually speak to you. I've messaged them both. Haven't heard back yet, though." "Okay, good," he said, nodding to himself and then to the laptop. "In that interview with the journalist, you talked about inconsistencies in the case. What other inconsistencies do you see?" "Well, if you'd killed someone," she said, "you'd scrub yourself down multiple times, fingernails included. Especially if you are lying about alibis and making fake calls to look innocent. Wouldn't you think to, I don't know, wash the freaking blood off your hands so you don't get caught red-handed, literally?" Yeah, S definitely wasn't that stupid. But what about his fingerprints in her car? Of course, his fingerprints would be found in her car. "He was her boyfriend," said Pip. "Fingerprints can't be accurately dated." "And what about hiding the body?" Ravi leaned forward. "I think we can guess, living where we do, that she's buried somewhere in the woods, in or just out of town." "Exactly," Pip nodded. "A hole deep enough that she's never been found. How did S have enough time to dig a hole that big with his bare hands? It would even be a push with a shovel, unless she isn't buried." "Yeah, well, I think it takes a little more time and a lot more hardware to dispose of a body in other ways," said Pip. "And this is the path of least resistance, you said." "It is supposedly," she said, "until you start asking where, what, and how." Chapter 9. They probably thought she couldn't hear them, her parents, bickering in the living room downstairs. She had long ago learned that the word Pip was one that traveled exceptionally well through walls and floors. Listening through the crack of her bedroom door, it wasn't hard to catch hold of snatches and shape them into a gist. Her mom wasn't happy that Pip was spending so much of her summer on schoolwork. Her dad wasn't happy that her mother had said that. Then her mom wasn't happy because her dad had misunderstood what she meant. She thought that obsessing over the Andy Bell thing would be unhealthy for her. Her dad wasn't happy that her mom wouldn't give Pip the space to make her own mistakes, if that's what they were. Pip grew bored of the sparring match and closed her bedroom door. She knew their cyclical argument would burn itself out soon without neutral intervention. And she had an important phone call to make. She had private messaged both of Andy's best friends last week. Emma Hutton replied a few hours ago with a phone number, saying she didn't mind answering just a few questions at 8 o'clock tonight. When Pip told Ravi this, he texted back with a whole page of shock face and fist bump emojis. She glanced at the clock on her computer dashboard, and the glance became a stare. The clock stood stubbornly at 7:58 p.m. "Oh, come on," she said, when, even after 20 Mississippi, the 8 in the 58 hadn't sprung into the leg of a 9. When it did an age later, Pip said, "Close enough," and pressed the record button on her app. She dialed Emma's number, her skin prickling with nerves. It picked up on the third ring. "Hello," said a high and sweet voice. "Hi, Emma. This is Pipper here." "Oh, yeah. Hi, hold on. Let me just go up to my room." Pip listened impatiently to the sound of Emma's feet skipping up a flight of stairs. "Okay," she said. "So you said you're doing a project about Andy?" "Sort of." "Yeah, about the investigation into her disappearance and the media's role in it. A kind of case study." "Okay," Emma said, sounding uncertain. "I'm not sure how much help I can be with that." "Don't worry, I just have a few basic questions about the investigation, as you remember it," Pip said. "So, firstly, when did you find out she was missing?" It was around 1 o'clock that night. Her parents rang both me and Chloe Birch. We were Andy's best friends. I said how I hadn't seen her or heard from her, and told them I would call around a bit. I tried Sal Thing Sing that night, but he didn't pick up until the next morning. "Did the police contact you at all?" asked Pip. "Yeah, Saturday morning. They came around asking questions." "And what did you tell them?" "Just the same as I said to Andy's parents, that I had no idea where she was. She hadn't told me she was going anywhere. And they were asking about Andy's boyfriend. So I told them about S, and that I'd just rung and told him she was missing." "What did you tell them about S?" "Well, only that at school that week they were kind of fighting. I definitely saw them bickering on the Thursday and Friday, which was out of the ordinary. Usually Andy bickered at him, and he didn't get involved. But this time, he seemed super mad about something." "What about?" Pip said. It was suddenly clearer to her why the police might have thought it prudent to interview S that afternoon. "I don't know, honestly. When I asked Andy, she just said that S was being a little about something." Pip was taken aback. "Okay," she said. "So, Andy didn't have plans to see S on the Friday?" "No, she didn't have plans to do anything. Actually, she was supposed to stay at home that night." "Oh, how come?" Pip sat up a little straighter. I don't know if I should say." "Don't worry." Pip tried to hide the desperation in her voice. "If it's not relevant, it won't go in my project. It just might help me better understand the circumstances of her disappearance." "Yeah. Okay. Well, Andy's little sister, Becca, had been hospitalized for self-harming several weeks before. Her parents had to go out, so they told Andy she had to stay in and take care of Becca." "Oh," was all Pip could think to say. "Yeah, I know. Poor girl." And still Andy left her. Only looking back now can I understand how difficult it must have been, having Andy as an older sister. What do you mean by that? It's just, I don't want to speak ill of the dead, you know. But I've had 5 years to grow up and reflect on everything. And when I think back to those times, I don't like the person I was at all. The person I was with Andy. Was she a bad friend to you? Pip didn't want to say too much. She needed to keep Emma talking. Yes and no. Oh, it's really difficult to explain. Emma sighed. Andy's friendship was very destructive, but at the time, I was addicted to her. I wanted to be her. You're not going to write any of this, are you? No, of course not. Small I. Okay. So, Andy was beautiful. She was popular. She was fun. Being her friend. Being someone she chose to spend her time with. It made you feel special. Wanted. And then she would flip and use the things you were most self-conscious about to cut you down and hurt you. And still we both remained by her side, waiting for the next time she would pick us up and make us feel good again. She could be amazing and awful, and you never knew which side of Andy was turning up at your door. I'm surprised my self-esteem even survived. Was Andy like this with everyone? Yeah. Well, to me and Chloe. Andy wouldn't let us go over to her house much, but I saw the way she was with Becca too. She could be so cruel. Emma paused. I'm not saying any of this because I mean that Andy deserved what she got. No. That's not what I mean at all. No one deserves to be murdered and put in a hole. I only mean that appreciating now the kind of person Andy was. I can understand why S snapped and killed her. She could make you feel so high and then so low. It was bound to end in tragedy. I think Emma's voice slipped into a wet sniff, and Pip knew the interview was over. Emma couldn't hide the fact that she was crying, and she didn't try to. Okay, those are all the questions I have. Thank you so much for your help. That's okay, Emma said. Sorry, I thought I was over everything. Guess not. No, I'm sorry for making you go over it all. Actually, I've also messaged Chloe Birch for an interview, but she hasn't got back to me yet. Are you two still in contact? No, not really. Like, I'll message her on her birthday, but we definitely drifted after Andy and Ben leaving school. I think we both wanted it that way, really. A clean break from the people we had been back then. Hip thanked her again and hung up the phone. She exhaled and just stared at it for a minute. She knew that Andy had been pretty and popular. That much social media had made perfectly clear. And like everyone that's ever been to high school, she knew that popular people sometimes had their hard edges. But she hadn't expected this. That Emma could still resent herself after all this time for loving her tormentor. Was this the real Andy Bell, hiding behind that perfect smile, behind those sparkling pale blue eyes? Everyone in her orbit so dazzled by her, so blinded that they didn't notice the darkness that might lurk beneath. Not until it was too late. Production log entry 11, 25th of August, 2017, update. I researched to see if I could find the owner of the car, with the number plate Sal had written down in his notes. R9KKJ. Rabbi was right. We'd need to know the make and model of the car to send a request to the DVLA. I guess that particular lead is dead. Okay, back to the task at hand. I just got off the phone with Chloe. I tried a different tactic this time. I didn't need to go over the same things I'd learned from Emma, and I didn't want to hinder the interview with any dormant Andy emotional issues. But I stumbled into some anyway. Interview with Chloe Birch. I'm getting bored of the interview intros. They're all the same, and I always sound awkward. Skipping from now on, straight to juicy bits. Okay, so my first question is, how would you describe Andy and S's relationship? Yeah, good. He was nice to her, and she thought he was hot. S always seemed really calm and chilled. I thought he would mellow Andy out a bit. Why would Andy have needed mellowing out? Oh, just because she always had some drama going on. And did S mellow her? No. But they were quite serious about each other. I don't know. I guess so. Define serious. Well, excuse the question, but were they sleeping together? Yes, I do cringe hearing this back, but I need to know everything. Wow, school projects have changed since I left. Why on earth would you need to know that? Did she not tell you? Of course she told me. And no, they weren't actually. Oh, was Andy a virgin? No, she wasn't. So who was she sleeping with? I don't know. You didn't know. Andy liked her secrets. Okay, they made her powerful. She got a thrill out of me and Emma not knowing certain things, but she'd dangle them in front of us because she liked us to ask, like where she got all that money from. She would just laugh and wink when we asked. Money? Yeah, that girl was always shopping. Always had a load of cash on her. And in our final year, she told me she was saving up to get lip fillers and a nose job. She never told Emma that, just me. But she was generous with it, too. She'd buy us makeup and stuff, and always let us borrow her clothes. But then she'd pick a moment at the party to say something like, "Oh, Chloe, looks like you've stretched that. I'll have to give it to Becca now." Sweet girl. Where did her money come from? Did she have a part-time job? No, I told you I didn't know. Just presumed her dad was giving it to her. Like an allowance? Yeah, maybe. So, when Andy first went missing, was there any part of you that thought she'd run away to punish someone? Maybe her father. Andy had things too good to want to run away. But was there tension in Andy's relationship with her dad? As soon as I say the word dad, Chloe's tone flips. I don't see how that can be relevant to your project. Look, I know I've been flippant about her, and yet she had her flaws. But she was still my best friend, who got murdered. I don't think it's right to be talking about her personal relationships and her family however many years later. No, you're right. Sorry. I just thought if I knew what Andy was like and what was happening in her life, I could better understand the case. Yeah, okay. But none of that is relevant. Sao Singh killed her, and you're not going to get to know Andy from a few interviews. It was impossible to know her even when you were her best friend. I inelegantly try to apologize and bring us back on topic, but it is clear Chloe is done. I thank her for her help before she hangs up. So frustrating. I thought I was actually getting somewhere, but no. I blundered into a giant minefield of raw emotion with both of Andy's friends and ruined it. I guess even though they think they've moved on, they still haven't quite broken free of Andy's hold. Maybe they are even still keeping some of her secrets. I certainly struck a nerve when I brought up Andy's dad. Is there a story there? I just read the transcript another few times, and maybe there's something else hidden here. When I asked Chloe who Andy was sleeping with, what I meant to ask was who Andy had slept with before S, any past relationships. But I accidentally phrased it in the past, continuous. Who was she sleeping with? This in context means that what I accidentally asked was, who else was Andy sleeping with at the same time as her relationship with S. But Chloe didn't correct me. She just said she didn't know. I'm grasping at straws. I know. Of course, Chloe could have been answering the question I'd meant to ask. This could be nothing. I know I can't solve this case by being particular about grammar. That's not how the real world works, unfortunately. But now I've got the scent of it, I can't let it go. Was Andy secretly seeing someone else? Did S find out, and that's why they were arguing? Does this explain S's last text to Andy before she disappeared? I'm not talking to you till you've stopped. I'm not a police officer. This is still just a school project, so I can't make them tell me anything. And these are the kinds of secrets you only share with your best friends, not some random girl doing her EPQ. Oh my God, I've just had a horrible, but maybe brilliant idea. Horrible, and certainly immoral, and probably stupid, and definitely wrong. And even so, I think I should do it. I can't come out of this thing entirely squeaky clean if I actually want to find out what happened to Andy and S. I'm going to catfish Emma, pretending to be Chloe. I have that pay as you go, Sim. I used on holiday last year. If I put that in my phone, I can text Emma pretending that I'm Chloe with a new number. It might work. Emma said they lost contact, so she might not realize, and it might not work. But I have nothing to lose, and maybe secrets to gain, and a killer to find. Hey, it's Chloe. I got a new number recently. So, this kid from Kilton just rang me asking questions about Andy for a project. Did she call you too? Kiss, kiss, kiss. OMG. Hi, little wave. Yeah, she did a couple of days ago. It made me get a bit emote about everything again, to be honest. Kiss, kiss. Yeah. Well, Andy had that effect on us. You didn't tell her anything about Andy's love life, did you? His kiss. I presume you mean her secret older guy, not S. Yeah. No, I didn't tell her. Yeah, me neither. I always wondered if Andy had told you who it was, though. Nah, you know she didn't. Only thing she said was that she could ruin him if she wanted to, right? Yeah. She liked her secrets. I'm not even sure he existed, to be honest. She might have just made it up to seem more mysterious. Yeah, maybe. The girl was asking about Andy's dad as well. Do you think she knows? Maybe. It's not hard to work it out now. He married the Chupacachis not long after they got divorced. Yeah, but does she know that Andy knew at the time? Don't see how she could. We were the only ones that knew. And Andy's dad, obviously. Anyway, why does it matter if she knows? Yeah, you're right. I guess I still feel protective of Andy's secrets, you know. I think it would be good for you to try to let go more. I feel better for distancing myself from everything Andy related. Yeah, I'll try. Hey, I've got to go. I've got work early, but we should really meet for catch-up sometime soon. Yeah, I would love to. Let me know when you're free and down in London. Thumbs up. I will do. Bye. Kiss, 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 kiss. Holy pepperoni. I have never sweated so much in my whole damn life. I'm in shock that I managed to pull that off. I almost lost it a couple of times, but I actually did it. I do feel bad, though. Emma is so nice and trusting, but it's good that I feel guilty. It shows I haven't quite lost my moral compass. I might still be a good girl yet. And just like that, we have 2 more leads. Jason Bell was already on the persons of interest list, but now he goes on in bold as number 1 suspect. He was having an affair, and Andy knew about it. More so than that, Jason knew that Andy knew. She must have approached him about it. Or maybe she's the one who caught him. That's definitely filled in some of the gaps about why their relationship was strained. And now I think about it. Was all this secret money Andy had given to her by her dad because she knew? Was she maybe blackmailing him? No, that's pure conjecture. I need to consider the money as separate intel until I can confirm where it came from. The second lead, and the biggest reveal of the night. Then Andy was secretly seeing an older man during her relationship with S. So secret that she never told her friends who it was, only that she could ruin him. My mind goes immediately to that place. A married man. Could he have been the source of the secret money? I have a new suspect, one who would certainly have motive to silence Andy for good. This is not the Andy I expected to find in my investigation. So removed from that public image of a beautiful blonde victim, a victim loved by her family, a victim adored by her friends, a victim who was taken too soon by her cruel, murderous boyfriend. Maybe that Andy was a fictional character all along, designed to bucket collect people's sympathy, to exchange their coins for newspapers. And now that I'm scratching, that image is starting to peel away at the corners. I need to call Ravi, persons of interest, Jason Bell, Naomi Ward, secret older guy. How much older? Chapter 10. I hate camping. Lauren grunted, tripping over the crumpled canvas. Yeah, well, it's my birthday and I like it, Kara said, reading over the instructions with her tongue tucked between her teeth. It was the final Friday of the summer holidays, and the three of them were in a small clearing, in a beech forest on the outskirts of Kilton. Kara's choice for her early 18th birthday celebration, to sleep without a roof and squat piss behind dark trees all night. It wouldn't have been Pip's choice either. She certainly didn't see the logic in retrogressive toilet and sleeping arrangements, but she knew how to pretend well enough. It's technically illegal to camp outside of a registered campsite, Lauren said, kicking the canvas in retaliation. Well, let's hope the camping police don't check Instagram, because I've announced it to the world. Now shush, Kara said. I'm trying to read. Kara, Pip said tentatively. You know this isn't a tent you've brought, right? It's a marquee. Same difference, she said. And we have to fit us and the three boys in. But it comes with no floor. Pip jabbed her finger at the picture on the instructions. You come with no floor. Kara butt-shoved her away. And my dad packed us a separate ground sheet. When are the boys getting here? Lauren asked. They texted they were leaving about 2 minutes ago. And no, Kara snapped. We're not waiting for them to put it up for us, Lauren. I wasn't suggesting that. Kara cracked her knuckles. Dismantling the patriarchy one tent at a time. Marquee, Pip corrected. Do you want me to hurt you? No quee. 10 minutes later, a full 10 by 20-foot white marquee stood on the forest floor, looking as out of place as anything could. It had been easy. Once they'd worked out, the frame was a pop-up. Pip checked her phone. It was 7:30 already, and her weather app said that sunset would be in 15 minutes, though they'd have another couple of twilight-lit hours before darkness fell. This is going to be so fun. Kara stood back to admire their handiwork. I love camping. I'm going to have gin and strawberry laces until I puke. I don't want to remember a thing tomorrow. Admirable goals, Pip said. Do you two want to go and grab the rest of the food from the car? I'll lay out our sleeping bags and put up the sides. Car's car was parked in the tiny concrete car park about 200 yards from their chosen spot. Lauren and Kara toddled off that way through the trees. The woods lit with that final orange nightly glow before they began to darken. "Don't forget the torches," she called just as she lost sight of them. Pip attached the large canvas sides to the marquee, swearing when the Velcro betrayed her, and she had to start one side from scratch. She wrestled with the ground sheet, glad when she heard the twig snap tread of Kara and Lauren returning. But when she went to look outside for them, no one was there. It was just a magpie, mocking her from the darkening treetops, laughing its scratchy, bony laugh. She begrudgingly saluted it, and got to work laying their 3 sleeping bags in a row, trying not to think about the fact that Andy Bell could very well be buried somewhere in these woods, deep underground. The sound of branches breaking underfoot grew louder as she laid out the last one, and a den of gorrowing and shrieking that could only mean the boys had arrived. She waved at them and the returning arm-laden girls. Ant, who, as his name suggested, hadn't grown much since they'd first made friends age 12. Zach Chen, who lived 4 doors down from the Amobis, and Connor, who Pip and Kara knew from primary school. He'd been paying a bit too much attention to Pip recently. Hopefully, it would burn out quickly. Like that time, he was convinced he had a real future as a cat psychologist. "Hey," said Connor, carrying a cool box with Zach. "Oh, damn. The girls got the best sleeping spots. We've been pipped to the post." Not surprisingly, the first time Pip had heard that joke. "Hilarious, Connor," she said flatly, brushing the hair out of her eyes. "Ah," Aunt chimed in. "Don't feel too bad, Connor. Maybe if you were a piece of homework, she'd want to do you." "Oh, Ravi, sing," Kara whispered just to her with a wink. "Homework is far more rewarding than boys," Pip said, digging an elbow into Carr's ribs. "And you can talk, Aunt. You have the sex life of an Argonaut mollusk." "Which means—" Aunt gesticulated his hand in a rolling wave. "Well," said Pip, "an Argonaut mollusk's penis snaps off during intercourse, so it can only ever have sex once in its whole life." "I can confirm this," Lauren said, who'd had a failed diance with Aunt last year. The group fell about laughing, and Zach gave Aunt a conciliatory whack on the back. "Absolutely savage," Connor shaled. A silver-tinted darkness had taken over the woods, enclosing on all sides the small bright marquee that glowed like a lantern amongst the sleeping trees. They had 2 battery-powered yellow lamps on inside, and 3 torches between them. Lucky they had moved to sit inside the marquee, Pip noted then, as it had just started to rain quite heavily, although the tree cover protected their patch from most of it. They were sitting in a circle around the snacks and drinks, the 2 ends of the marquee rolled up to alleviate the boy smell. Pip had even allowed herself to get to the bottom of 1 beer, sitting with her navy star-crossed sleeping bag rolled up to her waist. Although she was much more interested in the crisps and sour cream dip, she didn't much like drinking, didn't like feeling that loss of control. Ant was halfway through his ghost story, the torch under his chin making his face distorted and grotesque. It just happened to be a story about 6 friends, 3 boys and 3 girls, who were camping in a marquee in the woods. "And the birthday girl," he said theatrically, "is finishing off a whole packet of strawberry laces, the red sweets sticking to her chin like trails of blood." "Shut up," Kara said, mouthful. She tells the handsome guy with the torch to shut up, and that's when they hear it, a scraping sound against the side of the marquee. There's something or someone outside. Slowly, fingernails start dragging through the canvas, ripping a hole. "You guys having a party?" a girl's voice asks, and then she tears through the hole, and with one swipe of her hand, slits the throat of the guy in the check shirt. "Missed me?" she shrieks, and the surviving friends can finally see who it is. The rotting zombie corpse of Andy Bell, out for revenge. "Shut up, Aunt," Pip shoved him. "That isn't funny." "Why is everyone laughing then?" "Because you're all sick. A murdered girl isn't fair game for your crappy jokes, but she's fair game for a school project," Zach interjected. "That's entirely different. I was just about to get to the part about Andy's secret older lover/killer, Aunt said. Hip winced and shot him a blistering look. "Lauren told me," he said quietly. "Cora told me," Lauren jumped in, slurring the edges of her words. "Cora?" Pip turned to her. "I'm sorry," she said, tripping over the words because she was the wrong side of 8 measures of gin. "I didn't know it was supposed to be secret. I only told Naomi and Lauren, and I told them not to tell anyone." She swayed, pointing accusatorily at Lauren. It was true. Pip hadn't specifically told her to keep it secret. She thought she didn't have to. Not a mistake she would make again. "My project isn't to provide you with gossip." She tried to flatten out her voice when it spiked with annoyance, looking from Kara to Lauren to Aunt. "Doesn't matter. Aunt said like half our year, knows you're doing a project about Andy Bell. And why are we talking about homework on our last Friday night of freedom? Zach, bring out the board." "What board?" Kara asked. "I brought a Ouija board." "Cool, huh?" Zach said, dragging his rucksack over. He pulled out a tacky plastic-looking board, adorned with the alphabet and a planchette with a little plastic window you could see the letters through. He laid them out in the middle of the circle. "Nope," Lauren said, crossing her arms. "No way. That's way over the scary boundary. Stories are fine, but no board." Hip lost interest in the boys trying to convince Lauren so they could play whatever prank it was they had planned. Probably about Andy Bell again. She reached over the Ouija board to grab another bag of crisps, and that's when she saw it. A white light flashed from within the trees. She sat up on her heels and squinted. It happened again. In the distant dark, a small rectangular light turned into view and then disappeared, like the glow of a phone screen extinguished by the lock button. She waited, but the light didn't come back. There was only darkness out there, the sound of rain in the air, the silhouettes of sleeping trees against the gloom of the moon, until one of the dark tree figures shifted on 2 legs. "Guys," she said quietly, a small kick to Aunt's shin to shut him up. "No one looked now, but I think there's someone in the trees watching us." Chapter 11. "Where?" Connor mouthed, his eyes narrowing as they held Pip's. "My 10 o'clock, she whispered. Fear like a blistering frost dripped into her stomach. Wide eyes spread like a contagion around the circle. And then, with an eruption of sound, Connor grabbed a torch and sprang to his feet. "Hey, Herbert!" he yelled with unlikely courage. He sprinted out of the marquee and into the darkness, the light beam swinging wildly in his hand as he ran. "Connor!" Pip called after him, disentangling herself from her sleeping bag. She grabbed the torch out of a dumbfounded Aunt's hands and took off after her friend into the trees. "Connor, wait!" Shut in on all sides by black, spidery shadows, snatches of lit trees jumped out at Pip as the torch shook in her hands and her feet pounded the mud. Drops of rain hung in the beam. "Connor!" she screamed again, chasing the only sign of him up ahead. A vein of torchlight through the stifling darkness. Behind her, She heard more feet crashing through the forest. Someone shouting her name, one of the girls screaming. A stitch was already starting to split in her side as she tore on the adrenaline, swallowing any last dregs of beer that might have dulled her. She was sharp and she was ready. "Pip!" someone shouted in her ear. Aunt had caught up with her, the torch on his phone guiding his feet through the trees. "Where's Con?" He panted. There was no air left in her. She pointed at the flickering light ahead, and Aunt overtook her. And still there was the sound of feet behind her. She tried to look around, but could only see a pinpoint of growing white light. She faced forwards, and a flash from her torch threw two hunched figures at her. She swerved and fell to her knees to avoid crashing into them. "Pip, you okay?" Aunt said breathlessly, offering his hand. "Yeah." She sucked at the humid air, a cramp now twisting into her chest and gut. "Connor, what the hell? I lost him?" Connor gasped, his head by his knees. "I think I lost him a while back. It was a man. Did you see him?" Pip asked. Connor shook his head. "No, I didn't see it was a man, but it had to be right. I only saw that they were wearing a dark hood. Whoever it was ducked out of the way while my torch was down, and I stupidly kept following the same path." "Stupidly chased them in the first place," Pip said angrily. "By yourself?" "Obviously," Connor said. "Some pervert in the woods at midnight watching us, and probably touching himself, wanted to beat the crap out of him." "That was needlessly dangerous," she said. "What were you trying to prove?" There was a flash of white in Pip's periphery, and Zack emerged, pulling up just before he collided with her and Aunt. "What the hell?" was all he said. Then they heard the scream. Zack said, turning on his heels and sprinting back the way he'd just come. "Kara! Lauren!" Pip shouted, gripping her torch and following Zack, the other two beside her, through the dark trees again, their nightmare fingers catching her hair, her stitch ripping deeper with each step. Half a minute later, they found Zack using his phone to light up where the two girls stood together, arm in arm, Lauren in tears. "What happened?" Pip said, wrapping her arms around them both, all shivering even though the night was warm. "Why did you scream?" "Because we got lost, and the torch smashed and were drunk," Kara said. "Why didn't you stay in the marquee?" Connor said. "Because you all left us," Lauren cried. Okay, Pip said. "We're all overreacting a bit. Everything's fine. We just need to head back to the marquee. They've run off now, whoever it was, and there are 6 of us." "Okay, we're all fine." She wiped the tears from Lauren's chin. It took them almost 15 minutes, even with the torches, to find their way back to the marquee. The woods were a different planet at night. They even had to use the map app on Zack's phone to see how far they were from the road. Their steps quickened when they caught sight of distant snatches of white canvas between the trunks and the soft yellow glow of the battery lanterns. No one spoke much as they did a speedy cleanup of the empty drink cans and food packets into a bin bag, clearing space for their sleeping bags. They dropped all the sides of the marquee, safe within its 4 white canvas walls, their only view of the trees distorted through the mock plastic sheet windows. The boys were already starting to joke about their midnight sprint through the trees. Lauren wasn't ready for jokes yet. Pip moved Lauren's sleeping bag between hers and Carr's and helped her into it when she could no longer bear to watch her drunkenly fumble with the zip. "I'm guessing no Ouija board then," Aunt said. "Think we've had enough scares?" said Pip. She sat next to Kara for a while, forcing water down her friend's throat while she distracted her by talking idly about the fall of Rome. Lauren was already asleep. Zach, too, on the other side of the marquee. When Kara's eyelids began to wilt lower with each blink, Pip crept back to her own sleeping bag. She saw that Aunt and Connor were still awake and whispering, but she was ready for sleep, or at least to lie down and hope for sleep. As she slid her legs inside, something crinkled against her right foot. She pulled her knees up to her chest and reached inside, her fingers closing round a piece of paper. Must have been a food packet that fell inside. She pulled it out. It wasn't. It was a clean white piece of printer paper folded in half. She unfolded the paper, eyes skipping across it. In a large, formal font, printed across the page were the words, "Stop digging, hipper." She dropped it, eyes following as it fell open. Her breath time-raveled back to running in the dark, snapshots of trees in the flashing torchlight. Disbelief stalled to fear. 5 seconds there, and the feeling crisped at the edges, burning into anger. "What the hell?" she said, picking up the note and storming over to the boys. "Shh," one of them said. "The girls are asleep." "Do you think this is funny?" Pip said, looking down at them as she brandished the folded note. "You are unbelievable." "What are you talking about?" Aunt squinted at her. "This note you left me." "I didn't leave you a note," he said, reaching up for it. Pip pulled away. "You expect me to believe that?" she said. "Was this whole stranger in the woods thing a setup, too? Part of your joke?" "Who was it? Your friend George?" "No," Pip and Annie said, staring up at her. "Honestly, don't know what you're talking about. What does the note say?" "Save me the innocent act," she said. "Connor, care to add anything?" "Pip, you think I would have chased that pervert so hard if it was just a bloody prank? We didn't plan anything, I promise. You're saying neither of you left me this note?" They both nodded. "You're full of shit," she said, turning back to the girls' side of the marquee. "Honestly, Pip, we didn't," Connor said. Pip ignored them, clambering into her sleeping bag and making more noise about it than was necessary. She laid down, using her scrunched-up jumper as a pillow. The note left open on the ground sheet beside her. She turned to watch it, ignoring 4 more whispered Pips from Aunt and Connor. Pip was the last one awake. She could tell by the breathing, alone in wakefulness. From the ashes of her anger, a new creature was born, creating itself from the cinders and dust. A feeling that fell between terror and doubt, between chaos and logic. She said the words in her head so many times that they became rubbery and foreign-sounding. "Stop digging, Pippa." It couldn't be. It was just a cruel joke. Just a joke. She couldn't look away from the note, her eyes sleeplessly tracing back and forward over the curves of the black printed letters. And the forest in the dead of night was alive around her. Crackling twigs, wing beats through the trees and screams. Fox or deer, she couldn't tell. But they shrieked and cried, and it was, or wasn't, Andy Bell screaming through the crust of time. "Stop digging, Pippa." Part 2. Chapter 12. Pip was fidgeting nervously under the table, hoping that Kara was too busy jabbering to notice. It was the first time ever that Pip had to keep things from her. And the nerves were puppet-stringing Pip's fiddling hands and the knot in her stomach. Pip had gone over after school on the 3rd day back when teachers stopped talking about what they were going to teach and actually started teaching. They were sitting in the ward's kitchen pretending to do homework. But really, Kara was unspooling into an existential crisis. And I told him that I still don't know what I want to study at uni, let alone where I want to go. And he's all, "Time's ticking, Kara, and it's stressing me out. Have you had the talk with your parents yet?" "Yeah, a few days ago," Pip said. "I've decided on King's College, Cambridge, English." Pip nodded. "You are the worst person to vent to about life plans." Kara snorted. "I bet you already know what you want to be when you grow up." "Of course," she said. "I want to be Louis Theroux and Heather Brookie and Michelle Obama all rolled into one. Your efficiency offends me." A loud train whistle erupted from Pip's phone. "Who's that?" Kara asked. "It's just Ravi Singh," Pip said, scanning the text, seeing if I have any more updates. "Oh, we're texting each other now, are we?" Kara said playfully. "Should I be saving a date next week for the wedding?" Pip threw a ballpoint pen at her. Kara dodged expertly. "Well, do you have any Andy Bell updates?" she said. "Nope," Pip said. "Absolutely nothing new." The lie made the knot in her gut squeeze tighter. Aunt and Connor were still denying authorship of the note in her sleeping bag when she'd asked them at school. They suggested maybe it was Zach or one of the girls. Of course, their denial wasn't solid proof it hadn't been them. But Pip had to consider the other possibility. What if? What if it was actually someone involved in the Andy Bell case, trying to scare her into giving up the project? Someone who had a lot to lose if she kept going. She told no one about the note. Not the girls, not the boys when they asked what it said. Not her parents, not even Ravi. Their concern might stop her project dead in its tracks. And she had to take control of any possible leaks. She had secrets to hold to her chest, and she would learn from the master, Miss Andrea Bell. "Where's your dad?" asked Pip. "Duh. He came in like 15 minutes ago to say he was off tutoring." "Oh, yeah," Pip said. Lies and secrets were distracting. Elliot had always tutored 3 times a week. It was part of the ward routine, and Pip knew it well. Her nerves were making her sloppy. Kara would notice before long. She knew her too well. Pip had to calm down. She was here for a reason, and being skittish would get her caught out. She could hear the buzz and thud of the television in the other room. Naomi was watching some American drama that involved a lot of pew-pewing from silenced guns and shouts of "God damn it." Now was Pip's perfect moment to act. "Hey, can I borrow your laptop for 2 secs?" she asked Kara, relaxing her face so it wouldn't betray her. "Just want to look up this book for English." "Yep, sure," Kara said, passing it across the table. "Don't close my tabs." "Won't it?" said, turning the laptop so Kara couldn't see the screen. Pip's heartbeat bolted into the tops of her ears. There was so much blood behind her face. She was sure she must be turning red. Leaning down to hide behind the screen, she clicked up the control panel. She'd been up 3 times last night. That what-if question haunting her, chasing away sleep. So she had trolled through the internet, looking at badly worded forum questions and wireless printing instruction manuals. Anyone could have followed her there into the woods. That was true. Anyone could have watched her, lured her and her friends out of the marquee so they could leave their message. True. But there was one name on her persons of interest list. One person who would have known exactly where Pip and Kara were camping. Naomi. She'd been stupid to discount her because of the Naomi she thought she knew. There could well be another Naomi. One who may or may not be lying about leaving Max's for a period of time, the night Andy died. One who may or may not have been in love with S. One who may or may not have hated Andy enough to kill her. After hours of stubborn research, Pip had learned that there was no way to see the previous documents a wireless printer had printed, and no one in their right mind would save a note like that on their computer. Though attempting to look through Naomi's would be pointless. But there was something else she could do. She clicked into devices and printers on Kara's laptop and hovered the mouse over the name of the Ward family printer, which someone had nicknamed Freddie Prince Jr. She right-clicked on printer properties and onto the advanced tab. Hip had memorized the steps from a how-to web page with cartoon illustrations. She checked the box next to Keep Printed Documents, clicked Apply, and it was done. She closed down the panel and clicked back onto Kara's homework. "Thanks," she said, passing the laptop back, certain that her heart was loud enough to hear a boom box sewn on the outside of her chest. "No problemo." Kara's laptop would now keep track of everything that came through their printer. If Pip received another printed message, she could find out for definite if it had come from Naomi or not. The kitchen door opened with an explosion from the White House and federal agents screaming to get out of here and save yourself. Naomi stood in the doorframe. "God." "Nay," Kara said. "We're working in here. Turn it down." "Sorry," she whispered, as though it compensated for the loud TV. "Just getting a drink." "Are you okay, Pip?" Naomi looked at her with a puzzled expression, and only then did Pip realize she had been staring. Yep, you just made me jump," she said, her smile just a little too wide, carving uncomfortably into her cheeks. Production log entry 13, 8th of September, 2017. Second interview with Emma Hutton. Thanks for agreeing to talk again. This is a really short follow-up, I promise. Yeah, no, that's fine, thanks. Okay. So, firstly, I've been asking around about Andy, and I've heard certain rumors I wanted to run by you. That Andy may have been seeing someone at the same time as S. An older guy, perhaps. Had you ever heard anything like that? Who told you that? Sorry, they asked me to keep them anonymous. Was it Chloe Birch? Again, sorry, I was asked not to say. It had to be her. We were the only ones who knew. So, it's true. Andy was seeing an older man during her relationship with S. Well, yeah, that's what she said. She never told us his name or anything. Did you have any indication about how long it had been going on for? Like, not long at all before she went missing. I think she started talking about it in March. That's just a guess, though. And you knew nothing about who it was? No. She liked teasing us that we didn't know. And you didn't think it was relevant to tell the police? No. Because honestly, those are the only details we ever knew. And I kind of thought Andy had made him up for some drama. And after the whole S thing happened, you never thought to tell the police that that could be a possible motive. No, because again, I wasn't convinced he was real. And Andy wasn't stupid. She wouldn't have told S about him. But what if S found out anyway? I don't think so. Andy was good at keeping secrets. Okay, moving on to my final question. I was wondering if you knew whether Andy had ever fallen out with Naomi Ward, or whether they had a strained relationship. Naomi Ward, Sal's friend? Yeah. No, not to my knowledge. Andy never mentioned any tension with Naomi, or said bad things about her? No. Actually, now you mention it, she definitely was hating on one of the Wards, but it wasn't Naomi. What do you mean? You know, Mr. Ward, the history teacher. I don't know if he's still at Kilton Grammar, but yeah, Andy did not like him. I remember her referring to him as an, among other stronger words. Why? When was this? I couldn't say specifically, but I think it was around that Easter, so not long before everything happened. But Andy wasn't taking history. No, it must have been something like he told her that her skirt was too short for school. She always hated that. Okay, that's everything I needed to ask. Thanks again for all your help, Emma. No worries. Bye. No? Just no? First Naomi, who I can't even look in the eye anymore, and now Elliot. Why are questions about Andy Bell returning answers about the people close to me? Okay. Andy insulting a teacher to her friends in the lead up to her death looks like an utter coincidence. Yes, it could be entirely innocent, and it's quite a big but. Elliot told me he hardly knew Andy, or had anything to do with her in the last 2 years of her life. So, why did she call him, and if they had nothing to do with each other? Was Elliot lying? And for what reason? I would be a hypocrite if I didn't speculate wildly as I have before, just because I'm close to Elliot. So even though it physically pains me, could this innocuous clue in fact indicate that Elliot Ward was the secret older man? I mean, I first thought the secret older guy would be someone in their mid to late 20s, but maybe my instincts were wrong. Maybe it refers to someone much older. I baked the cake for Elliot's last birthday, so I know he's now 47, which would have made him 42 in the year of Andy's disappearance. Andy told her friends she could ruin this man. I thought this meant that the guy, whoever he was married. Elliot wasn't. His wife had died a couple of years before. But he was a teacher at her school, in a position of trust. If there was some inappropriate relationship, Elliot could have faced jail time. That certainly can be covered under ruining someone. Is he the type of person who would do that? No, he isn't. And is he the kind of man a 17-year-old beautiful blonde student would lust after? I don't think so. I mean, he's not hideous, and he has a certain graying professorial look, but just no. I can't see it. I can't believe I'm even allowing myself to think this. Who will be next on the persons of interest list? Kara, Ravi, Dad, me. I think I should just grip my teeth and ask Elliot so I can bite down on some actual facts. Otherwise, I may end up suspecting everybody I know who may have spoken to Andy at some point in their lives, and paranoia does not suit me. But how do you casually ask a grown man you've known since you were 6 why they lied about a murdered girl? Persons of interest: Jason Bell, Naomi Ward, secret older guy, Elliot Ward. Chapter 13. Her writing hand must have had its own mind, an independent circuitry from the one contained in her head. Mr. Ward was speaking. But Lenin did not like Stalin's policy towards Georgia after the Red Army invasion of 1921, and Pip's fingers moved in harmony, scribbling it all down with dates underlined too. But she wasn't really listening. There was a war going on inside her, the two sides of her head squabbling and pecking at each other. Should she ask Elliot about Andy's comments? Or was that a risk to the investigation? Was it rude to ask probing questions about murdered students? Or was it an entirely forgivable pipeism? The bell rang for lunch, and Elliot called over the scraping chairs and zipping bags. Read Chapter 3 before our next lesson, and if you want to be really keen, you can Trotsky on over to Chapter 4 as well. He chuckled at his own joke. You coming, Pip? Connor said, standing up and swinging his rucksack onto his back. Yeah, I'll come find you lot in a minute, she said. I need to ask Mr. Ward something first. You need to ask Mr. Ward something, eh? Elliot had overheard. That's ominous. I hope you haven't started thinking about the coursework already. No, Well, yes, I have, Pip said, but that's not what I want to ask you about. She waited until they were the only two left in the classroom. What is it? Elliot glanced down at his watch. You have 10 of my minutes before I start panicking about the panini queue. Yeah, sorry, Pip said, grasping for her stash of courage, but it leaked out of reach. Everything okay? Elliot said, sitting back on his desk, his arms and legs crossed. You worrying about university applications? We can go over your personal statements sometime. No, it's not that. She took a breath and blew out her top lip. When I interviewed you before, you said you didn't have anything to do with Andy in the last 2 years of school. Yes, correct. He blinked. She didn't take history. Okay. But the courage trickled back all at once, and her words raced each other out. One of Andy's friends said that, excuse the language, Andy referred to you as an sat and other unsavory words. Sometime in the weeks before she went missing, the why question was evidently there, hiding beneath her words. She didn't need to speak it. Oh, Elliot said, rubbing the dark hair back from his face. He looked at her and sighed. Well, I was hoping this wouldn't come up. I don't see what good it can do to dwell on it now, but I can see you're being very thorough with your project. Hip nodded, a long silence beckoning an answer. Elliot shuffled. I don't feel too comfortable about it, saying unpleasant things about a student who has lost their life. He glanced up at the open classroom door and scooted over to shut it. I didn't have much to do with Andy at school, but I knew of her, of course, as Naomi's dad. And it was in that capacity through Naomi that I learned some things about Andy Bell. Yes, no soft way of saying it, but she was a bully. She was bullying another girl in their year. I can't remember her name now. Something Portuguese sounding. There was some sort of incident, a video online that Andy had posted. Hip was both surprised and not at all. Yet another path opening up in the maze of Andy Bell's life. Palmest upon Palims. The original concept of Andy only just peeking out through all the overlaying scribbles. I knew enough to understand that Andy would be in trouble with both the school and the police for what she'd done, Elliot continued. And I thought it was a shame because it was the first week back after Easter, and her Alaval exams were coming up. Exams that would determine her entire future. He sighed. What I should have done when I found out was tell the head teacher about the incident, but the school has a no-tolerance policy on bullying or cyberbullying, and I knew Andy would be expelled immediately. No A levels, no university, and I just couldn't do it, even though she was a bully. I couldn't live with myself knowing I'd play a part in ruining a student's future. So what did you do? Pip asked. I looked up her father's contact details, and I called him the first day of term, after the Easter holidays. You mean the Monday of the week Andy disappeared? Elliot nodded. Yes, I suppose it was. I phoned Jason Bell, and I told him everything I'd learned, and said that he needed to have a very serious talk with his daughter about bullying and consequences, and I suggested restricting her online access. I said I was trusting him to sort this out. Otherwise, I would have no choice but to inform the school and have Andy expelled. And what did he say? Well, he was thankful that I was giving his daughter a second chance she possibly didn't deserve, and he promised he would sort it out and talk to her. I'm guessing now that when Mr. Bell did speak to Andy, He mentioned that I was the source of the information. So, if I was the target of some choice words from Andy that week, I'm not entirely surprised, I must say. Disappointed is all. Hip took a deep breath, one glazed with undisguised relief. What's that for? I'm just glad you weren't lying for a worse reason. Think you've read too many mystery novels, Pip? Why not some historical biographies instead? He smiled gently. They can be just as disturbing as fiction. She paused. You'd never told anyone before, had you? About Andy's bullying? Of course not. Seemed pointless after everything that happened. Insensitive, too. He scratched his chin. I try not to think about it because I get lost in butterfly effect theories. What if I had just told the school, and Andy was expelled that week? Would it have changed the outcome? Would the conditions that led to Sal Singh killing her not have been in place? Would those two still be alive? That's a rabbit hole you shouldn't go down, Pip said. And you definitely don't remember the girl that was bullied. No, sorry. He said Naomi would remember. You could ask her about it. Not sure what this has to do with use of media. In criminal investigations, though. He looked at her with a slightly scolding look. Well, I'm yet to decide on my final title. She smiled. Okay. Well, don't go falling down your own rabbit hole. He wagged his finger. And now I'm running away from you because I'm desperate for a tuna melt. He smiled and dashed out into the corridor. Hip felt lighter, the bulk of doubt disappearing, just as Elliot now had through the door. And instead of misplaced speculation leading her astray, she now had another real lead to follow, and one less name on her list. It was a good trade to make, but the lead was taking her back to Naomi again, and Pip would have to look her in the eyes, like she didn't think there was something dark hiding behind them. Production Log Entry 15, 13th of September, 2017. Second interview with Naomi Ward. Okay. Recording. So, your dad told me that he found out Andy was bullying another girl in your year. Cyberbullying. He thought there was some online video involved. Do you know anything about this? Yeah, like I said, I thought Andy was trouble. Can you tell me more about it? There was a girl in our year called Natalie Dilva. And she was pretty and blonde too. They looked quite similar, actually. And I guess Andy felt threatened by her because ever since the start of our final year, Andy started spreading rumors about her and finding ways to humiliate her. If Sal and Andy didn't start seeing each other until that December, how did you know all this? I was friends with Nat. We had biology together. Oh. And what kind of rumors was Andy starting? The kind of disgusting things only a teenage girl could think up. Things like her family was incestuous, that Nat watched people undress in the changing rooms and touched herself. Those kinds of things. And you think Andy did this because Nat was pretty and she felt threatened by that? I actually think that was the extent of her thought process. Andy wanted to be the girl in the year that all the boys wanted. Nat was competition, so Andy had to take her down. So, did you know about this video at the time? Yeah, it got shared all over social media. I think it wasn't taken down until a few days later when someone reported it as inappropriate content. When was this? It was during the Easter holidays. Thank God it wasn't during the school term. That would have been even worse for Nat. Okay, so what was it? So, as far as I know, Andy had been hanging out with some friends from school, including her two minions, Chloe Birch and Emma Hutton. Yeah, and some other kids. Not S, or any of us. And there was this guy, Chris Parks, who everyone knew Nat fancied. I don't know all the details, but Andy either used his phone or told him what to do. And they were sending flirty texts to Nat, and she was responding because she liked Chris and thought it was him. And then Andy/Chris asked Nat to send a video of her topless with her face in it so he'd know it was really her. And Nat did it. Yeah. A little naive, but she thought she was talking to just Chris. The next we all know, the clip is online, and Andy and loads of other people are sharing it on their profiles. The comments were so horrible, and practically everyone in the year saw it before it got taken down. Nat was inconsolable. She even skipped the first 2 days back at school after Easter because she was so humiliated. Sal knew Andy was doing this. Well, I mentioned it to him. He didn't approve, obviously, but he just said it's Andy's drama. I don't want to get involved. S was just too laid back about some things. Was there anything else that happened between Nat and Andy? Yeah, actually. It's something I think is just as bad, but hardly anyone knew about it. I might have been the only one Nat told because she was crying in biology right after it happened. What? So in that autumn term, the school was doing a sixth form play. I think it was The Crucible. After auditions, Nat was given the main part. Abigail, maybe? I don't know. And apparently, Andy had wanted that part, and she was really pissed off. So after the parts were posted, Andy corners Nat, and she told her yes. Oh, sorry. I forgot to mention some context. Nat's brother, Daniel, who was like 5 years older than us, he had worked at the school part-time as a caretaker when we were like 15 or 16, only for a year while he was looking for other jobs. Okay. So, Andy corners Nat and says to her that when her brother was still working at the school, he had sex with Andy, even though she was only 15 at the time. And Andy tells Nat to drop out of the play, or she will go to the police and say she was statutorily raped by Nat's brother. And Nat dropped out because she was scared of what Andy would do. Was it true? Did Andy have a relationship with Nat's brother? I don't know. Nat didn't know for sure either. That's why she dropped out. But I don't think she ever asked him. Do you know where Nat is now? Do you think I could talk to her? I'm not really in contact with her, but I know she's back at home with her parents. I heard some stuff about her, though. What stuff? I think at uni she was involved in some kind of fight. She got arrested and charged with ABH, and I think she spent some time in prison. Oh, God. I know. Can you give me her number? Chapter 14. Did you get all dressed up to come and see me, SGE? Ravi said, leaning against his front door frame in a green plaid flannel shirt and jeans. Nope. I came straight from school, said Pip, and I need your help. Put some shoes on. She clapped her hands. You're coming with me. Are we going on a mission? He said, staggering back to slip on some old trainers discarded in the hallway. Do I need to bring my night vision goggles and utility belt? Not this time, she smiled, starting down the garden path as Ravi closed the front door, following behind her. Where are we going? To a house where 2 potential Andy killer suspects grew up, Pip said. One of them just out of prison for committing an assault occasioning actual bodily harm. She used quotation fingers around her words. You're my backup, as we're going to speak to a potentially violent person of interest. Backup, he said, catching up to walk alongside her. You know, Pip said, so there's someone there to hear my screams of help, if they're required. Wait, Pip. He closed his fingers around her arm and pulled them both to a stop. I don't want you doing something that's actually dangerous. S wouldn't have wanted that either. Oh, come on. She shrugged him off. Nothing gets in between me and my homework, not even a little danger. And I'm just going to very calmly ask her a few questions. Oh, it's a her, Ravi said. Okay then. Pip swung her rucksack to whack him on the arm. Don't think I didn't notice that, she said. Women can be just as dangerous as men. Ouch. Tell me about it, he said, rubbing his arm. What have you got in there? Bricks. When Ravi stopped laughing at Pip's squat and bug-faced car, he clicked his seatbelt into place, and Pip keyed the address into her phone. She started the car and told Ravi everything she'd learned since they last spoke. Everything except the dark figure in the forest and the note in her sleeping bag. This investigation meant everything to him. And yet she knew he would tell her to stop if he thought she was putting herself in danger. She couldn't put him in that position. Andy sounds like a piece of work, he said when Pip was done. And yet it was so easy for everyone to believe that S was the monster. Wow, that was deep. He turned to her. You can quote me on that in your project if you want. Certainly, footnote and everything, she said. Ravi Singh, he said, drawing his words with his fingers. Deep, unfiltered thoughts. Pip's bug-faced car, 2017. We had an hour-long EPQ session on footnotes today, Pip said, eyes back on the road, as if they think I don't already know. I came out of the womb knowing how to do academic references. Yeah, such an interesting superpower. You should call up Marvel. The mechanical and snobby voice on Pip's phone interrupted, telling them that in 500 years they would reach their destination. Must be this one, Pip said. Naomi told me it was the one with the bright blue door. She indicated and pulled up onto the curb. I rang Natalie twice yesterday. The first time she hung up after I said the words school project. The second time, she wouldn't pick up at all. Let's hope she'll actually open the door. You coming? I'm not sure, he said, pointing at his own face. There's that whole murderer's brother thing. You might get more answers if I'm not there. Oh, how about I stand on the path there? He gestured to the slabs of concrete that divided the front garden up to the house at the point where they turned sharply left to lead to the front door. She won't see me, but I'll be right there ready for action. They stepped out of the car, and Ravi handed over her rucksack, making exaggerated grunting sounds as he lifted it. She nodded at him when he was in position, and then strolled up to the front door. She prodded the bell in 2 short bursts, fiddling nervously with the collar of her blazer as a dark, shadowy figure appeared in the frosted glass. The door opened slowly, and a face appeared in the crack. A young woman with white blonde hair, cropped closely to her head, and eyeliner raccoon dripped around her eyes. The face beneath it all looked eerily Andy-like. Similar big blue eyes and plump pale lips. Hi, Pip said. Are you Nat the Silva? Yes, she said hesitantly. My name's Pip. She swallowed. I was the one who called you yesterday. I'm friends with Naomi Ward. You knew her at school, didn't you? Yeah. Naomi was a friend. Why is she okay? Nat looked concerned. Oh, she's fine. Pip smiled. She's back home at the moment. I didn't know. Nat opened the door a little wider. Yeah, I should catch up with her sometime. Yeah, sorry, Pip said. She looked down at full-length Natalie, noticing the electronic tag buckled around her ankle. So, as I said when I called, I'm doing a school project, and I was wondering if I could ask you some questions. She looked quickly back up into Nat's face. What about Nat shifted the tagged foot back behind the door? It's about Andy Bell. No thanks. Nat stood back and tried to shut the door, but Pip stepped forward to block it with her foot. Please. I know the awful things she did to you, she said. I can understand why you wouldn't want to, but that ruined my life. Nat spat. I'm not wasting one more breath on her. Move. That's when they both heard the sound of a rubber sole skidding over concrete and a whispered, "Oh, crap." Nat glanced up and her eyes widened. You, she said quietly. Yourself's brother. It wasn't a question. Hip turned now, her eyes falling on Ravi behind her, standing sheepishly next to the uneven slab that must have tripped him up. Hi, he said, ducking his head and raising his hand. I'm Ravi. He came to stand beside Pip, and as he did, we invite you to slow down, listen closely to the melody, and allow yourself to recharge during this short break. This is a free audiobook experience for all. Nat's grip on the door loosened, and she let it swing back open. S was always nice to me, she said, even when he didn't have to be. The last time I spoke to him, he was offering to give up his lunch break to chew to me in politics because I was struggling. I'm sorry you don't have your brother anymore. Thank you, Ravi said. Must be hard for you, too. Nat carried on, her eyes still lost in another world. How much this town worships Andy Bell, Kilton's saint and sweetheart, and that bench dedication she has taken too soon. Not soon enough, it should say. She wasn't a saint, Hip said gently, trying to coax Nat out from behind the door. But Nat wasn't looking at her, only at Ravi. He stepped up. She bullied you. Sure did. Nat laughed bitterly. And she's still ruining my life. Even from the grave. You've checked out my hardware. She pointed to her ankle tag. Got this because I punched one of my housemates at university. We were deciding on bedrooms, and this girl started pulling a stunt exactly like Andy would have, and I just lost it. We know about the video she put up of you. Pip said she should have faced charges over it. You were still a minor at the time. Nat shrugged. At least she was punished in some way that week. Some divine providence. Thanks to Saul. Did you want her dead after what she'd done to you? Ravi asked. Of course I did, Nat said darkly. Of course I wanted her gone. I skipped 2 days of school because I was so upset. And when I went back on the Wednesday, everyone was looking at me, laughing at me. I was crying in the corridor, and Andy walked by and called me a... I was so angry that I left her a nice little note in her locker, was too scared to ever say anything to her face. Hip glanced sideways at Ravi at his tense jaw and furrowed brows, and she knew he'd picked up on it too. A note, he said. Was it a threatening note? Of course it was a threatening note. Nat laughed. You stupid nine, I'm going to kill you. Something like that. Saul got there first, though. Maybe he didn't, Pip said. Nat turned and looked Pip in the face. Then she burst into loud and forced laughter, a mist of spit landing on Pip's cheek. Oh, this is too good, she hooted. Are you asking me whether I killed Andy Bill? I had the motive, right? That's what you were thinking. You want my lying alibi? She laughed cruelly. Pip didn't say anything. Her mouth was filling uncomfortably with saliva, but she didn't swallow. She didn't want to move at all. She felt Ravi brushing against her shoulder, his hand skimming just past hers, disturbing the air around it. Nat leaned towards them. I didn't have any friends left because of Andy Bell. I had no place to be on that Friday night. I was in playing Scrabble with my parents and my sister-in-law, tucked in by 11. Sorry to disappoint you. Hip didn't have time to swallow. And where was your brother, if his wife was home with you? He's a suspect, too, is he? Her voice darkened with a growl. Naomi must have been talking then. He was out of the pub drinking with his cop friends that night. He's a police officer, Ravi said. Just finished his training that year. So yeah, no murderers in this house, I'm afraid. Now, off, and tell Naomi to you off, too. Nat stepped back and kicked the door shut in their faces. Hip watched the door vibrating in its frame, her eyes so transfixed that it looked for a moment like the very particles of air were rippling from the slam. She shook her head and turned to Ravi. "Let's go," he said gently. Back in the car, Pip allowed herself to just breathe for a few slow seconds to arrange the haze of her thoughts into actual words. Ravi found his first. "Am I in trouble for, well, literally tripping into the interrogation?" I heard raised voices, and Noam or Pip looked at him and couldn't help but smile. "We're lucky you did. She only talked because you were there." He sat up a little straighter in his seat, his hair crushed against the roof of the car. "So the death threat that journalist told you about," he said, "came from Nat." Hip finished turning the key in the ignition. She pulled the car off the curb and drove about 20 feet up the road out of sight of the Dilda house before stopping again and reaching for her phone. What's he doing? Nat said her brother is a police officer. She thumbed onto the browser app and started typing her search. Let's look him up. It came up as the first item when she searched Temps Valley Police Daniel Dilva. A page on the National Police website telling her that Police Constable Daniel Dilva was a constable on the local policing team covering Little Kilton. A quick check to his LinkedIn profile said he had been so since the end of 2011. "Hey, I know him," Ravi said, leaning over her shoulder, jabbing his finger at the picture of Daniel. "You do?" "Yeah. Back when I started asking questions about S, he was the officer who told me to give it up. That my brother was guilty beyond doubt. He does not like me." Ravi's hand crept up to the back of his head, losing his fingers and his dark hair. "Last summer, I was sitting on the tables outside the cafe. This guy," he gestured to the photo of Daniel, "made me move along, said I was loitering. Funny that he didn't think all the other people outside were loitering. Just the brown kid with the murderer for a brother. What a contemptible," she said. "And he shut down all your questions about S." Ravi nodded. "He's been a police officer in Kilton since just before Andy disappeared." Hip stared down at her phone into Daniel's forever smiling snapshot face. "Ravi, if someone did frame S and make his death look like suicide, wouldn't it be easier for someone with knowledge of police procedure?" "That it would. SGE," he said. "And there's the rumor that Andy slept with him when she was 15, which is what she used to blackmail Knapp out of the play." "Yes." "And what if they started up again later, after Daniel was married, and Andy was in her final year? He could be the secret older guy." "What about Nat?" He said, "I sort of want to believe her when she says she was home with her parents that night because she'd lost all her friends, but she's also proven to be violent." He weighed up his hands in a conceptual seesaw. "And there's certainly motive. Maybe a brother and sister killer tags team, or a Nat and Naomi killer tag team." Pip groaned. "She did seem pretty angry that Naomi had talked to you." Ravi agreed. "What's the word count on this project, Pip?" "Not enough, Ravi. Not nearly enough. Should we just go and get ice cream and give our brains a rest?" He turned to her with that smile of his. "Yes, we probably should. As long as you're a cookie dough kind of girl." Quote, "Ravi Singh," he said dramatically into an invisible microphone. "A thesis on the best ice cream flavor. Pips's car. September. Shut up. Okay. Production log entry 17, 16th of September, 2017. I can't find anything on Daniel da Silva. Nothing that gives me any further leads. There's hardly anything to learn from his Facebook profile other than he got married in September 2011. But if he was the secret older guy, Andy could have ruined him in two different ways. She could have told his new wife he was cheating and destroyed his marriage. Or she could have filed a police report about statutory rape from 2 years before. Both circumstances are just rumor at this point. But if true, they certainly would give Daniel a motive for wanting her dead. Andy could have blackmailed him. It's definitely not too out of character for her to have been blackmailing her to Silva. There's nothing about his professional life online either, other than an article written by Stanley Forbes 3 years ago about a car collision on Hogill that Daniel responded to. But if Daniel is our killer, I'm thinking he might have disturbed the investigation somehow, in his capacity as a police officer, a man on the inside. Perhaps when searching the Bell residence, he could have stolen or tampered with any evidence that would lead back to him or his sister. It's also worth noting the way he reacted to Ravi asking questions about S. Did he shut Ravi down to protect himself? I've looked through all the newspaper reports on Andy's disappearance again. I've stared at pictures of the police searches until it feels like my eyes are growing scratchy little legs to climb out of their sockets and splat against the laptop screen like grotesque little moths. I don't recognize Dilva as any of the investigating officers, although there is one picture I'm not sure about. It was taken on the Sunday morning. There are some police officers in high vis standing around the front of Andy's house. One of them is walking through the front door, his back to the camera. His hair color and length matches to Silver's when I cross-reference social media pictures of him from around that time. It could be him. It could be. Onto the list he goes. Production log entry 18. The 18th of September, 2017. It's here. I can't believe it's really here. The Tempames Valley Police have responded to my Freedom of Information request. Their email. Dear Miss Fitzamobi, Freedom of Information request. Reference number 3142/17. I write in connection with your request for information dated the 19th of the 8th 7, received by the Tempames Valley Police for the following information. I'm doing a project at school about the Andrea Bell investigation, and I would like to request the following. 1. A transcript of the interview conducted with Salio Singh on the 21st of the 4th, 2012. 2. A transcript of any interviews conducted with Jason Bell. 3. Records of the findings from the searches of the Bell residence on the 21st of the 4th, 2012, and the 22nd of the 4th, 2012. I would be very grateful if you could help with any of these requests. Result requests 2 and 3 have been refused, citing exemptions, Section 31, A. Investigations, and Section 42, Personal Information, of the FOIA. This email serves as a partial refusal notice under Section 17 of the Freedom of Information Act 2000. Request 1 has been upheld, but the document contains redactions as per Section 301AB and Section 402. The transcript is attached below. Reasons for decision. Section 402 provides an exemption for information that is the personal data of an individual other than the requestor, and where the disclosure of that personal data would be in breach of any of the principles of the Data Protection Act, 1988, DPA. Section 301 provides an exemption from the duty to disclose information that a public authority has held at any time for certain investigations or proceedings. If you are not satisfied with this response, you have a right of complaint to the Information Commissioner. I should draw your attention to the attached sheet which details your right of complaint. Yours sincerely, Gregory Panet. I have S's interview. Everything else was refused, but in their refusal, they still confirmed that Jason Bell was at least interviewed in the investigation. Maybe the police had their suspicions too. The attached interview. This interview is being tape recorded. It is the 21st of April, 2012, and I make it just 3:55 p.m. My name is, and I'm based with the Tempames Valley Police. Also present is my colleague. Could you please state your full name? Oh, sure. Sil Singh. And can you confirm your date of birth for me? 14th February, 1994. Valentine's baby, huh? Yeah. So, Sil, let us just get some introduction bits out of the way first. Just so you understand. This is a voluntary interview, and you are free to stop it or ask us to leave at any time. We are interviewing you as a significant witness in the missing persons inquiry of Andrea Bell. But sorry for interrupting. I told you I didn't see her after school. So, I didn't witness anything. Yes, sorry. The terminology is a bit confusing. A significant witness is also someone who has a particular relationship to a victim, or in this case, a possible victim. And, as we understand it, you are Andrea's boyfriend, correct? Yeah. No one calls her Andrea. She's Andy. Okay. Sorry. And how long have you and Andy been together? Since just before Christmas last year. So around 4 months. Sorry. You said Andy was a possible victim. I don't understand. It's just standard procedure. She is a missing person, but because she is a minor, and this is out of character, we cannot wholly rule out that Andy has been a victim of a crime. Of course, we hope otherwise. Are you okay? Yeah. I'm just worried. That's understandable, Sil. So, the first question I'd like to ask you is, when was the last time you saw Auntie? At school. Like I said, we talked in the car park at the end of the day, and then I walked home, and she was walking home as well. And at any time, up until that Friday afternoon, had Andy ever indicated to you a desire to run away from home? No, never. Did she ever tell you about any problems she was having at home with her family? I mean, yeah, we obviously talked about stuff like that and everything major, just normal teenager stuff. I always thought that but there wasn't anything recent that would make her want to run away, if that's what you're asking. No. Can you think of any reason why Andy would want to leave home and not be found? I'm not sure. I don't think so. How would you describe your relationship with Andy? What do you mean? Is it a sexual relationship? Yeah, sort of. Sort of. We haven't actually, gone all the way. You and Andy haven't had sex? No. And would you say your relationship is a healthy one? I don't know. What do you mean? Do you argue often? No, not argue. I'm not confrontational, which is why we're okay together. And were you arguing in the days before Andy went missing? No, we weren't. So, in written statements from taken this morning, they both separately alleged that they saw you and Andy arguing at school this week, on the Thursday and the Friday. Claims it is the worst she has seen you both argue since the start of your relationship. Do you know anything about this, Sil? Any truth to it? Maybe a bit. Andy can be a hothead. Sometimes it's hard not to answer back. And, Can you tell me what you were arguing about in this instance? I don't know if... No, it's private. No, you don't want to tell me. Um, yeah, no, I don't want to tell you. You may not think it's relevant, but even the smallest detail could help us find her. Um, no, I still can't say. Sure. Yeah. Okay, let's move on then. So, did you have any plans to meet up with Andy last night? No, none. I have plans with my friends because said that when Andy left the house at around 10:30 p.m. She presumed Andy was going to see her boyfriend. No, Andy knew I was at my friend's house and wasn't meeting her. So, where were you last night? I was at my friend's house. Do you want to know times? Yeah, sure. I think I got there around 8:30. My dad dropped me, and I left around 12:15 to walk home. My curfew is 1 a.m. when I'm not staying over somewhere. I think I got in just before 1, but you can check with my dad. He was up. And who else was with you at house? And did you have any contact with Andy that evening? No. I mean, she tried to call me at 9-ish, but I was busy and didn't pick up. I can show you my phone. And have you had any contact with her at all since she went missing? Well, since I found out this morning, I've called her like 1,000,000 times. Keeps going to voicemail, but I think her phone is off. Okay. And did you want to ask? Yeah. So, Sil, I know you said you don't know, but where do you think Andy could be? Honestly, Andy never does anything that she doesn't want to do. I think she could just be taking a break somewhere. Her phone off so she can just ignore the world for a bit. That's what I'm hoping this is. What might Andy need a break from? I don't know. And where do you think she could be taking this break? I don't know. Andy keeps a lot to herself, and maybe she has some friends we don't know about. I don't know. Okay. So, is there anything else you might want to add that could help us find Andy? No. If I can, I'd like to help in any searches if you're doing them. Okay then. I've asked everything we need to at the moment. I'm going to end the interview there. It's 4:06 p.m., and I shall stop the tape. Okay, deep breath. I've read it over 6 times, even out loud. And now, I have this horrible sinking feeling in my gut, like being both unbearably hungry and unbearably full. This does not look great for S. I know it's sometimes hard to read nuances from a transcript, but S was very evasive with the police about what he and Andy were arguing about. I don't think anything is too private that you wouldn't tell the police if it could help find your missing girlfriend. If it was potentially about Andy seeing another man, why didn't S just tell the police? It could have led them to the possible real killer right at the start. But what if S was covering up something worse? Something that would have given him real motive to kill Andy. We know he's lying elsewhere in this interview when he tells the police what time he left Max's. It would crush me to have come all this way just to find out that S really is guilty. Ravi would be devastated. Maybe I should never have started this project. Should never have spoken to him. I'm going to have to show him the transcript. I told him just yesterday that I was expecting a reply any day now, but I don't know how he's going to take it. Or maybe I could lie and say it hasn't arrived yet. Could S really have been guilty all along? S as the killer has always been the path of least resistance. But was it so easy for everyone to believe because it's also true? But no, the note. Somebody warned me to stop digging. Yes, the note could have been someone's idea of a prank. And if the note was a joke, then S could be the real killer. but it doesn't feel right. Someone in this town has something to hide, and they're scared because I'm on the right path to chasing them down. I just have to keep chasing, even when the path is resisting me. Persons of interest: Jason Bell, Naomi Ward, secret older guy, Nat the Silver, Daniel the Silver. Chapter 15. Take my hand, Pip said, reaching down and cupping her fingers around Joshua's. They crossed the road, Josh's palm sticky in her right hand, Barney's lead grating in the other as the dog pulled ahead. She let go of Josh when they reached the pavement outside the cafe and crouched to loop Barney's lead round the leg of a table. Sit. Good boy, she said, stroking his head as he looked up at her with a tongue-lolling smile. She opened the door to the cafe and ushered Josh inside. I'm a good boy, too, he said. Good boy, Josh, she said, absently patting his head as she scanned the sandwich shelves. She picked out 4 different flavors. Brie and bacon for Dad, of course, and cheese and ham without the icky bits for Josh. She took the bundle of sandwiches up to the till. Hi, Jackie, she said, smiling as she handed over the money. Hello, sweetheart. Big Moby lunch plans. We're assembling garden furniture, and it's getting tense, Pip said. Need sandwiches to plate the hungry troops. Ah, I see, said Jackie. Will you tell your mom I'll pop by next week with my sewing machine? I shall do. Thanks. Pip took the paper bag from her and turned back to Josh. Come on then, Squirt. They were almost at the door when Pip spotted her sitting at a table alone, her hands cupped round a takeaway coffee. It hadn't seen her in town for years. She'd presumed she was still away at university. She must be 21 by now, maybe 22. And here she was, just feet away, tracing her fingertips over the furrowed words. Caution, hot beverage. Looking more like Andy than she ever had before. Her face was slimmer now, and she'd started dyeing her hair lighter, just like her sister's had been, but hers was cut short and blunt above her shoulders, where Andy's had hung down to her waist. Yet, even though the lightness was there, Becca Bell's face did not have the composite magic of her sister's. A girl who had looked more like a painting than a real person. Hip knew she shouldn't. She knew it was wrong and insensitive. And all those words Mrs. Morgan had used in her. I'm just concerned about the direction of your project warnings. And even though she could feel the sensible and rational parts of herself rallying in her head, she knew that a small sliver of Pip had already made the decision. That flake of recklessness inside, contaminating all other thoughts. Josh, she said, handing him the sandwich bag, can you go and sit outside with Barney for a minute? I'll be 2 seconds. He looked pleadingly up at her. You can play on my phone, she said, digging it out of her pocket. Yes, he said in hissed victory, taking it and scrolling straight to the page where the games were, bumping into the door on his way out. Hip's heart kicked up in an agitated protest. She could feel it like a turbulent clock in the base of her throat, the ticking fast-forward in huddling pairs. Hi, Becca. Isn't it? She said, walking over and placing her hands on the back of the empty chair. Yeah, do I know you? Becca's eyebrows dropped in scrutiny. No, you don't. She tried to don her warmest smile, but it felt stretchy and tight. I'm Pippa. I live in town, just in my last year at Kilton Grammar. Oh, wait, Becca said, shuffling in her seat. Don't tell me. You're the girl doing a project about my sister, aren't you? What? Pip stammered. How did you know? She paused. I'm kind of seeing Stanley Forbes. Kind of not. She shrugged. Pip tried to hide her shock with a fake cough. Oh, nice guy. Yeah. Becca looked down at her coffee. I just graduated. and I'm doing an internship over at the Kilton Mail. Oh, cool, Hippa said. I actually want to be a journalist too, an investigative journalist. Is that why you're doing a project about Andy? She went back to tracing her finger around the rim of the cup. Yes, Pitt nodded. And I'm sorry for intruding. And you can absolutely tell me to go away if you want. I just wondered whether you could answer some questions I have about your sister. Becca sat forward in her chair, her hair swinging about her neck. She coughed. What kind of questions? Far too many. They all rushed in at the same time, and Pip spluttered. Oh, she said. Like, did you and Andy get an allowance from your parents as teenagers? Becca's face scrunched in a wrinkled, abused look. That's not what I was expecting you to ask. But, no, not really. They kind of just bought us stuff, as and when we needed it. Why? Just filling in some gaps, Pip said. And was there ever tension between your sister and your dad? Becca's eyes dropped to the floor. Her voice cracked. She wrapped her hands around the cup and stood, the chair screaming as it scraped against the tiled floor. Actually, I don't think this is a good idea, she said, rubbing her nose. Sorry, it's just... No, I'm sorry, Pip said, stepping back. I shouldn't have come over. No, it's okay, Becca said. It's just that things are finally settled again. Me and Mom, we've found our new normal, and things are getting better. I don't think dwelling on the past, on Andy's stuff, is healthy for either of us, especially not my mom. So, yeah, she shrugged. You do your project if that's what you want to do, but I'd prefer it if you left us out of it. Absolutely, Pip said. I'm so sorry. No worries. Becca's head dipped in a hesitant nod as she walked briskly past Pip and out of the cafe door. Hip waited several moments and then followed her out. Suddenly enormously glad she had changed out of the gray t-shirt she'd been wearing earlier. Otherwise, she'd now certainly be modeling giant dark gray pit rings. All right, she said, unhooking Barney's lead from the table. Let's get home. Don't think that lady likes you, Josh said, his eyes still down on the cartoon figures dancing across her phone screen. Were you being unfriendly? Hippo Peepo production log entry, 194th of September, 2017. I know I pushed my luck trying to question Becca. It was wrong. I just couldn't help myself. She was right there, 2 steps away from me. The last person to see Andy alive, other than the killer, of course. Her sister was murdered. I can't expect her to want to talk about it, even if I am trying to find the truth. And if Mrs. Morgan finds out, my project will be disqualified. Not that I think that would stop me at this point, but I am lacking a certain insight into Andy's home life. And of course, it's not even in the realm of possibility or acceptability to try to speak to her parents. I've been stalking Becca on Facebook back to 5 years ago, pre-murder. Other than learning that her hair used to be mousier and her cheeks fuller, it looks like she had one really close friend in 2012, a girl called Jess Walker. Maybe Jess will be detached enough to not be as emotional about Andy, yet close enough that I can get some of the answers I desperately need. Jess Walker's profile is very neat and informative. She's currently at university in Newcastle. Just scroll back to 5 years ago. It took forever, and nearly all of her photos were taken with Becca Bell back then, until they abruptly aren't. Crap. Fudging bugger monkey. Poo crap, polar ass chops. I just accidentally liked one of her photos from 5 years ago. Damn it. Could I look any more like a stalker? I've unliked it now, but she'll still get the notification. Laptop-tablet hybrids with touchscreens are absolutely hazardous to the casual Facebook prowler. It's too late now anyway. She'll know I've been poking my nose into her life half a decade ago. I'll send her a private message and see if she'd be willing to give me a phone interview. Stupid, clumsy thumbs. Production log entry, 26th of September 2017. Transcript of interview with Jess Bell, Becca Bell's friend. We talk a bit about Little Kilton, about how the school has changed since she left, which teachers are still there, etc. It's a few minutes until I can steer the conversation back to my project. So, I wanted to ask you really about the Bells, not just Andy. What kind of family they were, how did they get on, things like that. Oh, well, I mean, that's a loaded question right there. What do you mean? I don't know if dysfunctional is quite the right word. People use that as a funny kind of accolade. I'd mean it in the proper sense, like they weren't quite normal. I mean, they were normal enough. They seemed normal, unless you spent a lot of time there like I did. I picked up on a lot of little things that you wouldn't have noticed if you didn't live among the Bells. What do you mean by not quite normal? I don't know if that's a good way of describing it. It just a couple of things that weren't quite right. It was mainly Jason, Becca's dad. What did he do? It was just the way he spoke to them, the girls and Dawn. If you only saw it a couple of times, you'd think he was just trying to be funny. But I saw it often, very often. And I think it definitely affected the environment in that house. Sorry, I'm talking in circles, aren't I? It's quite difficult to explain. He would just say things to them, always little digs about how they looked and stuff. The total opposite of how you should talk to your teenage daughters. He'd pick up on things he knew they were self-conscious about. He said things to Becca about her weight and would laugh it off as a joke. He'd tell Andy she needed to put on makeup before she left the house, that her face was a moneymaker. Jokes like this all the time. Like how they looked was the most important thing in the world. I remember when I was over for dinner one time, Andy was upset that she didn't get any offers from the university she'd applied to. Only one from her backup, that local one. And Jason said, "Oh, it don't matter. You're only going to university to find a rich husband anyway." No. And he did it to his wife, too. He'd say really uncomfortable things when I was there. Like how she was looking old, joking about counting wrinkles on her face, saying that he'd married her for looks, and she'd married him for his money, and only one of them was upholding their deal. I mean, they would all laugh when he did it, like it was just family teasing. But seeing it happen so many times, it was unsettling. I didn't like being there. And do you think it affected the girls? Oh, Becca never, ever wanted to talk about her dad. But yeah, it was obvious it played havoc with their self-esteem. Andy started caring so much about what she looked like, about what people thought of her. There would be screaming matches when her parents said it was time to go out, and Andy wasn't ready. Hadn't done her hair or makeup yet. When they refused to buy her a new lipstick, she said she needed. How that girl could ever have thought she was ugly is beyond me. Becca became obsessed with her flaws. She started skipping meals. It affected them in different ways, though. Andy got louder, Becca got quieter. And what was the relationship between the sisters like? Jason's influence was all over that as well. He made everything in that house a competition. If one of the girls did something good, like got a good grade, He would use it to put the other one down. But what were Becca and Andy like together? I mean, they were teenage sisters. They fought like hell. And then a few minutes later, it was forgotten. Becca always looked up to Andy, though. They were really close in age, only 15 months between them. Andy was in the year just above us at school. And when we turned 16, Becca started, well, I guess trying to copy Andy. I think because Andy always seemed so confident, so admired. Becca started trying to dress like her. She begged her dad to start teaching her to drive early, so that as soon as she was 17, she could take a test and get a car like Andy had. She started wanting to go out like Andy too, to house parties. You mean the ones called calamity parties? Yeah. Even though it was people in the year above that threw them. And we hardly knew anyone. She convinced me to go one time. I think it was in March, and not too long before Andy's disappearance. Andy hadn't invited her or anything. Becca just found out where the next one was being hosted, and we turned up. We walked there. How was it? Oh, awful. Just sat in the corner all night talking to anyone. Andy completely blanked Becca. I think she was angry she'd turned up. We drank a bit, then Becca completely disappeared on me. I couldn't find her anywhere among all the drunk teenagers, and I had to walk home tipsy, all by myself. I was really angry at Becca. Even more angry the next day when she finally answered her phone, and I found out what happened. What happened? She wouldn't tell me. I mean, it was pretty obvious when she asked me to go and get the morning after pill with her. I asked an ass, and she just would not tell me who she'd slept with. I think she might have been embarrassed. That upset me at the time, though, especially if she had considered it important enough to completely abandon me at a party I never wanted to go to. We had a big fight, and guess that was the start of the wedge in our friendship. Becca skipped some school, and I didn't see her for a few weekends. That's when Andy went missing. Did you see the Bells much after Andy disappeared? I visited a few times, but Becca didn't want to talk much. None of them did. Jason had an even shorter temper than usual, especially the day the police interviewed him. Apparently, on the night Andy disappeared, the alarm had gone off at his business offices during the dinner party. He'd driven round to check it out, but he'd already drunk quite a lot of alcohol, so he was nervous talking to the police about it. Well, this is what Becca told me anyway. But yeah, the house was just so quiet. And even months later, after it was presumed Andy was dead and never coming home, Becca's mom insisted on leaving Andy's room, as it was, just in case. It was all really sad. So, when you were at that calamity party in March, did you see what Andy was up to? Who she was with? Yeah. You know, I never actually knew that S was Andy's boyfriend until after she went missing. She'd never had him over at the house. I knew she had a boyfriend, though. And after that calamity party, I presumed it was this other guy. I saw them alone at that party, whispering and looking pretty close several times. Never once saw her with S. Who? Who was the guy? He was this tall blonde guy. Kinda long hair. Spoke like he was posh. Max? Was his name Max Hastings? Yeah, I think that was him. You saw Max and Andy alone at the party? Yep, looking pretty friendly. Jess, thanks so much for talking with me. You've been a big help. Oh, that's okay. Hey, Pippa, do you know how Becca's doing now? I just saw her the other day, actually. I think she's doing well. She's got her degree, and she's interning at the Kilton newspaper. She looks well. Good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm struggling to even process the amount I've learned from that one conversation. This investigation shifts tonally each time I peek behind another screen in Andy's life. Jason Bell is looking darker and darker the more I dig. And I now know that he left his dinner party for a while on that night. From what Jess said, it sounds like he was emotionally abusive to his family. A bully, a chauvinist, an adulterer. It's no wonder Andy turned out the way she did in a toxic environment like that. It seems Jason wrecked his children's self-esteem so much that one became a bully like him, and the other turned to self-harming. I know from Andy's friend, Emma, that Becca had been hospitalized in the weeks before Andy's disappearance, and that Andy was supposed to be watching her sister that very night. It seems like Jess didn't know about the self-harming. She just thought Becca had been skipping school. So Andy wasn't the perfect girl, and the Bells weren't the perfect family. Those family photographs may speak 1,000 words, but most of them are lies. Speaking of lies, Max Bloody Hastings. Here's a direct quote from his interview when I asked how well he knew Andy. We sometimes spoke. Yeah, but we weren't ever like friends. Friends didn't really know her. Like an acquaintance. An acquaintance that you were seen cuddling up to at a party. So much so that a witness presumed you were Andy's boyfriend. And there's this as well. Even though they were in the same school year, Andy had a summer birthday, and Max had been held back a year because of his leukemia and has a September birthday. When you look at it like this, there is almost a 2-year age gap between them. From Andy's perspective, Max was technically an older guy, but was he a secret older guy? Right, up close and personal behind S's back. I've tried looking Max up on Facebook before. His profile is basically barren. Just holiday and Christmas pictures with his parents, and birthday wishes from uncles and aunties. I remember thinking before that it didn't seem fitting, but I shrugged it off. Well, I'm not shrugging anymore, Hastings, and I've made a discovery. In some of Naomi's pictures online, Max isn't tagged as Max Hastings, but as Nancy Tango Tits. I thought it was some kind of private joke before, but no. Nancy Tango Tits is Max's actual Facebook profile. The Max Hastings one must be a tamed decoy he kept in case universities or potential employers decided to look up his online activities. It makes sense. Even some of my friends have started changing their profile names to make them uncarchable as we draw closer to uni application season. The real Max Hastings and all his wild, drunken photos and posts from friends has been hiding as Nancy. This is what I presume, at least. I can't actually get on to see anything. Nancy has his privacy settings set on full throttle. I can only see photos or posts that Naomi is also tagged in. It's not given me much to work with. No secret pictures of Max and Andy kissing in the background. None of his photos from the night she disappeared. I've already learned my lesson here. When you catch someone lying about a murdered girl, the best thing to do is to go and ask them why. Persons of interest. Jason Bell, Naomi Ward, secret older guy, Nat Dilva, Daniel Dilva, Max Hastings, Nancy Tango Tits. Chapter 16. The door was different now. It had been brown the last time she was here, over 6 weeks ago. Now it was covered in a streaky layer of white paint, the dark undercoat still peering through. Hip knocked again, harder this time, hoping it would be heard over the droning murmur of a vacuum cleaner running inside. The drone clicked off abruptly, leaving a slightly buzzy silence in its wake. Then sharp footsteps on a hard floor. The door opened, and a well-dressed woman with cherry red lipstick stood before her. "Hi," Pip said. "I'm a friend of Max's." "Is he in?" "Oh, hi." The woman smiled, revealing a smear of red on one of her top teeth. She stood back to let Pip through. "He certainly is. Come in, Pippa." She smiled, stepping inside. "Pipper?" "Yes, he's in the living room, shouting at me for vacuuming while he's playing some deathmatch. Can't pause it, apparently." Max's mom walked Pip down the hall and through the open archway into the living room. Max was spread out on the sofa in tartan pajama bottoms and a white t-shirt. His hands gripped round a controller as he furiously thumbed the X button. His mom cleared her throat. Max looked up. "Oh, hi, Pipper. Funny surname," he said in his deep, refined voice, his eyes returning to his game. "What are you doing here?" Hip almost grimaced in reflex, but she fought it with a fake smile. "Oh, nothing much." She shrugged nonchalantly. "Just here to ask you how well you really knew Andy Bell." The game was paused. Max sat up, stared at Pip, then his mom, then back to Pip. His mom said, "Would anyone like a cup of tea?" "No, we don't." Max stood upstairs. Pipper. He strode past them and up the grand stairs in the hallway, his bare feet thundering on the steps. Hip followed, flashing a polite wave back at his mother. At the top, Max held open his bedroom door and gestured her inside. Hip hesitated, one foot suspended above the vacuum-tracked carpet. Should she really be alone with him? Max jerked his head impatiently. His mom was just downstairs. She should be safe. She planted the foot and strode into his room. "Thank you for that," he said, closing the door. "My mom didn't need to know I've been talking about Andy and S again. The woman is a bloodhound. Never lets anything go." "Pit bull," Pip said. "It's pit bulls that don't let things go." Max sat back on his maroon bedspread. "Whatever. What do you want?" "I said I want to know how well you really knew Andy." "I already told you," he said, leaning back on his elbows and shooting a glance up past Pip's shoulder. "I didn't know her that well." Pip leaned back against his door. "Just acquaintances, right?" "That's what you said." "Yeah, I did." He scratched his nose. "I'll be honest, I'm starting to find your tone a tad annoying." "Good," she said, following Max's eyes as they looked over again to a notice board on the far wall, littered with posters and pinned up notes and photographs. "And I'm starting to find your lies a tad intriguing." "What lies?" he said. "I didn't know her well." "Interesting." It said, "I've spoken to a witness who went to a calamity party that you and Andy attended in March 2012. Interesting because she said she saw you two alone several times that night, looking pretty comfortable with each other." "Who said that?" Another micro glance over to the notice board. "I can't reveal my sources." "Oh my God." He laughed a deep, throaty laugh. "You're deluded. You know you're not actually a police officer, right?" "You're avoiding the question," she said. "Were you and Andy secretly seeing each other behind S's back?" Max laughed again. "He was my best friend. That's not an answer." Hip folded her arms. No, I wasn't seeing Andy Bell. Like I said, I didn't know her that well. So why did this source see you together in a manner that made her think you were actually Andy's boyfriend?" While Max rolled his eyes at the question, Hip stole her own glance at the notice board. The scribbled notes and bits of paper were several layers deep in places, with hidden corners and curled edges. Glossy photos of Max skiing and surfing were pinned on top. A Reservoir Dogs poster took up most of the board. "I don't know," he said. "Whoever it was, they were mistaken. Probably drunk. An unreliable source, you might say." "Okay." Pip shuffled away from the door. She took a few steps to the right, then paced back a couple so Max wouldn't realize as she moved herself incrementally towards the notice board. So, let's get this straight. She paced again, positioning herself nearer and nearer. You're saying you never spoke one-on-one with Andy at a calamity party? I don't know if never, Max said, but it's not like you're implying. Okay. Hip looked up from the floor, just a couple of feet from the board now. And why do you keep looking over here? She twisted on her heels and started flipping through the papers pinned to the board. Hey, stop! She heard the bed groan as Max got to his feet. Hip's eyes and fingers scanned over to-do lists, scribbled names of companies and grad schemes, leaflets and old photos of a young Max in a hospital bed. Heavy, barefooted steps behind her. That's my private stuff. And then she saw a small white corner of paper tucked underneath Reservoir Dogs. She pulled and ripped the paper out just as Max grabbed her arm. Pip spun towards him, his fingers digging into her wrist, and they both looked down at the piece of paper in her hand. Hip's mouth fell open. Oh, for sake. Max let her arm go and ran his fingers through his untamed hair. Just, acquaintances? She asked shakily. Who do you think you are? Max said, going through my stuff. Just acquaintances, Hip said again, holding the printed photo up to Max's face. It was Andy, a photo she'd taken of herself in a mirror. Standing on a red and white tiled floor, her right hand raised and clutched round the phone. Her mouth was pushed out in a pout, and her eyes looked straight out of the page. She was wearing nothing but a pair of black pants. Care to explain? Hip said. No. Oh. So you want to explain it to the police first? I get it. Pip glared at him and feigned walking towards the door. Don't be dramatic, Max said, returning her glare with his glassy blue eyes. It has nothing to do with what happened to her. I'll let them decide that. No, Pipper. He blocked her way to the door. Look, this is really not how it looks. Andy didn't give me that picture. I found it. You found it? Where? It was just lying around at school. I found it, and I kept it. Andy never knew about it. There was a hint of pleading in his voice. You found a nude picture of Andy just lying around at school. She didn't even try to hide her disbelief. Yes, it was just hidden in the back of a classroom. I swear, and you didn't tell Andy or anyone that you'd found it? Said Pip. No, I just kept it. Why? I don't know. His voice scrambled higher. Because she's hot, and I wanted to. And then it seemed wrong to throw it away after. What? Don't judge me. She took the photo. She clearly wanted it to be seen. You expect me to believe that you just found this naked picture of Andy? A girl you were seen getting close to at parties? Max cut her off. Those are completely unrelated. I wasn't talking to Andy because we were together, and neither do I have that picture because we were together. We weren't together. We never had been. So, you were alone talking to Andy at that calamity party? Hip said triumphantly. Max held his face in his hands for a moment, his fingertips pressing into his eyes. Fine, he said quietly. If I tell you, will you please just leave me alone and no police? That depends. Okay, fine. I knew Andy better than I said I did. A lot better. Since before she started with S. But I wasn't seeing her. I was buying from her. Hip looked at him in confusion, her mind ticking back over his last words. Buying drugs? She asked softly. Max nodded. Nothing super hard, though. Just weed and a few pills. Holy pepperoni. Hold on. Pip held up her finger to push the world back. Give her brain space to think. Andy Pell was dealing drugs. Well, yeah, but only at calamities and when we went out to clubs and stuff. Just to a few people. a handful at most. She wasn't like a proper dealer. Max paused. She was working with an actual dealer in town. Got him inside into the school crowd. It worked out for both of them. That's why she always had so much cash, said the puzzle piece, slotting in with an almost audible click in her head. Did she use? Not really. Think she only did it for the money. Money and the power it gave her. I could tell she enjoyed that. And did S know she was selling drugs? Max laughed. Oh, no, he said. No. S always hated drugs. That wouldn't have gone down well. Andy hid it from him. She was good at secrets. I think the only people who knew were those who bought from her. But I always thought S was a little naive. I'm surprised he never found out. How long had she been doing this? Hip said, feeling a crackle of sinister excitement spark through her. A while. Max looked up at the ceiling, his eyes circling as though he were turning over his own memories. I think the first time I bought weed off her was only 2011, when she was still 16. That was probably around when it started. And who was Andy's dealer? Who did she get the drugs from? Max shrugged. I don't know. I never knew the guy. I only ever bought through Andy and she never told me. Hip deflated. You don't know anything. You never bought drugs in Kilton after Andy was killed. Nope. He shrugged again. I don't know anything more. But were other people at Calamity still using drugs? Where did they get them? I don't know. Pipa. Max over-enunciated. I told you what you wanted to hear. Now I want you to leave. He stepped forward and whipped the photo out of Pip's hands. His thumb closed over Andy's face, the picture crumpling in his tight and shaking grip. A crease split down the middle of Andy's body as he folded her away. Chapter 17. Pip tuned out of the other's conversation and into the background soundtrack of the cafeteria. A bass of scraping chairs and gap-oars from a group of teenage boys whose voices fluctuated at will from deep tenor into squeaky soprano. A tuneful scrape of lunch trays sliding along the bench, picking up salad packs or bowls of soup, harmonized by the rustle of crisp packets and weekend gossip. Pip spotted him before the others and waved him over to their table. Aunt waddled over 2 packaged sandwiches, cradled in his arms. Hey, guys, he said, sliding onto the bench beside Kara, already tearing into sandwich number 1. How was practice? Pip asked. Aunt looked up at her wearily, his mouth slightly open, revealing the churned produce of his chewing. Fine, he swallowed. Why are you being nice to me? What do you want? Nothing. Pip laughed. I'm just asking how football was. No. Zach buttered in. That's far too friendly for you. Something's up. Nothing's up. She shrugged. Only the national debt and global sea levels. Probably hormones, Aunt said. Hip wound the invisible crank by her hand, jerkily raising her middle finger up at him. They were on to her already. She waited a full 5 minutes for the group to have a conversation about the latest episode of that zombie program they all watched. Connor stuffing his ears and humming loudly and tunelessly because he was yet to watch it. So, Aunt Pip tried again. You know your friend George from football? Yes, I think I know my friend George from football, he said, clearly finding himself rather too amusing. He's in the crowd that still do calamity parties, isn't he? Aunt nodded. Yeah, actually. I think the next party is at his house. His parents are abroad for an anniversary or something this weekend. Yeah, do you? Hip sat forward, resting her elbows on the table. Do you think you could get us all invited? Every single one of her friends turned to gawk at her. "Who are you, and what have you done with Pippa Fitzamoby?" Kara said, "What?" She felt herself getting defensive about 4 useless facts, simmering to the surface, ready to fire. "It's our last year at school. I thought it would be fun for us all to go. This is the opportune time before coursework deadlines and mock exams creep up." "Still sounds Pippish to me," Connor smiled. "You want to go to a house party?" Aunt said pointedly. "Yes," she said. "Everyone will be smashed. People getting off, throwing up, passing out, a lot of mess on the floor." Aunt said, "It's not really your scene, Pip." "Sounds cultural," she said. "I still want to go." "Okay, fine." Aunt clapped his hands together. "We'll go." Pip stopped by Ravi's on her way home from school. He set a black tea down in front of her, informing her there was no need to wait a jiffy for it to cool because he thought ahead and poured in some cold water. "Okay," he finally said, his head bouncing in a part shaking, part nodding movement as he tried to process the image of Andy Bell, cute, button-faced, blonde, as a drug dealer. "Okay, so you're thinking the man who supplied her could be a suspect?" "Yes," she said. "If you have the depravity to peddle drugs to kids, I definitely think you could be the sort inclined to murder." "Yeah, I see the logic." He nodded. "How are we going to find this drug dealer, though?" She plonked down her mug and sharpened her eyes on his. "I'm going undercover," she said. Chapter 18. "It's a house party, not a pantomime," Hip said, trying to wrestle her face out of Kara's grip. But Kara held on tight. "Facial hijack. Yeah, but you're lucky. You have a face that can pull off eyeshadow. Stop wriggling. I'm almost done." Hip sighed and went limp, submitting to the forced pining. She was still sulking that her friends had made her change out of her dungarees and into a dress of Lauren's that was short enough to be mistaken for a t-shirt. They'd laughed a lot when she'd said that. "Girls," Hip's mom called up the stairs, "you better hurry up." Victor started showing Lauren his dance moves down here. "Oh, geez," Pip said. "Am I done? We need to go and rescue her." Kara leaned forward and blew on her face. "Yep." "Cracking," said Pip, grabbing her shoulder bag and checking once again that her phone was at full charge. "Let's go." "Hello, Pickle," her dad said loudly, as Pip and Kara made their way downstairs. "Lauren and I have decided that I should come to your kilometer party, too. Calamity, Dad, and over my dead brain cells." Victor strolled over, wrapped his arm around her shoulders, and squeezed. "Little Pipsy going to a house party." "I know," Pip's mom said, her smile wide and glistening with alcohol and boys. "Yes." He let go and looked down at Pip, a serious expression on his face and his finger raised. "Pip, I want you to remember to be at least a little irresponsible." "Right," Pip announced, grabbing her car keys and strolling to the front door. "We're going now. Farewell, my backwards and abnormal parents." "Fairly well," Victor said dramatically, gripping onto the banister and reaching for the departing teenagers, like the house was a sinking ship, and he, the heroic captain, going down with it. Even the pavement outside was pulsing with the music. The 3 of them strolled up to the front door, and Pip raised her fist to knock. As she did, the door swung inward, opening a gateway into a writhing cacophony of deep bass tiny tunes, slurred chattering, and poor lighting. Hip took a tentative step inside, her first breath already tainted with the muggy metallic smell of vodka, undertones of sweat, and the slightest hint of vomit. She caught sight of the host, Aunt's friend George, trying to mesh his face with the girls from the year below. His eyes open and staring. He looked their way, and without breaking the kiss, waved to them behind his partner's back. Hip couldn't let herself be complicit in such a greeting, so she ignored it and started down the corridor. Kara and Lauren walked beside her, Lauren having to step over Paul from politics, who was slumped against the wall, lightly snoring. "This looks like some people's idea of fun," Hip muttered as they entered the open-plan living room and the chaos of teenage bustle hosted there. Bodies grinding and thrashing to the music, towers of precariously balanced beer bottles, drunken meaning of life monologues yelled across the room, wet carpet patches, unsubtle groin scratches, and couples pushed up against the condensation-dripping walls. "Oh, the one who was so desperate to come," Lauren said, waving to some girls she took after-school drama class with. Pip swallowed. "Yeah, and present Pip is always pleased with past Pip's decisions." Aunt Connor and Zach spotted them then and made their way over, maneuvering through the staggering crowd. "All right," Connor said, giving Pip and the others clumsy hugs. "You're late." "I know," Lauren said. "We had to redress Pip." Hip didn't see how dungarees could be embarrassing by association. Yet the jerky robot dance moves of Lauren's drama friends were totally acceptable. "Are there cups?" Kara said, holding up a bottle of vodka and lemonade. "Yeah, I'll show you," Aunt said, taking Kara off towards the kitchen. When Kara returned with a drink for her, Hip took frequent imaginary sips, as she nodded and laughed along with the conversation. When the opportunity presented itself, she sidled over to the kitchen sink, bought out the cup, and filled it with water. Later, when Zach offered to refill her cup for her, she had to pull the stunt again, and got cornered talking to Joe King, who sat behind her in English. His only form of humor was to say a ridiculous statement, wait for his victim to pull a confused face, and then say, "I'm only Joe King." After the joke's third resurgence, Hip excused herself and went to hide in a corner, thankfully alone. She stood there in the shadows, undisturbed, and scrutinized the room. She watched the dancers and the over-enthusiastic kisses, searching for any signs of shifty hand trades, hills, or gurning jaws, any over-wide pupils, anything that might give her a possible lead to Andy's drug dealer. 10 whole minutes passed, and Pip didn't notice anything dubious other than a boy called Stephen, smashing a TV remote and hiding the evidence in a flower of ours. Her eyes followed him as he wandered through to a large utility room and towards the back door, reaching for a pack of cigarettes from his back pocket. Of course, outside with the smokers should have been the first place on her list to scout out. Hip made her way through the mayhem, protecting herself from the worst of the lurchers and staggerers with her elbows. There were a handful of people outside. A couple of dark shadows rolling around on the trampoline at the bottom of the garden. A tearful Stella Chapman standing by the garden waste bin, wailing down the phone at someone. Another 2 girls from her year on a children's swing having what looked like a very serious conversation, punctuated by hands slapped to mouth gasps. And Stephen Thompson, or Thimpson, who she used to sit behind in maths. He was perched on a garden wall, a cigarette prone in his mouth as he searched double-handed in his various pockets. Pip wandered over. "Hi," she said, plunking herself down on the wall next to him. "Hi, Pipper," Stephen said, taking the cigarette from his mouth so he could talk. "What's up?" "Oh, nothing much," Pip said. "Just came out here looking for Mary Jane. Don't know who she is." "Sorry," he said, finally pulling out a neon green lighter. "Not a who?" Pip turned to give him a meaningful look. You know, I'm looking to blast a roach. Excuse me? Hip had spent an hour online that morning researching Urban Dictionary for its current street names. She tried again, lowering her voice to a whisper. You know, looking for some herb. The doob. A bit of hippie lettuce. Giggle smoke. Some skunk. Wacky. You know what I mean? Ganja. Stephen burst into laughter. Oh my God, he cackled. You are so smashed. Certainly am. She tried to feign a drunken giggle, but it came off as rather villainous. So, do you have some swag grass? When he stopped hooting to himself, he turned to look her up and down for a drawn-out moment, his eyes very obviously stalling over her chest and pasty legs. Hip squirmed inside, a gloopy cyclone of disgust and embarrassment. She mentally threw a reproach into Stephen's face, but her mouth had to remain shut. She was under cover. Yeah, Stephen said, biting his bottom lip. I can roll us a joint. He searched his pockets again and pulled out a small baggie of weed and a packet of rolling papers. Yes, please. Hip nodded, feeling anxious and excited and a little sick. You get rolling there. Roll it like a, crippier with a dice. He laughed at her again and licked one edge of the paper, trying to hold eye contact with her while his stubby pink tongue was out. Hip looked away. It crossed her mind that maybe she had gone too far this time for a homework project. Maybe. But this wasn't just a project anymore. This was for S, for Ravi, for the truth. She could do this for them. Stephen lit the joint and took 2 long sucks on its end before passing it to Pip. She took it awkwardly between her middle and index fingers and raised it to her lips. She turned her head sharply so that her hair flicked over her face and pretended to take a couple of drags on the joint. Lovely stuff, she said, passing it back. Spliffing, you could say. You look nice tonight, Stephen said, taking a drag and offering the joint again. Pip tried to take it without her fingers touching his. Another pretend puff, but the smell was cloying, and she coughed over her next question. So she said, giving it back, Where might I score some of this? You can share with me? No, I mean, who do you buy it from? You know, so I can get in on that, too. Just this guy in town. Stephen shuffled on the wall closer to Pip, called Howie. And where does Howie live? Pip said, passing back the weed, and using the movement as an excuse to shift away from Stephen. So, no. Stephen said he doesn't deal from his house. I meet him at the station car park down the end with no cameras. In the evening? Pip asked. Usually, yeah. Whatever time he texts me. You have his number? Hip reached down to her bag for her own phone. Can I have it? Stephen shook his head. He'd be mad if he knew I was just hanging it out. You don't need to go to him. If you want something, you can just pay me, and I'll get it for you. I'll even discount, he winked. I'd really rather buy direct, Pip said, feeling the heat of annoyance creeping up her neck. No candy, do? He shook his head, eyeing her mouth. Hip looked away quickly, her long dark hair, a curtain between them. Her frustration was too loud, gorging itself on all other thoughts. He wasn't going to budge, was he? And then the spark of an idea pushed its way through. Well, how can I buy through you? She said, taking the joint from his hands. You don't even have my number. Oh, and what a shame that is, Stephen said, his voice so slimy it practically dripped out of his mouth. He reached into his back pocket and pulled out his phone. Jabbing his finger at the screen, he entered his passcode and handed her the unlocked phone. Put your digits in there, he said. Okay, said Pip. She opened the phone book application and shifted her shoulders facing Stephen so he couldn't see the screen. She typed "How" into the contact search bar, and it was the only result to pop up. Howie Bowers and his phone number. She studied the sequence of numbers. Damn, she'd never be able to remember the whole thing. Another idea flickered into life. Maybe she could take a picture of the screen. Her own phone was on the wall just beside her. But Stephen was right there, staring at her, chewing his finger. She needed some kind of distraction. She lurched forward suddenly, launching the joint across the lawn. "Sorry," she said. "I thought there was a bug on me. Don't worry, I'll get it." Stephen jumped down from the wall. Pip had just a few seconds. She grabbed her phone, swiped left into the camera, and positioned it above Stephen's screen. Her heart was thawing, her chest closing uncomfortably around it. The camera flicked in and out of focus, wasting precious time. Her finger hovered over the button. The shot cleared, and she took the picture, dropping her phone into her lap just as Stephen turned. "It's still lit," he said, jumping back up on the wall, sitting far too close to her. Hip held out Stephen's phone to him. Sorry. I don't think I want to give you my number, actually," she said. "I decided that drugs aren't for me." "Don't be a tease," Stephen said, closing his fingers around both his phone and Pip's hand. He leaned into her. "No, thank you," she said, scooting back. "Think I'm going to go inside." And then Stephen put his hand on the back of her head, grabbed her forward, and lunged for her face. Hip twisted out of the way and shoved him back. She pushed so hard that he was disseated and fell 3 feet from the garden wall, sprawled on the wet grass. "You stupid slut," he said, picking himself up and wiping off his trousers. "You degenerate, perverted, reprobate ape." "Sorry, apes," Pip shouted back. "I said no." That was when she realized. She didn't know how or when it had happened, but she looked up and saw that they were now alone in the garden. Fear flushed through her in an instant, her skin bristling with it. Stephen climbed back over the wall, and Pip turned, hurrying towards the door. "Hey, it's okay. We can talk for a bit more," he said, grabbing her wrist to pull her back. "Let me go, Stephen." She spat the words at him, but Pip grabbed his wrist with her other hand and squeezed, digging her nails into his skin. Stephen hissed and let go, and Pip did not hesitate. She ran towards the house and slammed the door, flicking the lock behind her. Inside, she wound her way through the crowd on the makeshift Persian rug dance floor, being jostled this way and that. She searched through the flailing body parts and sweaty laughing faces, searching for the safety of Carr's face. It was musty and hot inside the crush of all these bodies. But Pip was shaking, an aftershock of cold quaking through her, knocking her bare knees. Production log entry 22, 3rd of October, 2017. Update. I waited in my car for 4 hours tonight. At the far end of the station car park, I checked. No cameras. 3 separate waves of commuters getting in from London. Marley Ann came and went. Dad among them. Luckily, he didn't spot my car. I didn't see anyone hanging around. No one who looked like they were there to buy or sell drugs. Not that I really know what that looks like. I never would have guessed Andy Bell was the kind. Yes, I know. I managed to get Howie Bauer's number from Stephen the Creep. I could just ring Howie and see whether he'd be willing to answer some questions about Andy. Well, that's what Ravi thinks we should do. But let's be real. He's not going to give me anything that way. He's a drug dealer. He's not going to admit it to a stranger on the phone, like he's casually discussing the weather or trickle-down economics. No. The only way he'll talk to us is if we have the appropriate leverage first. I'll return to the station tomorrow evening. Ravi has work again, but I can do this alone. I'll just tell my parents I'm doing my English coursework over at Carr's house. The lying gets easier the more I have to do it. I need to find Howie. I need this leverage. I also need sleep. Persons of interest: Jason Bell, Naomi Ward, Secret Older Guy, Nat Silva, Daniel the Silver, Max Hastings, Drug Dealer, Howie Bowers. Chapter 19. Pip was 13 chapters in reading by the harsh silver light from the torch on her phone when she noticed a lone figure crossing under a street lamp. She was in her car, parked down the far end of the station car park, every half hour marked with the screech and growl of London or Aylesbury-bound trains. The street lamps had flickered on about an hour ago when the sun had retreated, staining Little Kilton a darkening blue. The lights were that buzzy orange-yellow color, illuminating the area with an unsettling industrial glow. Hip squinted against the window. As the figure passed under the light, she saw it was a man in a dark green jacket with a furred hood and bright orange lining. His hood was up over a mask made of shadows, with only a downward-lit triangle nose for a face. She quickly switched off her phone torch and put Great Expectations down on the passenger seat. She shifted her own seat back so she could crouch on the car floor, hidden from sight by the door. The top of her head and her eyes pressed up against the window. The man walked over to the very outer boundary of the car park and leaned against the fence there, in a gloomy space just between two orange-lit pools from the lamps. Hip watched him holding her breath because it fogged the window and blocked her view. With his head down, the man pulled the phone out of one of his pockets. As he unlocked it and the screen lit up, IP could see his face for the first time. A bony face full of sharp lines and edges and neatly kept dark stubble. Pip wasn't the best with ages, but at a guess, the man was in his late 20s or early 30s. True, this wasn't the first time. Tonight she thought she'd found Howie Bowers. There had been 2 other men she ducked and hid to watch. The first got into a banged-up car straight away and drove off. The second stopped to smoke long enough for Pip's heart to pick up. But then he'd stubbed out the cigarette, flipped a car, and also headed off. But something hadn't felt right about those last 2 sightings. The men had been dressed in work suits and smart coats, clearly dawless of a train load from the city. But this man was different. He was in jeans and a short parka, and there was no doubt that he was waiting for something or someone. His thumbs were working away on his phone screen, possibly texting a client to tell them he was waiting. Typical pipeism, getting ahead of herself. But she had one sure way to confirm that this lurking parkering man was Howie. She pulled out her phone, trying to hide its illumination by holding it low and turning it to face into her thigh. She scrolled down in her contacts to the entry for Howie Bowers and pressed the call button. Her eyes back to the window, thumb hovering over the red hang-up button. She waited, her nerves spiking with every half second. Then she heard it much louder than the outgoing call sound from her own phone. A mechanical duck started quacking, the sound coming from the hands of the man. She watched as he pressed something on his phone and raised it to his ear. "Hello?" came a distant voice from outside, muffled by her window. Fractionally later, the same voice spoke through the speakers of her phone. Howie's voice. It was confirmed. Pip pressed the hang-up button and watched as Howie Bowers lowered his phone and stared at it, his thick but remarkably straight eyebrows lowering, eclipsing his eyes in shadows. He thumbed the phone and raised it to his ear again. "Crap!" Hip whispered, snatching her phone up and clicking it onto silent. Less than a second later, the screen lit up with an incoming call from Howie Bowers. Hip pressed the lock button and let the call silently ring out, a heart drumming painfully against her ribs. That was close. Too close. Stupid not to withhold her number. Really? Howie put his phone away then and stood head down, hands back in pockets. Of course, even though she now knew this man was Howie Bowers, she didn't have confirmation that he had been the man who'd supplied Andy with drugs. The only fact was that Howie Bowers was now currently dealing to kids at school, the same crowd that Andy had introduced her dealer to. It could be coincidence. Howie Bowers might not be the man Andy had worked with all that time ago. But in a small town like Kilson, you couldn't put too much trust in coincidences. Just then, Howie raised his head and nodded pointedly. Then Hip heard it. Sharp, clicking footsteps against the concrete, drawing closer and louder. She didn't dare move to look for who was approaching, the clicks jolting through her with each step. And then the person crossed into view. It was a tall man wearing a long beige coat and polished black shoes, their sheen and sharp clicking a sign of their newness. His hair was dark and cropped close to his head. As he arrived at Howie's side, he spun to lean against the fence beside him. It took a few moments of straining her eyes to focus her gaze before Pip gasped. She knew this man, knew his face from the staff pictures on the Kilton Mail website. It was Stanley Forbes. Stanley Forbes, an outsider to Pip's investigation, who had now cropped up twice. Becca Bell said she was kind of seeing him, and now here he was meeting with the man who had possibly supplied Becca's sister with drugs. Neither of the men had spoken yet. Stanley scratched his nose and then pulled out a thick envelope from his pocket. He shoved the packet into Howie's chest, and only then did she notice that his face was flushed and his hands shaking. Hip raised her phone and, checking the flash was off, took a few pictures of the meeting. "This is the last time. Do you hear me?" Stanley spat, making no effort to keep his voice down. It could just about hear the edges of his words through the glass of the car window. "You can't keep asking for more. I don't have it." Howie spoke far too quietly, and Pip only heard the mumbled start and end of his sentences. "What? Tell," Stanley rounded on him. "I don't think you would dare." They stared into each other's faces for a tense and lingering moment. Then Stanley turned on his heels and walked quickly away, his coat flicking out behind him. When he was gone, Howie looked through the envelope in his hands before stuffing it in his coat. Pip took another few pictures of him with it in his hands. But Howie wasn't going anywhere yet. He stood against the fence, tapping away at his phone again, like he was waiting for someone else. A few minutes later, Hip saw someone approaching. Huddling back in her hiding spot, Hip watched as the boy strode over to Howie, raising his hand in a wave. She recognized him, too. A boy in the year below her at school, a boy who played football with Aunt, called Robin something. Their meeting was just as brief. Robin pulled out some cash and handed it over. Howie counted the money and then produced a rolled-up paper bag from his coat pocket. Hip took 5 quick pictures as Howie handed the bag to Robin and pocketed the cash. Hip could see their mouths moving, but she couldn't hear the secret words they exchanged. Howie smiled and clapped the boy on the back. Robin, stuffing the bag into his rucksack, wandered back up the car park, calling a hello. "See you later," as he passed behind Pip's car, so close it made her jump. Ducking below the doorframe, Pip scrolled through the pictures she'd taken. Howie's face was clear and visible in at least 3 of them, and Pip knew the name of the boy she'd caught him selling to. It was textbook leverage. If anyone had ever written a textbook on how to blackmail a drug dealer, it froze. Someone was walking just behind her car, moving with shuffling footsteps, whistling. She waited 20 seconds and then looked up. Howie was gone, heading back towards the station. And now came the moment of indecision. Howie was on foot. Pip couldn't follow him in her car, but she really did not want to leave the bug-faced safety of her little car to follow a criminal without a reinforced Volkswagen shield. Fear started to uncurl in her stomach, winding up around her brain with one thought. Andy Bell went out in the dark on her own, and she never came back. Pip stifled the thought, breathed back the fear, and climbed out of the car, shutting the door as carefully as she could. She needed to learn as much as she could about this man. He could be the one who supplied Andy, the one who really killed her. Howie was about 40 paces ahead of her. His hood was down now, and its orange lining was easy to spot in the dark. Pip kept the distance between them, her heart getting in 4 beats between each of her steps. She drew back and increased the gap as they passed through the well-lit roundabout outside the station. She wouldn't get too close. She followed Howie as he turned right down the hill past the town's mini supermarket, crossed the road, and turned left along High Street, the other end from school, and Ravy's house. She trailed behind him all the way up Wyville Road, over the bridge that crossed the rail tracks. Beyond the bridge, Harry turned off the road onto a small path that carved across a grass verge through a yellowing hedge. Hip waited for Howie to get a little further ahead before she followed him down the path. Emerging onto a small and dark residential road, she kept going, her eyes on the orange furred hood 50 feet ahead of her. Darkness was the easiest of disguises. It made the familiar unknown and strange. It was only when Pip passed a street sign that she realized what road they were on. Roma Close. Her heart reacted now, getting in 6 beats between her feet. Roma Close. The very road where Andy Bell's car was found abandoned after her disappearance. Pip saw Howie swerving up ahead, and she darted to hide behind a tree. Watching as he headed towards a small bungalow, pulled out his keys, and let himself in. As the door clicked shut, Pip emerged from her hiding place and approached Howie's house, number 29, Roma Close. It was a squat, semi-detached house with tan bricks and a mossy slate roof. Both windows at the front were covered by thick blinds, the left one now cracking with streaks of yellow, as Howie turned on the lights inside. There was a small gravel plot just outside the front door, where a faded maroon car sat. Pip stared at it. There was no delay in her recognition this time. Her mouth fell open, and her stomach jumped to her throat, filling her mouth with the regurgitated taste of the sandwich she'd eaten in the car. "Oh my God," she whispered. She stepped back from the house, pulling out her phone. She skipped through her recent calls and dialed Ravi's number. "Please tell me you're off shift," she said when he picked up. "I just got home." "Why?" "I need you to come to Roma Close right now." Chapter 20. Hip knew from her murder map that it would take Ravi about 18 minutes to walk from his house to Roma Close. He was 4 minutes faster, running, when he spotted her. "What is it?" he said, slightly out of breath and brushing the hair back off his face. It is a lot of things, Pip said quietly. I'm not quite sure where to start, so I just will. You're freaking me out. His eyes flicked over her face, searching. I'm freaking me out, too. She paused to take a large breath and hopefully force her figurative stomach back down her windpipe. Okay. You know, I was looking for the drug dealer from my lead at the Calamity party. He was there tonight, dealing in the car park, and I followed him home. He lives here, Ravi. The road where Andy's car was found. Ravi's eyes wandered up to trace the outline of the dark street. How do you even know he's the guy that supplied Andy? He asked. I didn't for sure, she said. I do now. But wait, there's another thing I have to tell you first, and I don't want you to be mad. Why would I be mad? He looked down at her, his soft face hardening around the eyes. Because I lied to you, she said, her gaze down on her own feet instead of Rav's face. I told you that Sal's police interview hadn't arrived yet. It did over 2 weeks ago. What? He said quietly. A look of unconcealed hurt clouded his face, wrinkling his nose and forehead. I'm sorry, Pip said. But when it arrived and I read through it, I thought you'd be better off not seeing it. Why? She swallowed. Because it looked really bad for S. He was evasive with the police and outright told them he didn't want to say why he and Andy were arguing on that Thursday and Friday. It looked like he was trying to hide his own motive, and I was scared that maybe he'd actually killed her, and I didn't want to upset you. She chanced to look up at his eyes. They were drawn and sad. You think Sal is guilty after all this? No, I don't. I just doubted it for a while. And I was scared what it would do to you. I was wrong to do that. I'm sorry. It wasn't my place. But I was also wrong to ever doubt S. Ravi paused and looked at her, scratching the back of his head. Okay, he said, it's okay. I get why you did it. So, what's going on? I just found out exactly why S was so weird and evasive in his police interview, and why he and Andy were arguing. Come on. She beckoned him to follow, and walked back over to Howie's bungalow. She pointed. This is the drug dealer's house, she said. Look at his car, Ravi. She watched Ravi's face as his eyes flicked up and down over the car, from windscreen to bonnet and headlight to headlight, until they dropped to the number plate. And there they stayed backwards and forwards and back. Oh, he said. Hip nodded. Oh, indeed. Actually, I think this is a holy pepperoni moment. And both their eyes fell back on the number plate. RO9KKJ. S wrote that number plate in the notes on his phone. Hip said on Wednesday, the 18th of April, at about 7:45 p.m. He must have been suspicious. Maybe he'd heard rumors at school or something. So, he followed Andy that evening and must have seen her with Howie in this car and what she was doing. That's why they were arguing in the days before she went missing. Ravi added, Saul hated drugs, hated them. And when the police asked him about their arguing, Pip continued, he wasn't being evasive to hide his own motive. He was protecting Andy. He didn't think she was dead. He thought she was alive and coming back. And he didn't want to get her in trouble with the police by telling them she was dealing drugs. And the final text he sent her on that Friday night, I'm not talking to you until you stopped, Ravi quoted. You know something, I smiled. Your brother has never looked more innocent than right now. Thanks. He returned the smile. You know, I've never said this to a girl before, but I'm glad you came knocking on my door out of the blue. I distinctly remember you telling me to go away, she said. Well, it appears you're hard to get rid of. That I am. She bowed her head. Ready to do some knocking with me? Wait, no. What? He looked at her, appalled. Oh, come on, she said, striding towards Howie's front door. You're finally going to get some action. God, so hard not to point out all the innuendos. Wait, Pip, Ravi said, bounding after her. What are you doing? He's not going to talk to us. He will, Pip said, waving her phone above her head. I have leverage. What leverage? Ravi caught up with her just before the front door. She turned and flashed him a scrunched-up, crinkly-eyed smile. And then she took his hand. Before Ravi could take it away, she knocked it 3 times against the door. He widened his eyes and raised his finger in a silent telling off. They heard shuffling and coughing from inside. A few seconds later, the door was roughly pulled open. Howie stood there blinking at them. He'd taken his coat off now and was wearing a stained blue t-shirt, his feet bare. He appeared with a smell of stale smoke and damp, moldering clothes. Hello, Howie Bowers, Pip said. Please, may we buy some drugs? Who the hell are you? Howie spat. I'm the hell person who took these lovely photos earlier tonight, Pip said, scrolling onto the pictures of Howie and holding the phone up to face him. She swiped with her thumb so he saw the whole range. Interestingly, I know this boy you sold drugs to. His name's Robin. I wonder what would happen if I called his parents right now and told them to search his rucksack. I wonder if they'd find a small paper bag of treats. And then I wonder how long it would take for the police to come knocking around here, especially once I give them a call to help them along. She let Howie digest it all. His eyes darting between the phone, Ravi, and Pip's eyes. He grunted. What do you want? I want you to invite us in and answer some of our questions, Pip said. That's all. And we won't go to the police. What about? He said, picking something from his teeth with his fingernails. About Andy Bell. A look of badly performed confusion stretched into Howie's face. You know the girl you supplied with drugs to sell on to school kids? The same girl who was murdered 5 years ago. Remember her? Pip said. Well, if you don't, I'm sure the police will remember. Fine, Howie said, stepping back over a pile of plastic bags, holding the door open. You can come in. Excellent, Pip said with a look back to Ravi over her shoulder. She mouthed leverage to him, and he rolled his eyes. But as she went to enter the house, Ravi pulled her back behind him, crossing the threshold first. He stared Howie down until the man drew back from the door and moved down the tiny corridor. Pip followed Ravi inside, closing the door behind her. This way, Howie said gruffly, disappearing into the living room. Howie fell back into a tattered armchair, an open can of beer waiting for him on the armrest. Ravi stepped over to the sofa and, pushing away a pile of clothes, took the seat opposite Howie, straight back and as close to the edge of the sofa cushion as it was possible to be. Pip sat beside him, crossing her arms. Howie pointed his beer can at Ravi. You're the brother of the guy that murdered her, allegedly, both Pip and Ravi said at the same time. The tension in the room flailed between the three of them, like invisible sticky tendrils that licked from one person to the other as eye contact shifted. You understand that we'll go to the police with these pictures if you don't answer our questions about Andy? Pip said, eyeing the beer that probably wasn't Howie's first since returning home. Yes, darling. Howie laughed a teeth-whistle laugh. You've made that clear enough. Good, she said. I'll keep my questions nice and clear, too. When did Andy first start working with you, and how did it come about? I don't remember. He took a large gug of beer. maybe early 2011. And she was the one who came to me. All I know is I had this ballsy teenager strolling up to me in the car park telling me she could get me more business if I gave her a cut. Said she wanted to make money, and I told her that I had similar interests. Don't know how she found out where I sold. So you agreed when she offered to help you sell? Yeah, obviously she was promising an in with the younger crowd. Kids I couldn't really get to, it was win-win. And then what happened? Ravi said. Housy's cold eyes alighted on Ravi, and Pip could feel him tensing where their arms almost touched. We met up, and I set her some ground rules, like about keeping a stash of money hidden, about using codes rather than names. Asked what kind of stuff she thought kids at her school would be into. I gave her a phone to use for business stuff, and that was it, really. I sent her out into the big wide world. Howie smiled, his face and stubble unnervingly symmetrical. Andy had a second phone? Pip asked. Yeah, obviously. Couldn't be arranging deals on a phone her parents pay for, could she? I bought her a burner phone, prepaid in cash. 2, actually. I got the second one when the credit on the first ran out. Gave it to her only a few months before she got killed. Where did Andy keep the drugs before she sold them on? Said Ravi. That was part of the ground rules. Howie sat back, speaking into his can. I told her this little business venture of hers would go nowhere if she didn't have somewhere to hide the stash and a second phone without her parents finding it. She assured me she had just the place, and no one else knew about it. Where was it? Ravi pressed. He scratched his chin. Mom, I think it was some kind of loose floorboard in her wardrobe. She said her parents had no idea it existed, and she was always hiding. There. So, the phone is probably still hidden in Andy's bedroom, Pip said. I don't know. Unless she had it on her when she... Howie made a gurgling sound as he crossed his fingers sharply across his throat. Hip looked over at Ravi before her next question, a muscle tensing in his jaw, as he ground his teeth, concentrating so hard on not dropping his eyes from Howie, like he thought he could hold him in place with his stare. Okay, she said. So, which drugs was Andy selling at house parties? Howie crushed the empty can and threw it on the floor. Started just weed, he said. By the end, she was selling a load of different things. She asked which drugs Andy sold, said Ravi. List them. Yeah, okay. Howie looked irked, sitting up taller and picking at a textured brown stain on his t-shirt. She sold weed, sometimes MDMA, methadone, ketamine. She had a couple of regular buyers of Rohypnol. Hypno, Hip repeated, unable to hide her shock. You mean roofies? Andy was dealing roffies at school parties. Yeah. They're for like chilling out, though, too. Not just what most people think. Did you know who was buying Rohypnol from Andy? She said, there was this posh kid, I think she said. Don't know. Now he shook his head. A posh kid. Hip's mind immediately drew a picture of him. His angular face and sneering smile, his floppy yellow hair. Was this posh kid a blonde guy? Howie looked blankly at her and shrugged. Answer, or we go to the police, Ravi said. Yeah, it could have been that blonde guy. Hip cleared her throat to give herself some thinking time. Okay, she said. How often would you and Andy meet? We met whenever we needed to, whenever she had orders to collect or cash to give me. I'd say it was probably about once a week, sometimes more, sometimes less. Where did you meet? Ravi said either at the station, or she sometimes come over here. Were you? Pip paused. Were you and Andy involved romantically? Howie snorted. He sat up, suddenly swatting something near his ear. "No, we weren't," he said, his laughter not wholly covering the annoyance creeping up his neck in red patches. "Are you sure about that?" "Yes, I'm sure." The cover of amusement was cast aside now. "Why are you getting defensive, then?" Pip said. "Of course I'm defensive. There's 2 kids in my house, berating me about stuff that happened years ago and threatening cops." He kicked out at the crumpled beer can on the floor, and it sailed across the room, clattering into the blinds just behind Pip's head. Ravi jumped up from the sofa, stepping in front of her. "What are you going to do about it?" Howie leered at him, staggering to his feet. "You're a joke, man." "All right, everyone. Calm down," Hip said, standing up too. "We're almost finished here. You just have to answer honestly. Did you have a sexual relationship with—" "No?" "I already said no, didn't I?" The flush reached his face, peeking out above the line of his beard. Did he want to have a sexual relationship with her? No, he was shouting now. She was just business to me, and me to her. Okay, it wasn't more complicated than that. "Where were you the night she was killed?" Ravi demanded. "I was passed out drunk on that sofa." "Do you know who killed her?" said Pip. "Yeah, his brother." Howie pointed aggressively at Ravi. "Is that what this is? You want to prove your murdering scum brother was innocent?" Pip saw Ravi stiffen, looking down at the jagged hilltop knuckles on his fists. But then he caught her eyes and shook the hardness out of his face, tucking his hands into his pockets. "Okay, we're done here," Pip said, laying her hand on Ravi's arm. "Let's go." No, I don't think so." In 2 giant leaps, Howie darted over to the door, blocking their way out. "Excuse me, Howard," Pip said, her nervousness cooling into fear. No, he laughed, shaking his head. "I can't let you leave." Ravi stepped up to him. "Move. I did what you asked," Howie said, turning to Pip. "Now you have to delete those pictures of me." Pip relaxed a little. "Okay," she said. "Yes, that's fair." She held up her phone and showed Howie as she deleted every single picture from the car park until she swiped right onto a photo of Barney and Josh, both asleep in the dog bed. Done. Howie moved aside and let them pass. Pip pulled open the front door, and as she and Ravi stepped outside into the brisk night air, Howie spoke one last time. "You go around asking dangerous questions, girl. You're going to find some dangerous answers." Ravi yanked the door shut behind them. He waited until the house was at least 20 paces behind them before saying, "Well, that was fun. Thanks for the invite to my first blackmailing." "Welcome," she said. "My first, too, but it was effective. We found out that Andy had a second phone. Howie had complicated feelings for her, and Max Hastings had a taste for Rohitnell." She raised her phone and clicked onto the photo app. "Just recovering those photos in case we need future Howie leverage." "Oh, fantastic," he said. "Can't wait. Maybe then I can add blackmail as a special skill to my CV. You know, you use humor as a defense mechanism when you're rattled." Pip smiled at him, letting him through the hedge gap ahead of her. "Yep. And you get bossy and posh." He looked back at her for a long moment, and she broke first. They started laughing, and then they just couldn't stop. The adrenaline come down descended into hysterics. Pip fell into him, wiping away tears, snatching staccato breaths between cackles. Ravi stumbled, his face creased, laughing so hard he had to bend over and hold his gut. They laughed until Pip's cheeks ached and her stomach felt tight and sore, but the afterlife sighs just set them off again. Production log entry 23, 6th of October, 2017. I should really be concentrating on my university applications. I have about a week to finish off my personal statement before the deadline for Cambridge. Just a small break right now from tooting my horn and shaking my tail feathers at admissions officers. So, Howie Bowers doesn't have an alibi for the night Andy disappeared. By his own admission, he was passed out drunk at his house. Without corroboration, this could be a total fabrication. He is an older guy, and Andy could have ruined him by turning him into the police for dealing. His relationship with Andy had criminal foundations, and judging by his defensive reaction, possibly some sexual undertones. And her car, the car that police believe was driven with her body in the boot, was found on his street. I know Max has an alibi for the night Andy disappeared. The same alibi S asked his friends to give him. But let me think out loud here. Andy's abduction window was between 10:40 p.m. and 12:45 a.m. There is a possibility that Max could have worked with the upper limit of that time frame. His parents were away. Jake and S had left his house, and Millie and Naomi went to sleep in the spare room a bit before 12. Max could have left the house at that time without anyone knowing. Maybe Naomi could have too, or together. Max has a naked picture of a murder victim he claims he was never romantically involved with. He is technically an older guy. He was involved in Andy's drug dealing and regularly bought roofies from her. Posh old Max Hastings isn't looking so wholesome anymore. Maybe I need to follow this rail line of intel. See if there is any other evidence of what I'm starting to suspect. How could I not? He was buying roofies, for crying out loud. Though they are both looking simultaneously suspicious, there's no Max Howie tag team going on here. Max only bought drugs in Kilton through Andy, and Howie only knew vaguely of Max and his buying habits via Andy. But I think the most important lead we got from Howie is Andy's second burner phone. That is priority number 1. The second phone most likely has all the details of the people she was selling drugs to. Maybe confirmation of the nature of her relationship with Howie. And if Howie wasn't the secret older guy, maybe Andy was using her burner phone to contact this man to keep it secret. The police had Andy's actual phone after they found Sal's body. If there were any evidence of a secret relationship on it, the police would have followed it up. If we find that phone, maybe we find her secret older guy. Maybe we find her killer, and this will all be over. As it stands, there are 3 possible candidates for secret older guy: Max, Howie, or Daniel Dilva. If the burner phone confirms any one of them, I think we'd have enough to go to the police. Or it could be someone we haven't found yet. Someone waiting in the wings, preparing for their starring role in this project. Someone like Stanley Forbes, maybe. I know there's no direct link between him and Andy, so he doesn't make the person of interest list. But doesn't it seem a little fluky that he's the journalist who wrote scathing articles about Andy's killer boyfriend? And now he's dating her little sister, and I saw him giving money to the same drug dealer who had supplied Andy. Or are these coincidences? I don't trust coincidences. Persons of interest. Jason Bell, Naomi Ward, secret older guy, Nat the Silva, Daniel the Silva, Max Hastings, Howie Bowers. Chapter 21. Bonnie, Bonnie, Bunny, Flops, Pip sang, both the dog's front paws in her hands as they danced around the dining table. Then her mom's old CD got stuck in a surface scratch, telling them to hit the road. Awful sound. Pip's mom, Leanne, entered with a dish of roasted potatoes. placing them on a trivet on the table. "Skip the next one, Pips," she said, leaving the room again. Pip set Barney down and prodded the button on the CD player. That last relic of the 20th century that her mom wasn't ready to give up for touchscreens and Bluetooth speakers. Fair enough. Even watching her use the TV remote was painful. "Have you carved, Vic?" Leanne shouted, backing into the room with a bowl of steaming broccoli and peas, a small knob of butter melting on top. "The poultry is paired, my fair lady," came his response. "Josh, dinner's ready," Leanne called. Pip went to help her dad carry in the plates and the roast chicken, Josh sidling in behind them. "You finished your homework, sweetie?" Mom asked Josh as they all took their acknowledged seats at the table. Barney's place was on the floor beside Pip, a co-conspirator in her mission to drop small bits of meat when her parents weren't looking. Pip nipped in and grabbed the potato dish before her dad could beat her to it. He, like Pip, was a spud connoisseur. "Joshua, may you bestow the bestow upon your father?" When each of their plates were loaded up and everyone had dug in, Leanne turned to Pip, her fork pointed at her. "When's the deadline for sending in your UKAS application, then?" "The 15th, Pip said. "I'm going to try to send it in a couple of days. Be a tad early." "Have you spent enough time on your personal statement? All you ever seem to be doing is that EPQ at the moment." "When am I ever not on top of things?" Hip said, spearing a particularly overgrown broccoli stump. "The Sequoia dendrum giganteum tree of the broccoli world. If I ever miss a deadline, it will be because the apocalypse has started." "Okay. Well, Dad and I can read it through after dinner if you want." "Yep. I'll print a copy." The train whistle of Pip's phone blared, making Barney jump and her mom scowl. "No phones at the table," she said. "Sorry," Pip said. "I'm just putting it on silent." It could very well be the start of one of Carr's lengthy monologues sent line by line, where Pip's phone became a station out of hell. All the trains in a frenzied scram, screaming over each other. Or maybe it was Ravi. She pulled out the phone and looked down at the screen in her lap to flick the ringer button. She felt the blood drain from her face. All the heat guttered down her back, slopping into her gut where it churned, pushing her dinner back up. Her throat constricted at the sudden drop into cold fear. "Pip! I suddenly desperate for a way," she said, jumping up from her chair with her phone in her hand, almost tripping over the dog. She darted from the room and across the hall. Her thick woolen socks slipped out under her on the polished oak, and she fell, catching the weight of the fall on one elbow. "Pippa!" Victor's voice called. "I'm okay," she said, picking herself up. "Just skidded." She shut the bathroom door behind her and locked it. Slamming down the toilet seat lid, she turned shakily to sit on top of it, her phone between both hands. She opened it and clicked onto the message. "You stupid. Leave this alone while you still can. From unknown. Production log entry 24, 8th of October, 2017. I can't sleep. School starts in 5 hours, and I can't sleep. There's no part of me that thinks this can be a joke anymore. The note in my sleeping bag. This text, it's real. I've plugged all the leaks in my research since the camping trip. The only people who know what I've discovered are Ravi and those I've interviewed. Yet, someone knows I'm getting close. And they are starting to panic. Someone who followed me into the woods. Someone who has my phone number." I tried to message them back. A futile. "Who is this?" It errored. It couldn't send it. I've looked it up. There are certain websites, and apps you can use to anonymize texts, so I can neither reply nor find out who sent it. They are fittingly named Unknown. Is Unknown the person who actually murdered Andy Bell? Do they want me to think they can get to me too? I can't go to the police. I don't have enough evidence yet. All I have are unsworn statements from people who knew different fragments of Andy's secret lives. I have 7 persons of interest, but no one main suspect yet. There are too many people in Little Kilton who had motive to kill Andy. I need tangible proof. I need that burner phone. And only then will I leave this alone unknown. Only when the truth is out there and you no longer are. Chapter 22. Why are we here? Ravi said when he caught sight of her. Shh, Pip hissed, grabbing his coat sleeve to pull him behind the tree with her. She peeked her head out past the trunk, watching the house across the street. Shouldn't you be at school? He asked. I fooled a Sikhi. Okay, Pip said. Don't make me feel worse about it than I already do. You've never fooled a Sikhi before. Only ever missed 4 days of school. Ever. And that was because of chickenpox, she said quietly, her eyes on the large detached cottage. Its old bricks speckled from pale yellow to dark russet, and were overrun with ivy that climbed up to the crooked roof line where 3 tall chimneys perched. A large white garage door behind the empty drive winked the morning autumn sunshine back at them. It was the last house on the street before the road climbed up to the church. What are we doing here? Ravi said, tucking his head around the other side of the tree to see Pip's face. I've been here since just after 8, she said, hardly pausing to breathe. Becca left about 20 minutes ago. She's interning over at the Kilton mail office. Dawn left just as I was arriving. My mom says she worked part-time at her charity head office in Wickham. It's 9:15 now, so she should still be out for a while, and there's no alarm on the front of the house. Her last words slipped into a yawn. She'd hardly slept last night, waking to stare again at the text from Unknown until the words were burned into the underside of her eyelids, haunting her every time she closed her eyes. Pip, Ravi said, bringing her attention back to him. And yet again, why are we here? His eyes were wide in their telling-off way already. Tell me it's not what I think it is. To break in, Pip said. We have to find that burner phone, he groaned. How did I know you were going to say that? It's actual evidence, Ravi. Actual physical evidence. Proof that she was dealing drugs with Howie. Maybe the identity of the secret older guy Andy was seeing. If we find it, we can phone an anonymous tip in to the police, and maybe they'll reopen the investigation and actually find her killer. Okay, but here's a quick observation, Ravi said, holding up his finger. You're asking me, the brother of the person everyone believes murdered Andy Bell, to break into the Bell house. Not to mention the amount of trouble I would be in anyway as a brown kid breaking into a white family's house. Ravi, Pip said, stepping back behind the tree, her breath catching in her throat. I'm so sorry. I wasn't thinking. She really hadn't been thinking. She was so convinced the truth was just waiting for them in this house that she hadn't considered the position this would put Ravi in. Of course, he couldn't break in with her. This town already treated him like a criminal. How much worse would it be for him if they got caught? Since Pip was a little girl, her dad had always taught her about their different experiences of the world, explaining whenever something happened, whenever someone followed him around a shop, whenever someone questioned him for being alone with a white kid, whenever someone presumed he worked security at his office, not as the firm's partner. Pip grew up determined never to be blind to this, nor her invisible step up that she'd never had to fight for. But she'd been blind this morning. She was angry at herself, her stomach twisting in uncomfortable hurricane turns. "I'm so sorry," she said again. "I was being stupid. I know you can't take the same risks I can. I'll go in alone. Maybe you can stay here. Keep a lookout." "No," he said thoughtfully, fingers burrowing through his hair. "If this is how we're going to clear Sal's name, I have to be there for that. That's worth the risk. It's too important. I still think this is reckless, and I'm crapping myself," but he paused, flashing her a small smile. "We're partners in crime, after all. That means partners no matter what." "Are you sure?" Pip shifted, and the strap of her rucksack fell down to her elbow crook. "I'm sure," he said, reaching out and lifting the strap back up for her. "Okay." Pip turned to survey the empty house. "And if it's any consolation, I wasn't planning on us getting caught. So, what is the plan?" He said, "Break a window." She gaped at him. "No way. I was planning to use a key. We live in Kilton. Everyone has a spare key outside somewhere." "Oh, right. Let's go and scope out the target, SGE." Ravi looked intently at her, pretending to do a complex sequence of military hand gestures. She flicked him to get him to stop. Pip went first, walking briskly across the road and over the front lawn. Thank goodness the Bells lived right at the end of a quiet street. There was no one around. She reached the front door and turned to watch Ravi darting across, head down to join her. They checked under the doormat first, the place where Pip's family kept their spare key, but no luck. Ravi reached up and felt the frame above the front door. He pulled his hand back, empty, fingertips covered in dust and grime. "Okay, you check that bush. I'll check this one." There was no key under either, nor hidden around the fitted lanterns, nor on any secret nail behind the creeping ivy. "Oh, surely not," Rabbi said, pointing at a chrome wind chime mounted beside the front door. He snaked his hand through the metal tubes, gritting his teeth when two knocked tunefully together. "Ravi," she said in an urgent whisper. "What are you?" He pulled something off the small wooden platform that hung in the middle of the chimes and held it up to her. A key with a little nub of old blue tack attached. "Uh-huh," he said. "Student becomes master. You may be the SGE, but I am Chief Inspector. Zip it, sing." Hip swung her bag off and lowered it to the ground. She rustled inside and immediately found what she was looking for, her fingers alighting on their smooth vinyl texture. She pulled them out. "What?" "I don't even want to ask." Ravi laughed, shaking his head as Pip pulled on the bright yellow rubber gloves. "I'm about to commit a crime," she said. "Don't want to leave any fingerprints. There's a pair in here for you, too." She held out her fluorescent yellow palm, and Ravi placed the key into it. He bent to rifle through her bag and stood up again, his hands gripped around a pair of purple flower-patterned gloves. "What are these?" he said. "My mom's gardening gloves. Look, I didn't have long to plan this heist." "Okay, clearly," Ravi muttered. "They're the bigger pair. Just put them on. Real men wear floral when trespassing," Ravi said, slipping them on and clapping his gloved hands together. He nodded that he was ready. Pip shouldered her bag and stepped up to the door. She took a breath and held it in. Gripping her other hand to steady it, she guided the key into the lock and twisted. Chapter 23. The sunlight followed them inside, cracking into the tiled hallway in a long, glowing strip. As they stepped over the threshold, their shadows carved through the beam of light, both of them together as one stretched silhouette with two heads and a tangle of moving arms and legs. Ravi closed the door, and they walked slowly down the hallway. Hip couldn't help but tiptoe, even though she knew no one was home. She'd seen this house many times before, pictured at different angles with police in black and high vis swarming outside. But that was always outside. All she'd ever seen of the inside were snippets when the front door was open, and a press photographer clicked the moment into forever. The border between outside and in felt significant here. She could tell Ravi felt it too, the way he held his breath. There was a heaviness to the air in here, secrets captured in the silence, floating around like invisible motes of dust. It didn't even want to think too loudly in case she disturbed it. This quiet place, the place where Andy Bell was last seen alive, when she was only a few months older than Pip. The house itself was part of the mystery, part of Kilton's history. They moved towards the stairs, glancing into the plush living room on the right and the huge vintage-style kitchen on the left, fitted with duck-egg blue cabinets and a large wood top island. And then they heard it. A small thump upstairs. Pip froze, and Ravi grabbed her gloved hand with his. Another thump, closer this time, just above their heads.